This autumn, I have made an extremely difficult decision. I will take my talents to the South Beach and join the Miami. On the large LCD television screen, LeBron James, dressed in a redanned white checkered shirt, faced the live national broadcast with a blank expression as he uttered the words that would be forever inscribed in NBA history. Soo Young pressed the power button on the remote, and the screen went black in an instant. It is indeed a difficult decision. After all, no one has ever formed a super team at the very peak like this before. Seeing history repeat itself, Soo Young could not help but feel a touch of emotion. It had been only 3 days since he was reborn into this parallel world. There was no bitter tale of vengeance, no melodramatic broken engagement. Heaven had treated him rather well, allowing him to be reborn as the only son of a Chinese tycoon worth tens of billions. 3 days earlier, his father, vacationing somewhere in Europe, had casually wired $500 million into his offshore account, grandly calling it some pocket money to practice with. Think of it as tuition. With these $500 million, Soo Young did not rush to invest in some internet startup in Silicon Valley, nor did he speculate in Bitcoin. Instead, he turned around and did something that shocked the entire United States. He bought the Cleveland Cavaliers. Just half an hour earlier, Dan Gilbert, the Cavaliers' original owner, who had been seething with rage over LeBron's defection and was preparing to write a furious letter of curse, overnight had not hesitated in the slightest when faced with Soo Young slamming down a cash check for $3.5 million. He signed the transfer agreement for the team without a second thought. In Gilbert's eyes, without LeBron, the Cavaliers were nothing more than a pile of unprofitable trash. But in Soo Young's eyes, armed with the memories of a transmigrator, this was a high-quality asset whose valuation would soar more than tenfold in the future. More importantly, Soo Young was a diehard basketball fan. Compared to those football manager simulations or NBA 2K, how could anything be more exhilarating than wielding real power over an actual NBA franchise in the real world? At that moment, from the plaza outside the Quicken Loans Arena, faint roars of despair from Cleveland fans could already be heard, mingled with the glow of burning No. 23 jerseys. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon, and Chris Grant, the Cavaliers' newly appointed general manager, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he pushed the door open and walked in. His eyes held a barely concealed despair and a deep awe toward this young new owner. Boss, all the transfer procedures have been completed, and the league office has also filed the paperwork. Grant swallowed, his voice a little dry. However, you've seen what it's like out there. LeBron is gone, and our season ticket cancellation rate has surged by 40% within an hour. The sky over Cleveland has collapsed. The sky will not fall, Grant. Soo Young rose to his feet and walked to the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the flames below, his tone unnervingly calm. The old throne has crumbled. All we need to do is build a higher one. From today onward, forget about that No. 23. Grant let out a bitter smile. Boss, you might not be fully aware of our current situation since you've just taken over. Our cap space is locked up by those inflated contracts like Anton Jameson and Mo Williams. Without LeBron, this roster can't even sniff the edge of the playoffs. Aside from tanking and praying for next year's first overall pick, we have no options at all. Tanking. Soo Young turned around, one eyebrow slightly raised. Losing, aimlessly wallowing in the mud in despair because someone abandoned you. That is what you call tanking. But when you willingly raze this dilapidated old palace to the ground in order to build a new dynasty, that is called rebuilding. I spent $350 million to buy this team, not to sit here watching you all weep over LeBron's departure. But we don't have any superstars left in our hands. Grant spread his hands in agitation. Then go trade for one. Soo Young replied, his voice brooking no argument. Listen carefully, I have only one demand right now. You have half an hour to prepare every asset we can use, then dial the number of Golden State Warriors general manager Larry Riley. Golden State Warriors. Grant was taken aback. His mind spun rapidly. Who was the current star of the Warriors? You mean Monta Ellis? He is indeed a fine scorer, but his ability to lead a team. Who told you I wanted Monta Ellis? Soo Young cut him off, a hunter's gleam flickering in his eyes. What I want is that skinny kid they drafted, just like the one wearing No. 30, whose shooting form looks like he's shot putting the ball. Stephen Curry. The moment those 5 words left his mouth, the spacious office fell abruptly silent. Chris Grant's eyes widened as he stared at the young Chinese heir before him, as though looking at a madman. Grant almost thought his ears had deceived him. Come on. It was the summer of 2010. If the target had been Dwight Howard or Kobe or Wade, he could have understood. But who was Stephen Curry? A guard who had just finished his rookie season, whose three-point shot was indeed accurate, but whose body was as frail as a high schooler at turnstile on defense, and whose ankles carried serious hidden risks. He isn't even the clear second option in Golden State. Monta Ellis keeps shouting that he can't possibly coexist with Curry. Boss, you're not joking, are you? Grant stammered. We're going to build a team that just lost LeBron around a second-year kid whose ankles are made of glass. At best, he's a slightly upgraded super sixth man or a spot-up shooter. In the basketball philosophy of 2010, those who dominated the paint ruled the world. The belief that you couldn't win by relying on jump shots was almost a universal consensus among NBA executives. You don't need to teach me how to evaluate players, Grant. Soo-young braced both hands on the desk, looking down at the general manager. You just need to carry out my instructions. But the assets? No buts. Soo-young's tone hardened. Put M.O. Williams into the offer. Put Jameson into the offer. If the Warriors want potential, then bundle up LeBron's favorite little brother J. Hickson and send him over as well. If they want the future, then shove our unprotected first-round picks in 2013 and even 2015 onto the table. I want you to empty our magazine. Go Allen. At any cost, bring Stephen Curry to Cleveland for me. Grant felt his scalp go numb. To stake everything, even the team's future draft picks, just to get a scrawny guard with bad ankles. Madness. This rich, second-generation young master with more money than he could spend had to be utterly insane. Yet this was precisely where Soo-young's confidence lay. No one knew better than he did that in just a few years that small guard named Stephen Curry would use his unbelievable three-point shooting to ignite a basketball revolution that would sweep the globe, personally bury the era of the traditional center, and establish a resplendent new dynasty. Since LeBron had taken his talents to the South Beach, Soo-young would simply intercept that coming three-point storm in advance and divert it to the shores of Lake Erie in Cleveland. Why are you still not on the phone? Do you need me to dial for you myself? Soo-young urged coldly. Why, wise? Boss. I'll get on it immediately. Grant wiped the sweat from his brow and practically tumbled out of the office. Watching the office door close, Soo-young lifted his gaze toward the slightly overcast sky above Cleveland outside the window. So a big three in Miami, is it? Have you prepared yourselves for the coming small ball era? For the next 48 hours, Grant felt as if he were drifting through a dream. His newly rich young boss pinned him in front of his desk, forcing him to all but forego sleep as he made call after call, no fewer than 10. To Larry Riley, the general manager of the Golden State Warriors. At first, when he heard that the Cavaliers intended to make an offer for Stephen Curry, Larry Riley laughed on the other end of the line like an idiot who had just heard a dim-witted joke. Come on, Chris, he scoffed. Even if LeBron has left, there's no need for you to panic and start grabbing at random cures. Stephen is the cornerstone we drafted. He's not for sale. Yet as Grant, following Soo-young's instructions, kept sweetening the offer layer by layer, the tone from the Warriors' side began to change. When the offer became all-star point guard M.O. Williams plus promising young big man J. Hickson, Larry Riley fell silent for 3 full minutes. Inside the Golden State Warriors organization in 2010, things were in utter turmoil. Their star player Monta Ellis had publicly declared to the media that he could not coexist with Curry. The team urgently needed to establish a single undisputed leader while shoring up its frail interior presence. The young springy J. Hickson, together with a shooter like M.O. Williams who could score without needing the ball too much, fit their immediate needs almost perfectly. And when Soo-young snatched the phone and personally hurled out the final blockbuster asset, the deal was concluded in an instant. Mr. Riley, in addition to the assets we've just mentioned, will also include our unprotected 2015 first-round pick. Soo-young's voice over the phone was as calm as that of a cold-blooded demon. Moreover, as a sweetener, we're willing to absorb Andris Biedron's remaining 4 years, $9 million per year of deadweight contract in full. On the other end came a sharp intake of breath, followed at once by an urgent reply, as though afraid Soo-young might change his mind. Deal. I'll fax the paperwork to the league office immediately. Hanging up, Grant collapsed into his chair, feeling as though he were watching a madman at work. Biedrons, that Latvian bust of a center who took the money and did nothing, who could even miss the rim entirely on free throws. This contract was a poisonous deal the Warriors dreamed of offloading even in their sleep. Boss, for a second-year player with a worrisome ankle, we're giving up immediate contributors, a rising young talent, a first-round pick, and on top of that swallowing $9 million in dead salary just to clear cap space. This is daylight robbery. Grant pulled a long face. It is robbery, Soo-young replied with a confident smile. Only the ones being robbed. When the small ball era arrived a few years later, this trade package, once wildly mocked by the outside world, would be hailed by every basketball outlet as one of the most outrageous cons in NBA history. Larry Riley would very likely be cursed by enraged Golden State fans to the point of wanting to commit harakiri. This is only the first step, Grant. Our work has just begun. Soo-young tossed a long list onto the desk. Next, we start a massive clearance sale. Put veterans like Anton Jameson and Anderson Varejao, all those so-called winnow pieces, entirely on the shelf. Contact every team that wants to contend for a title, the Mavericks, the Celtics, the Lakers. Turn them into draft picks. If you can't get a first, take a second. If you can't get a second, take cash. In exchange, no matter what kind of bloated trash contract they dump on us, as long as the term doesn't exceed 2 years, we accept them all without question. Grant stared at the list, his heart pounding. Then what's left of our roster? Aside from Curry, who's going to play? There are plenty of young guys dying for a chance to play. Su Yang tapped the bottom of the list with his finger. For example, that second-round pick named Danny Green. Don't waive him. Keep him. Tell the head coach this kid has only one job every day in the practice facility. He must make 500 corner threes for me. Miss even one, and he doesn't eat. And call the Los Angeles Clippers. Their second-year center DeAndre Jordan is just a rough, big man who can do nothing but dunk right. Bring him over. Even if we have to send a second-round pick plus a bit of cash as a subsidy, that's fine. Clippers owner Sterling is a miserly penny pincher, he'll agree. Also go treasure hunting in the undrafted free agent market. I recall a Chinese-American point guard from Harvard named Lin Shihao. Sign him as a backup. And head to Europe to look for a fierce guard named Patrick Beverley. Listening as Su Yang rattled off one unfamiliar name after another, fringe players at best in the league, Grant was completely thrown into disarray. A fragile, injury-prone guard with bad ankles, a second-round pick on the verge of being cut, a big oaf who could do nothing but dunk and could not even shoot free throws, plus a pile of undrafted players and a heap of toxic deadweight contracts. Was this supposed to be the roster of an NBA team? It was more like a garbage dump. Boss. Grant's voice was trembling. If we go into the new season with this roster, I swear to God we'll lose at least 60 games. We'll be the laughingstock of the entire league. And who says we won't? Instead of getting angry, Su Yang spread his hands as if it were only natural. Isn't that precisely the point? If we don't lose, how are we supposed to chase next year's #1 pick? But boss, even if we finish dead last in the league, the odds of getting the top pick in the lottery are only 25%. If we're unlucky and fall out of the top 3, an entire year of tanking will have been for nothing. Luck. Su Yang walked over to the window, gazing down at the angry and grief-stricken Cleveland fans still gathered below, unwilling to disperse his eyes, taking on a playful glint. Grant, you've been in this league for so many years. Do you still believe in so-called luck and that pathetic little ping-pong ball lottery machine? What do you mean, sir? Grant asked in confusion. David Stern is a top-tier operator, and the NBA is a business league. That foolish nationally televised decision of LeBron's not only humiliated Cleveland, it also ground the league's dignity into the dirt. The ratings may have spiked, but the fury of the small market owners has to be appeased by someone. Just watch, Grant. Su Yang's tone brimmed with certainty. The league will compensate us. Next year's #1 pick will be ours, 100%. That's impossible. The league wouldn't dare blatantly rig the draft. Impossible. Do you need me to give you examples? Su Yang let out a cold laugh. In 1985, the Knicks' valuation was plummeting, the New York basketball market was languishing, and then David Stern just happened to draw the envelope with a crease on live television, sending Patrick Ewing to the Big Apple. In 2003, a native-born Akron prodigy, the most sensational high school player in the nation, just happened to be selected with the #1 pick by a perpetually miserable Cleveland team, writing a fairy tale about a hometown savior. As for 2008, Derrick Rose is from Chicago. With each example, he cited the color drained further from Grant's face. These conspiracy theories, tacitly acknowledged within the league's upper echelons, were being stripped bare so bluntly by Su Yang. David Stern owes Cleveland justice. What we must do is use the most agonizing string of losses to tear open our wounds for the entire league to see and show every small market owner this is the fate that awaits you after you nurture a superstar only to be abandoned. So long as our record is atrocious enough and our posture pitiable enough, then on draft night next summer, even if David Stern has to smash the lottery machine to pieces, he'll still have to slip that #1 pick into Cleveland's pocket. Grant stared blankly at the young Chinese heir standing before him, a chill rising from the depths of his heart. Ruthless. Ruthless to others and to himself. He had calculated the commissioner's mindset and the league's unspoken rules with crystal clarity. I understand now, boss. Grant straightened his back, the panic in his eyes gone. I'll go raise this wreckage to the ground and cram next season's cap sheet full of toxic contracts. Rest assured, I guarantee that next year's Cavaliers, aside from the few young players you've named, won't have anyone who could even make a CBA roster. Watching his energized general manager charge out of the office, Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. Now the cornerstone was in place, the shield-like center secured, and the rough block of a future elite 3-and-D player obtained. All that remained was to wait for the new season to feed Stephen Curry unlimited shots to build the confidence of a superstar while calmly accepting wave after wave of defeat. Who can we take with the 2011 #1 pick again? Su Yang rubbed his chin. Draft Kyrie Irving. No, Irving's position overlapped with Curry's. Su Yang turned his gaze toward the draft list from 2011 that existed in his memory. If we trade down from the #1 pick for multiple lottery selections and conveniently bring that stone-faced Leonard and another guy named Klay Thompson back to Cleveland together? Curry, Klay, Leonard, Danny Green, DeAndre Jordan. Thinking of this future roster, a lineup that would be enough to plunge every team in the league into despair, Su Yang could hardly suppress the excitement rising within him. Be patient, Su Yang. Let the bullets fly for a while first. 3 days later at the press conference hall of the Quicken Loans Arena in Cleveland, crowded to capacity, bathed in blinding flashes of light, nearly every major American sports media outlet had its cameras trained on the podium. Today marked not only the official introduction of Stephen Curry, the centerpiece of a trade that had stunned the entire league, but also the first public appearance of Su Yang, the enigmatic billionaire, Chinese-American new owner of the Cleveland Cavaliers. At the center of the podium sat Su Yang, impeccably dressed in an Italian bespoke suit, calm and composed. Beside him stood Stephen Curry, clad in the Cavaliers' No. 30 jersey, visibly tense. Mr. Su. An ESPN reporter struck first, thrusting his microphone nearly onto the stage. LeBron James has just announced on television that he's abandoning Cleveland, and you in response dismantled the team's immediate competitiveness to acquire a second-year point guard with chronic ankle injuries. Are you acting out of spite toward LeBron? Is the Cavaliers franchise already doomed without him? Hearing this, Curry instinctively tightened his grip on the hem of his jersey, his gaze dimming slightly. In recent days, criticism of him had flooded the airwaves. Yet Su Yang did not even glance at the reporter. Instead, he tapped sharply on the microphone before him, a piercing, resonant buzz cutting through the room and silencing the entire hall. Let me correct 2 errors. His voice was cold, crystalline, amplified across the auditorium. First, Stephen Curry is no mere second-year acquisition. He is the sole cornerstone of Cleveland's future, and here he will forge a dynasty surpassing all eras that came before. At this, Su Yang turned briefly to Curry and held his gaze with unwavering conviction. Second, I am not acting out of spite. Because the man who carried his talent to the shores of Miami is in my eyes nothing more than a coward who refuses to face hardship alone. A collective gasp rippled through the room. A coward? Mr. Su. LeBron is a 2-time MVP, the city's savior. Don't you think your words are utterly vicious? A veteran local reporter from Cleveland rose, face flushed. Savior? Su Yang laughed, a dry, mirthless sound. Stop deluding yourselves with such nauseating rhetoric. Let me break it down for you. The media endlessly blames management incompetence, that Cleveland failed to support him. Utter nonsense. For years we paid exorbitant luxury taxes solely to keep him content. He demanded shooters. We delivered all-star point guard Mo Williams. He demanded interior presence. We brought Shaquille O'Neal and Anton Jameson. We even lavished a fat contract upon his utterly undistinguished protege. Every facet of the team, from strategy to locker room culture, revolved around his mood alone. And you call that lack of support? Reporters exchanged stunned, speechless glances. Because what Su Yang spoke was unassailable truth. Then why didn't they win? He tore away LeBron's veil of invincibility. Because your so-called king habitually collapses in high-stakes pivotal games. Look no further than the recent Game 7 against the Boston Celtics. Just 3 field goals on 14 attempts. He wandered the court, abandoning the game himself. Don't hide behind excuses about tactical mismatches. Everyone knows the real cause, the scandal. The sordid entanglement between him, his most trusted teammate Delonte West, and his mother Gloria, shattered his fragile psyche beyond repair. Boom. The press hall erupted instantly. Journalists frenziedly clicked shutters, capturing a statement destined to detonate the global sports world. Though whispers of the friend's wife scandal and friend's mother scandal had long circulated within the inner circle, no NBA owner had ever dared utter such humiliating truths publicly, on live national broadcast, directly into the face of the league's flagship superstar. This was no mere slap. It was the deliberate, brutal trampling of LeBron's pride beneath foot. Facing the assembled press, Su Yang issued his prophecy. You surely believe now that having joined forces with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh in Miami, forming a historic Big Three, the championship next season is already decided. Then let me state it plainly today, he will not win the title this season. Wade is formidable. Bosh is elite. On paper, Miami's roster is historically transcendent. Yet they will lose. Why? Su Yang's gaze pierced the lens, as if locking eyes with the No. 23 jersey far away in Miami. Because basketball has only one ball. If Miami faces dire straits in the finals, and Wade dominates, poised to claim the finals MVP, believe me, the self-proclaimed king will betray his own team without hesitation. Because deep in his marrow, he is profoundly selfish. If he isn't the undisputed focal point, if he cannot seize that damned finals MVP, he would rather see his team lose. That is your savior, a consummate egoist who sacrifices the team for personal glory. Meanwhile, in a luxurious oceanfront villa along Miami's South Beach. Bang! A multi-$1,000 LCD screen shattered under the impact of a remote control, sparks erupting in all directions. Fuck! That arrogant, clueless, yellow-skinned Asian punk. Who does he think he is? He knows absolutely nothing about basketball. LeBron James roared like a wounded lion pacing furiously through the vast living room. Especially when Soo Young mercilessly resurrected that revolting scandal and precisely targeted LeBron's rawest nerve, the toxic interplay between FMVP ambition and team success. In that moment, LeBron felt stripped bare, exposed on a public street. Hey brother, calm down. He's just a clown chasing headlines. Dwayne Wade rose from the sofa, placed a reassuring hand on LeBron's shoulder, and handed him a glass of ice water. He's just taken over the team. He needs spectacle to distract from the Cavaliers' inevitable tanking next season. Don't let him poison our focus. We're here to build a dynasty. Exactly, LeBron. Chris Bosh added. Trading away all proven talent for a fragile-ankled rookie proves he's an amateur. His prophecy is little more than the whining of a child who can't handle losing. Despite his friend's reassurances, LeBron's face remained ashen. At that moment, Maverick Carter, his business partner and PR strategist, rushed in, tablet in hand. LeBron, the online backlash has exploded. We must respond immediately. Carter's expression was grim. Soo Young's remarks were vicious, each sentence landing with surgical precision on LeBron's deepest vulnerabilities. Then strike back. I want that rookie owner disgraced across the league. LeBron growled through clenched teeth. But don't descend into mudslinging. That cheapens us, makes us look desperate. Carter scrolled rapidly on his tablet, pulling up a draft press release. I recommend undermining his credibility. I'll contact ESPN and TNT's top analysts immediately. Unified messaging. Soo Young, Cleveland's new owner, is merely a brainless heir, a rich boy treating the real NBA like a video game. He understands nothing of basketball. His so-called prophecy is the shrill, petulant yapping of a child who cannot bear defeat. He has not only destroyed the Cavaliers' future, but also stooped to spreading vile rumors for attention. When the new season begins, that roster, built around injury-prone players and undrafted castoffs, will be eternally branded among the worst in league history. Do it, Carter. LeBron turned toward the sun-drenched Miami coastline outside the window, fists clenched until his knuckles whitened. And inform the league office I demand national broadcast for our opening night game against Cleveland. I will score 60 points, right over the heads of that garbage crew in Cleveland. After the press conference in Cleveland, the national sports media was stirred as if someone had disturbed a hornet's nest, igniting an unprecedented storm of public opinion. Just as LeBron James and his PR team had orchestrated from ESPN to TNT, from Sports Illustrated to Yahoo Sports, nearly all basketball commentators and favored reporters were frantically defending James, directing their fire towards Soo Young and the Cavaliers. Unfathomable slander. Soo Young is just a nouveau riche. He knows nothing about basketball. The Cavaliers are destined to be nailed to the pillar of historical shame with the worst record. Trading half a team for a Stephen Curry whose ankles are as fragile as glass. This is undoubtedly the dumbest trade in NBA history. Curry isn't even worthy of carrying LeBron's shoes. The overwhelming ridicule and insults pushed this already fractured Cavaliers team, along with the newly arrived Curry, to the eye of the storm. Cavaliers general manager's office. Knock, knock, knock. The door was gently pushed open, and Stephen Curry, dressed in training gear, walked in. This young man, who always wore a baby-faced smile, now had his eyes filled with fatigue and deep self. Mr. Soo. Curry stood awkwardly in front of the large desk, hands clasped. I've seen the news outside. I'm very sorry. If it weren't for the trade involving me, you and the team wouldn't have to endure such intense media scrutiny. Perhaps they are right, and my current ability does not warrant the price you have paid. Looking at this weak guard who had yet to build his confidence, Soo Young set aside the financial report and pointed to the sofa opposite. Sit down, Stephen. Would you like something to drink? Coffee or an energy drink? No, it's fine, Curry. Stephen, do you think the national media is attacking us madly because you overshadowed LeBron at the press conference? Curry was taken aback. Isn't that the case? Don't simplify things, Stephen. In this business league, the media's frenzy is never about justice, but rather to obscure the capital operations behind the scenes. Do you think those commentators are genuinely advocating for LeBron? No, they are protecting a God-making plan valued at billions of dollars. Looking at Kawhi's puzzled expression, Soo Young revealed a bombshell. This year marks the 7th year of LeBron's career. Do you know what that means? It means his exorbitant 7-year, $90 million rookie endorsement deal with Nike is about to expire. Kawhi's pupils slightly contracted. As a player, he understood the significance of shoe contracts for superstars. Nike has invested countless marketing resources in LeBron over the years, from the chosen one to King James, trying to create the next Michael Jordan. However, Jordan has 6 championship rings while LeBron has played for 7 years and remains empty-handed. Soo Young sneered. Without a championship, he cannot sell high-priced signature shoes. Nike urgently needs him to win a championship to solidify their business empire. Although Kobe has championships, he was originally with Adidas before switching to Nike, and at heart, he is a rebellious lone wolf, far from being Nike's true heir. Thus, Nike will never allow their legitimate successor whom they have nurtured with all their might to fail again. LeBron's defection to Miami was not a momentary impulse, but a long-planned commercial decision by the Capital and his backing team. At this crucial moment, I publicly tore off his veil on national live broadcast stating that he would never win the Finals MVP. Do you think Nike would just sit back and watch? The siege against us online is merely a customary operation of capital protection. It has nothing to do with you. After hearing this, Curry felt a chill run down his back. For the first time, he clearly glimpsed the brutal capital meat grinder behind the glamorous facade of the NBA. Steven, your shoe contract is also under Nike, right? Soo-young changed his tone, suddenly staring at Curry. Yes, but it's just a very basic sponsorship. Curry felt a bit embarrassed. He was hardly valued internally at Nike with no sign of a signature shoe even in sight. Let me give you a suggestion, purely a personal suggestion. Soo-young walked up to Curry, his gaze intense. My father just fully acquired a sports brand from China called Ant. If, and I mean if, I can build a perfect tactical system for you in Cleveland, help you win a championship, and even establish a dynasty of your own. In return, after your Nike contract expires, you switch over and become Ant's first global lifetime spokesperson. How does that sound? Curry was completely stunned. He swallowed hard and pointed to himself. Dynasty. Me. He was just a sophomore who hadn't even made an all-star appearance. Yet this young boss not only viewed him as the absolute cornerstone for building the team, but also wanted to stake the fate of the family business on him. Thank you for your trust, boss. Curry took a deep breath, his clear eyes reigniting with flame. Even though I don't have much confidence myself. If that day really comes, I would absolutely be willing. I swear from today on I will dedicate my life to the training facility. Very good. Go train and don't worry about the rumors outside. Soo-young patted his shoulder with satisfaction. After Curry left, the personal phone on the desk suddenly vibrated. The caller ID displayed Dad. Soo-young answered the phone, and before he could speak, a middle-aged man's voice with a bit of authority came through. You little brat, I told you to play around with $5 billion, and you managed to stir up such a mess just a few days after arriving in America. Now the news back home is broadcasting that you called LeBron James a mole. What? Dad, is it affecting your Soo-young chuckled lightly. Not really. Our family is considered old capital that reaped benefits from the first wave of the internet boom. Buying a team isn't a big deal. Soo-young's father, Soo Jinshuan, snorted. Although the Soo family rose with internet and tech investments, Soo Jinshuan has always had a sharp eye. However, the Anta acquisition you asked me to pursue is genuinely a significant endeavor. Although it's just a sports goods company, it's not small, and combined with restructuring factories and sales channels, it has drained a considerable amount of our group's cash flow. If it weren't for the quality of its assets and genuine potential for international expansion, I would never indulge you in this nonsense. Don't worry, Dad, this investment will yield returns far more exaggerated than those internet companies you invested in. Soo-young was filled with confidence. All right, don't just paint a rosy picture for me. Soo Jae-young's tone suddenly turned serious. Since you've chosen this path, I'm giving you a chance. You're already 23 this year, so I'm giving you 5 years. If you can't achieve results in the NBA within 5 years and can't elevate Anta to a top-tier brand, the voice on the other end carried an unyielding decision, then you will obediently return home, marry into the Wong family's daughter in the capital, and take over the family business. Do you understand? 5 years. If he doesn't make a name for himself, he'll have to go back to inherit a $100 billion family fortune and marry a beautiful heiress. Listening to this tragic punishment, Soo-young helplessly rubbed his forehead, yet the corner of his mouth lifted into a defiant smile. Dad, age does make one conservative. In October, the autumn wind in Cleveland carries a hint of desolation, yet the general manager's office of the Cavaliers is bustling with activity. Boss, this is the final roster for the new season, and it has been approved by the league. Chris Grant handed a thick document to Soo-young, his tone laced with a sense of relief and an unmistakable peculiarity. Soo-young took the list and understood immediately. Starting point guard Stephen Curry. Backup point guard Patrick Beverley, the fierce bulldog, forcibly taken from the European League. Forwards Danny Green, along with a few undrafted players whose names were barely recognizable. In the center position, DeAndre Jordan, a rough rookie, snatched from the Mavericks, using a second-round pick, and Andris Biedrins, a $9 million poison center from the Warriors, acquired to fill salary space. With this lineup, it's not just about playing in the NBA. Even in the NCAA College League, aside from Curry, the rest seem like makeshift players. However, Soo-young looked at this shabby roster with great satisfaction. Well done, Grant. How did the cleanup of the team's veterans and overpriced contracts go? Everything has been cleaned up. Grant couldn't help but become excited as he continued. Anton Jamison was packaged off to the Pacers in exchange for a first-round pick in 2012. Anderson Varejao was traded to the Grizzlies for a likely late first-round pick and some cash. Mo Williams also returned 2 second-round picks. Grant grew more animated. And boss, the best news is that after clearing those contracts, the team won't have to pay a single cent in luxury tax next season and is right on the poverty line. The operating costs for the new season have been significantly reduced. With no luxury tax to pay and a handful of draft picks in hand aside from a few core pieces, the rest are merely scraps meant to ensure a bottom-tier performance. A perfect way to embrace mediocrity. Go notify the PR department that we won't be using any of that grandiose nonsense for the Cavaliers' official slogan this season. Just 4 words. Which 4 words? Grant quickly pulled out his notebook. Soo-young gazed deeply. Trust the process. Trust the process. Grant mulled over these 4 words, inexplicably feeling a sense of epic anticipation. Just then the office fax machine suddenly sprang to life. Grant walked over to pick up the freshly faxed document, glanced at it, and his expression instantly changed. Boss, trouble is brewing. Grant swallowed hard, handing the document to Soo-young. It's from LeBron James' legal team. They have formally submitted a lawsuit to the court accusing you of fabricating false scandals about his mother and former teammates during the press conference, causing devastating damage to his commercial image. They are demanding an immediate public apology on the front page of 3 major newspapers in the U.S. and $50 million in damages for defamation. Otherwise, see you in court. Grant looked worried. After all, James is backed by the colossal Nike, with one of the top legal teams in the nation. If a defamation lawsuit were to unfold, it could take years to resolve. Sue me for defamation. Soo-young showed no signs of panic. Instead, he scoffed. He casually tossed the legal letter into the trash, then opened the bottom drawer of his desk and pulled out a silver USB drive, tossing it to Grant. Send the contents of this to LeBron's chief attorney. Tell them that if they don't withdraw the lawsuit immediately, this video will be featured on YouTube's homepage tomorrow morning. Boss, what is this? Grant asked curiously. Nothing too serious, Soo-young remarked casually while dropping It's just a high-definition surveillance video of Gloria and Delonte West passionately kissing in a hotel underground parking lot. Hiss. Grant's hand trembled, nearly dropping the USB drive. How did the boss acquire this absolute secret that even paparazzi had failed to uncover for 2 years? With the memories of his past life and the financial power of a tycoon, it was a piece of cake for Soo-young to buy off security guards from a few hotels to get some footage. Sure enough, just half an hour later, the legal team on the other end, upon receiving the video capable of destroying the last shred of James' dignity, wisely chose to keep silent. The lawsuit was swiftly withdrawn, and James' PR team no longer mentioned the phrase Soo-young in any public setting. A seemingly overwhelming PR crisis was effortlessly turned to ashes by Soo-young amidst laughter. Having handled the team's trivial matters, the season opener was still more than half a month away. As a 23-year-old financial heir, Soo-young naturally wouldn't be spending all his time in the training facility. In this extravagant America, this single wealthy man had long become a target for countless Hollywood stars and Victoria's Secret models. But as a seasoned playboy, Soo-young's taste was evidently higher. What's the point of those starlets who have been subjected to the whims of Hollywood directors countless times? In a top-tier mansion covering 20 square meters in the affluent area outside Cleveland, Soo-young lay on a lounge chair by the pool, shaking a glass of 1982 Lafite. He was not greedy, nor did he intend to deprive himself. So half a month ago, he had his assistant back home sign 2 fresh 18-year-old girls who had yet to debut under the pretense of Antag brand overseas training and spokesperson audition. Naza and Reba. At this point in time, these 2 future top stars in the entertainment industry were just innocent college students who had just been accepted into an art academy. Faced with the chosen one of the legendary billionaire heir, they almost succumbed effortlessly to a first-class seat on a flight to America. Soo-young was a man of principles and also a master of balancing interests. To avoid unnecessary complications, he purchased 2 independent villas worth $3 million each in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, and in the affluent area of Cleveland, along with 2 top-spec Porsche Panameras. With Naza in his left hand and Reba in his right, 2 properties, 2 luxury cars, and each with an unlimited. The total cost didn't even reach $10 million, which is but a trifling sum for Soo-young's offshore account. Yet for the 2 young girls, it was a fairy tale beginning. Boss, the private jet to Los Angeles is ready. The well-dressed butler approached the poolside respectfully. After glancing at the Richard Mille on his wrist, he stretched and stood up. Got it. As a master of time management, Soo-young had set an extremely strict routine for himself. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, he would visit the fiery Reba in Los Angeles. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, he would stay in Cleveland to accompany the gentle Naza. As for Sundays, Soo-young rubbed his lower back and sighed softly. Even as a reincarnated 23-year-old, full of energy, Sundays had to be a day off, staying at home, sipping some goji berry tea. He was a man destined to build an empire in sports and could not fall in the gentle embrace of women. Let's go to the airport. Su Yang draped a bathrobe over himself and walked out surrounded by a group of bodyguards. After a day of rest, it's time to check on Reba's progress with her English-speaking lessons in Los Angeles. October 27, 2010, at the Quicken Loans Arena in Cleveland. The season's opening game commenced with the Cavaliers hosting the Eastern Conference powerhouse, the Boston Celtics, who had just defeated the Miami Heat's Big Three the previous day. Before tip-off, Cavaliers head coach Byron Scott stood courtside clutching his clipboard, yet beads of cold sweat glistened on his forehead. Once a coach who had led the New Jersey Nets to the NBA Finals, Scott never imagined that the greatest challenge of his career would not come from opponents, but from his own owner. 10 minutes before the game, Su Yang issued him a single ironclad directive in the locker room. In front of the entire team, abandon your outdated Princeton offense. Upon entering the court, every player must set screens for Stephen Curry, granting him unlimited offensive freedom. I want him to score relentlessly. Even if he misses 33-pointers, you are forbidden to bench him. In Su Yang's architectural vision for the franchise, he never regarded Steve Kerr, the future architect of the Warriors dynasty, as its sole divine architect. On the contrary, Kerr's rigid lineup choices in critical finals moments and his near-obsessive devotion to motion-based passing schemes had repeatedly trapped his team on the precipice of collapse. Thus, Su Yang refused to entrust the team's tactical helm to such an inflexible mind. Instead, he resurrected the blueprint of the mastermind Pat Riley, installing a compliant front-facing coach while retaining absolute control over strategy from behind the curtain. To that end, he spent staggering sums, shocking league executives, to construct the most elite support infrastructure in basketball, tripling salaries, to poach Phoenix Suns' legendary medical staff, the so-called God Doctors, to safeguard Curry's ankles. Simultaneously, he lured Chip Engelland, the famed shooting machine architect, from the San Antonio Spurs with an irrefusable offer tasking him with transforming raw role players like Danny Green into elite three-point marksmen. With star talent secured and support systems fully deployed, only one thing remained: the game itself. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. The match began. Yet the contest unfolded with chilling inevitability, a one-sided massacre. Facing Boston's ironclad triumvirate, Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, and Rajon Rondo, the Cavaliers, a roster assembled from undrafted cast-offs and toxic contracts, were shredded defensively and unraveled offensively with unrelenting turnovers. Amidst the chaos, the slender Stephen Curry flashed across the court like lightning, unleashing his innate brilliance under boundless shot autonomy. Against Rondo's suffocating defense, he darted ceaselessly, weaving through screens set by DeAndre Jordan and Andris Biedrins, launching audacious threes with breathtaking impunity. When the final buzzer sounded, the Cavaliers fell 8-5-1-1-4, an emphatic home defeat. Yet on the arena's scoreboard, Curry's stat line blazed with startling radiance. Last season's 17.5-point-per-game scorer had erupted for 28 points and 5 assists, sinking 6 of 12 three-pointers. In the post-game press conference, the atmosphere crackled like a live wire. Though Curry scored 28 points, Cleveland lost by 29. American sports journalists, sharks scenting blood, had already sharpened their questions, poised to eviscerate this audacious Chinese-American owner. Mr. Su, losing by 29 points. After clearing your roster of all proven veterans this summer, is this truly the new dynasty you promised Cleveland? Curry netted 28 points, but your team displayed no coherent system whatsoever, resembling little more than a disorganized rabble. Have you already regretted LeBron James's departure? Faced with a barrage of microphones and flashing cameras, Su Yang sat calmly at the podium, his expression utterly serene, untroubled by even a ripple of emotion. No need for such alarm, gentlemen. Su Yang adjusted his microphone and uttered 4 quiet, deliberate words: trust the process. Trust the process. Are you excusing your team's abysmal performance? Pressed an ESPN reporter, relentless. No, I'm stating a fact. Su Yang offered a faint, icy smile. Today's Cavaliers are suffering acute post-LeBron bloodletting syndrome. A perfectly natural growing pain. Bloodletting syndrome. The room fell silent. Isn't it obvious? Su Yang peeled back 7 years of tactical pretense. For years, our entire roster was functionally engineered around one man's insatiable need for control, big men tasked solely with rebounding and physical combat, perimeter players stationed rigidly in corners waiting for his inevitable drives and kickouts. This so-called ball-dominant superstar system in truth devours teammates' opportunities whole, concentrating every ounce of offensive gravity upon a single player, reducing co-stars to automatons devoid of autonomous scoring instincts. Once he departs, those functionalized players naturally lose their basketball identity, because they were never taught to play as players, only as props. Reporters exchanged uneasy glances. Though Su Yang's words stung, replaying Cleveland's recent games in their minds, none could mount a rebuttal. Dominating stats may dazzle, but in elite finals warfare, this approach collapses under scrutiny, Because the ball-dominant superstar himself cannot execute high-level isolation scoring. Su Yang pivoted, gesturing toward Curry beside him. But Stephen is different. His performance today was exceptional, not merely for his 28 points, but for his unwavering off-ball movement and catch-and-shoot precision. A style that demands minimal possessions yet exerts immense gravitational pull allows seamless integration of a second, or even third, elite superstar. And this is precisely what LeBron will never master. His shooting is abysmal, and he refuses to train it. As for off-ball movement, he won't even drift to the corner. Without the ball in his hands, he's merely a spectator. A collective gasp surged through the press room. Mr. Su, you're savaging LeBron, but the Heat boast a prime big three. Protested on Miami. Is that so? Then perhaps you missed yesterday's opener between Miami and Boston. A flicker of derision lit Su Yang's eyes as he recited statistics. The Heat lost to the Celtics. Same as us. LeBron dropped 31 points. Impressive on the surface, but committed 8 turnovers. Dwayne Wade managed only 13. Chris Bosh a meager 8. The Big Three's chemistry cracks emerged immediately. Why? Because LeBron's system is inherently parasitic. It feeds upon teammates' sacrifice. Playing alongside him inevitably degrades elite stars into mere all-stars, and all-stars into anonymous role players. Especially scorers like Wade, whose strength lies near the rim. When spacing overlaps, someone must cede ground for him. That is your King James, a false deity whose statistics are polished by others' erasure. So spare your mockery. Stephen Curry is the true cornerstone of a dynasty, and Cleveland will build its empire before Miami does. Su Yang's parasitic theory and critique of ball-dominant systems ignited a firestorm across American basketball culture. Fans long suppressed by LeBron's devotees seized his words as a rhetorical scalpel, quoting them widely across digital platforms. Miami erupted in response. The next day, a coalition of media, including a prominent ESPN LeBron apologist, launched a blistering counteroffensive. Preposterous nonsense. A trust fund heir who's never played a single minute of NBA basketball dares critique a 2-time MVP system. Wade and Bosh simply had an off night. Su Yang, a basketball illiterate, peddles conspiracy theories purely for attention. Just wait. Miami's Big Three will soon silence this arrogant Chinese upstart with a streak of wins. Meanwhile, his garbage Cavaliers can prepare to shatter the league's record for consecutive losses. Ignoring the cacophony, Su Yang, having just returned to Cleveland from tutoring Tan Bing in English at his Los Angeles villa, glanced at the headline in the morning paper and smiled with quiet disdain. Illiterate. Let time be our arbiter. The NBA regular season in November was in full swing. As predicted by media across the nation, the Cavaliers, having cleared their competitive roster, were unsurprisingly facing a brutal losing streak. However, Cleveland fans found solace in the fact that although their team was at the bottom of the Eastern Conference, the cornerstone designated by the owner, Stephen Curry, was experiencing a statistical explosion under the unlimited green light of play. He was averaging nearly 4 three-pointers per game, with an almost 40% shooting rate, consistently scoring over 26 points per game, and occasionally executing stunning logo shots. Cleveland fans gradually became accustomed to the peculiar rhythm of their team, losing, while Curry racked up stats, believing in the process, which resonated with an epic sense of tragedy in the Quicken Loans arena. However, compared to the Cavaliers' clear goal of tanking the championship, favorite far away in Miami was experiencing an exceptionally torturous time. Throughout November, the Heat's performance was lukewarm. Wade and Bosh's statistics visibly declined, especially Bosh, who seemed completely lost in the paint and was even mocked by the media as a soft player. This paper-thin roster, seemingly invincible on paper, was stumbling through the regular season. The narrative within the basketball community across the nation began to subtly shift. Countless people couldn't help but dig up the infamous interview where Su Yang spoke of bloodsucking during the season opener. Time moved to November 27th. Dallas American Airlines Center. The Miami Heat were decisively crushed on the road by the Dallas Mavericks, led by Dirk Nowitzki, bringing their record to an awkward 9 wins and 8 losses. In the post-game press conference, the atmosphere was at its most oppressive. LeBron James sat at the front with a cold expression, visibly irritated after the recent defeat. At that moment, a reporter from the Dallas Morning News suddenly stood up, microphone in hand, and asked a question that silenced the room. LeBron, the Heat currently have a record of only 9 wins and 8 losses, and both Dwayne and Chris have seen significant drops in their stats. How do you view Mr. Su Yang's statement made a month ago? Is your current style of play truly, as he said, sucking the life out of your teammates? This question was like a knife stabbing into James' fragile and sensitive pride. Boom. James slammed his hand on the table, standing up from his chair, his eyes blazing as he pointed at the reporter. What nonsense are you spouting? I do not need to respond to the insane ramblings of someone who knows nothing about basketball. But LeBron's stats do not lie. The reporter stubbornly attempted to press on. Shut up. Next question. No, there will be no next question. James roughly knocked over the microphone in front of him, and amidst the stunned gazes of reporters, he stormed out with a dark expression, leaving the press conference without following the official protocol. 10 minutes later, the Heat's public relations team urgently issued a statement announcing an indefinite ban on the Dallas reporter attempting to suppress the narrative through force. But this only made things worse. That night, a heated argument erupted in the Heat's locker room, ultimately evolving into the infamous closed-door meeting of the Heat's Big Three. Behind the closed locker room door, Wade took the initiative to sacrifice some ball control, barely stabilizing the team on the verge of fracturing. In Miami's farce, Soo Young merely watched as a spectator. He was now entirely focused on the approaching December 1st. This day was destined to be recorded in history for Cleveland, because the king who betrayed this city would return to the Quicken Loans Arena as a Heat player for the first time. A week prior, tickets for this match had been driven up to astronomical prices. Angry Cleveland fans prepared thousands of shirts emblazoned with traitor and coward, ready to greet James with the loudest boos. James himself had already taken to Twitter declaring, "I will score 60 points there," silencing certain people for good. Facing the formidable Heat, Soo Young completed 2 inconspicuous last-minute trades in the final 3 days of November. The first trade saw him acquire a fierce-looking Georgian backup center Zaza Pachulia from the Atlanta Hawks in exchange for a future second-round pick and some cash. The second deal utilized a trade exception created from the previous trade to acquire the Suntoba free agent master of drawing offensive fouls, Sean Battier, from the Houston Rockets. Publicly, Cavaliers general manager Grant's official line was to bolster the increasingly thin depth of the roster. No one paid attention to these minor tweaks. Everyone's focus was on how James would slaughter the Cavaliers. December 1st, 3 p.m. With just a few hours left before the game, the Cavaliers officially released an injury report. Core player Stephen Curry will sit out this game due to ankle soreness for precautionary reasons. As soon as the news broke, there was an uproar. He chickened out. Soo Young chickened out. Knowing LeBron was coming to score 60 points, Cavaliers owner hid his star player overnight. "Coward, are you really preparing to surrender straight away?" The Miami media went wild with ridicule. James, hearing this news during warm-ups, couldn't help but laugh disdainfully. In his view, without Curry, the only scoring option, tonight's Cavaliers were fish ready to be slaughtered on the chopping. However, at 7:30 p.m. at the Quicken Loans Arena, when Cavaliers head coach Byron Scott, with a stern face, submitted the starting lineup for tonight's game to the technical table, the on-duty referee and Heat coach Spoelstra on the opposing bench were both left dumbfounded. On the large screen in the venue, the Cavaliers lineup for tonight was shockingly displayed. Point guard Patrick Beverley, shooting guard Danny Green, small forward Sean Battier, power forward Zaza Pachulia, center DeAndre Jordan. Looking at this lineup, which could only be described as fight event level, the commentator on site was stunned for a full 30 seconds before stammering, "Oh my God. What kind of lineup has the Cavaliers put out?" Besides Battier, who has a bit of offensive ability, do the rest even average over 15 points together? At this moment, Soo Young, sitting in a luxury box, was holding a glass of red wine, looking down at James, whose expression had slightly changed. 30 minutes before the match began, the atmosphere in the home locker room of the Knights was eerily quiet. There were no passionate slogans for pre-game motivation, nor the sound of the head coach outlining tactics. Today, Coach Byron Scott had been politely asked out by the owner. In the center of the locker room, Soo Young was vigorously writing 4 striking numbers on the whiteboard. "Listen up, guys. I know how the outside world sees you. A bunch of minimum wage undrafted rejects, even just a group of roughnecks who can only commit fouls." Soo Young turned around, his gaze sweeping over the fierce-looking players before him, the bright-eyed Patrick Beverley, the grim-faced Sean Battier, the eager Zaza Pachulia, and the fierce DeAndre Jordan, with a face that screamed, "I want to fight." "Tonight, I'm not asking you to win. Even if you lose to the Miami Heat by 50 points, I won't blame you. There is only one task to take care of that king who has boasted he will score 60 points on us. The rules are simple. Tonight, if you can limit LeBron James' score to below 20 points, each of you will receive a check for $5,000. Limit it to below 10 points, and each will get $1,000. Limit it to below 5 points, and each will get $2,000. If you can keep him scoreless in this arena." Soo Young paused, his tone enticing. "Each of you will receive one." Cash settled on the spot. As these words were spoken, the entire locker room fell silent, only to be followed by a chorus of heavy breathing. It was obviously impossible to keep him scoreless. Even the worst player could score a point or two from free throws after playing 40 minutes. Everyone understood this. But below 20 points. Below 10 points. You have to know, for a bottom-tier player like Beverley, how much is a year's non-guaranteed minimum salary. Contracts for Pachulia and Jordan were also pitifully low. To play one game and potentially earn a bonus equivalent to half a season's salary just by shutting down one person. "Boss." Zaza Pachulia twisted his thick neck, the joints cracking, his eyes gleaming green. "Even if he drives through in an armored car tonight, I'll flip both him and the vehicle in the paint. I'll stick to him on the perimeter. He'll find it hard to breathe. Beverly, like a hyena smelling blood, excitedly made his promise. Even the usually refined and gentle defensive master Battier couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes igniting with fierce determination. With heavy rewards, there will surely be fierce warriors. Seeing these players now fully ignited by the prospect of money, Su Yang tossed aside the marker and clapped his hands. Good, let's hit the court. Let him see Cleveland's iron defense. At 8 p.m., the match official. As LeBron James stepped out of the player tunnel, the entire Quicken Loans arena erupted with deafening boos, marking one of the loudest jeers in NBA history. 20,000 Cleveland fans wearing coward and traitor t-shirts unleashed a torrent of insults upon this. Yet James appeared unusually excited, even making a provocative throat-slashing gesture towards the Knights' owner's box during the pre-game magnesium powder toss. Without Curry, you won't even know how to score tonight. I'm going to score 60 points here and nail you to the shame pole, James sneered at the Knights' bench. However, when the referee blew the starting whistle and James received the ball beyond the three-point line for the first time, he sensed something was off. Defending him was Sean Battier. That was to be expected, as Battier is one of the league's top defensive forwards. But what sent chills down James' spine was that the other four Knights players were completely ignoring everyone else on the court. Wade was wide open at the right 45-degree angle. Bosh was in the paint with no one to guard him. Patrick Beverly, like a madman, abandoned his assigned point guard and glued himself to James' right side, hands constantly pulling at his ribs in a concealed manner. Meanwhile, in the paint, Pachulia and Jordan stood shoulder to shoulder inside the free throw line, forming a wall of flesh, their eyes locked onto James. What the hell kind of defensive setup is this, James cursed under his breath, relying on his tank-like physique to forcefully charge forward, launching a bull-like collision against Battier's defense. Bang! Battier did not yield an inch, firmly positioning himself. With his arms crossed, he was sent flying by James' powerful charge, sliding 2 meters across the floor. Beep! The referee's whistle sounded offensive foul. James stared in disbelief, eyes wide, as he spread his arms to complain to the referee. But what responded to him was the deafening cheer of 20,000 fans. This was just the beginning. The first quarter turned into one of the few nightmares of LeBron James' career. Every time he caught the ball, he faced Battier's eye-covering tactics and foul-drawing attempts, along with Beverly's relentless and shameless biting. If he forced his way into the paint, what awaited him was the combat skills of Pachulia and Jordan. In the 7th minute of the first quarter, James finally seized a fast break opportunity, leaping high to perform his signature tomahawk dunk. Just as he reached the peak of his jump, Pachulia shot in from the side, slamming him hard on the shoulder, directly bringing him crashing down from midair. Clatter! James fell heavily onto the floor, clutching his shoulder in pain. The referee called a common foul, and Pachulia didn't even glance at James, exchanging a high-five with Jordan instead. In their eyes, the figure lying on the floor was not the league's #1 player, but a walking stack of cash. The Knights' defensive strategy was so extreme that it bordered on pathological. They left Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh completely unguarded. Go ahead and shoot, Dwayne, we won't guard you. Danny Green even made a gesture of please to Wade from beyond the three-point line before turning to double-team James. Wade and Bosh were left dumbfounded. After so many years in the NBA, they had never seen such absurd defense. Since you're leaving me open, I'll just score. Thus a bizarre scene unfolded at the Quicken Loans arena. The Heat's score skyrocketed under the leadership of Wade and Bosh like a rocket. The Knights, without Curry on offense, completely fell apart, being mercilessly beaten by the Heat, with the score gap quickly widening to 20 points, then 30 points. Yet none of the Knights players on the court were looking at the scoreboard. They were solely focused on the player stats on the technical. At halftime, the Heat led by 25 points. But James' stats were 1 for 9, shooting 4 points from free throws and 5 turnovers. Completely losing his composure, James tried to regain control in the second half, but the Knights' defensive actions only became more aggressive. Beverly clung to him like a piece of gum. Even after James' iron elbow split his brow, bleeding, he still smiled while attempting to strip the ball from James. You lunatics. You crazy lunatics. You're already down by 40 points in this game. What the hell? During a dead ball, a sweaty, panting James could no longer contain himself and shouted towards the Knights bench. We're making money, LeBron. Battier, who was substituted out to rest, humorously retorted while icing his chest. As the fourth quarter's final whistle approached, this absurd game finally came to an end. 118-65. The Miami Heat achieved a resounding victory, crushing the undermanned Knights by a staggering 53 points. However, at the moment the game ended, no one on the Heat was smiling. The large screen prominently displayed the game's Dwayne Wade, like a deity descending to earth, effortlessly scored 48 points. Chris Bosh, dominating inside, amassed 35 points and 14 rebounds. And what about the king LeBron James, who had boasted he would score 60 points and nail the Knights to the shame pole? He played 41 minutes, shooting 3 for 18, 0 for 5 from three-point range, and 6 for 12 from the free throw line. Final score 12 points. plus a humiliating 8 turnovers. In this game where the Heat won by 43 points, James plus-minus was an absurd 5. Beep. As the final buzzer sounded, the Knights bench, having suffered a 43-point defeat, erupted in cheers, as if they had just won the championship. 5-0-0-0-0. Oh my god. We did it. We kept it below 20 points. We got 5-0-0-0-0. Beverly excitedly hugged Pachulia, while Jordan, even more thrilled, tore off his jersey and ran around the sidelines. These minimum wage players, mocked by the outside world, turned a crushing defeat into a defensive victory that belonged solely to them. The reporters and commentators on the sidelines were dumbfounded. Was this really the reaction of a team that just lost by over 50 points? Meanwhile, on the other side, the victorious James looked more miserable than if he had swallowed a fly. He lifted his head, staring intensely at the luxurious owner's box suspended in midair. Through the one-way glass, he seemed to see the young Chinese-American tycoon holding a highball glass, looking down and mocking his incompetence. In this game, the Heat won decisively, but LeBron lost, losing everything. The nationally televised cameras faithfully recorded Wade's 48 points, Bosch's 35 points, and James' pitiful 12 points. Su Yang's blood-sucking theory prediction from the season opener seemed to morph into a resounding, invisible slap, striking sharply against James' face at this moment. You see, without ball dominance and facing extreme targeted defense, he finds it difficult to even score. And his teammates, without him occupying ball dominance and space, can easily score 48 points in 30. In the box, Su Yang smiled at the stunned general manager Grant beside him. Go prepare the checkbook, Grant. Pay these fierce warriors. Tonight in Cleveland, there are no losers. As the final whistle blew, the echoes of 2,000 fans' relentless boos reverberated beneath the dome of the Sudai Center. On the sidelines, the Cavaliers bench, having just suffered a 53-point home massacre, was celebrating wildly, with players embracing each other as if they had won a decisive Game 7, eagerly anticipating the $50,000. Amid this absurd sea of joy, LeBron James wore a grim expression, yanking off his headband and slamming it onto the floor. He neglected even the customary post-game handshake, shoving aside reporters trying to interview him, and stormed into the players' tunnel without a backward glance. LeBron, do you have anything to say about only scoring 12 points tonight? The reporter behind him continued to shout questions, but James walked faster and faster, his back revealing an unmistakable mix of embarrassment and anger, heading straight for the visiting team's locker room. Half an hour later, in the post-game press conference room, due to James' early exit, the representatives from the Heat at the conference were Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, who had dominated the game. Faced with sharp questions from reporters about whether James had lost his way in the strategy, Wade frowned and decisively shielded his good friend. This was just an ordinary regular season game. We won by 53 points, and that's the key. Wade adjusted the microphone, his tone serious. The Cavaliers' defensive strategy was simply baffling. They were practically sending 4 or even 5 players to double-team LeBron. LeBron made a great sacrifice, drawing all defensive attention, allowing Chris and me to have countless wide-open opportunities. Bosh nodded in agreement beside him, saying, exactly, LeBron made the right basketball choices on the court. As long as we win, the stats don't matter. We're a selfless team. The two Heat stars' explanations were clearly an attempt to save face. However, when the broadcast shifted to the home team's press conference, the atmosphere changed dramatically. Su Yang sat cross-legged at the podium, facing a group of media ready to mock him with a 53-point defeat, showing no signs of a defeated man, but rather full of sarcasm. Mr. Su, the Cavaliers suffered one of the most humiliating defeats in franchise history tonight, and your team couldn't even organize the most basic offense. Are you satisfied with tonight's result? Satisfied? Of course I'm satisfied. I couldn't be more satisfied. This defeat by over 50 points is truly worth its weight in gold. Because it proved something I had said before. Without that kind of ball-dominating player hogging all the possession, someone's individual scoring ability is really just so-so. But he attracted the double teams and helped the Heat win, the reporter countered. Did he want to attract the double teams? He couldn't drive in or make a shot. Su Yang mercilessly tore apart the Heat's PR rhetoric, saying his individual abilities are lacking, but his ability to cling to others is indeed top-notch in history. Now I finally understand why he painstakingly ran to Miami. Look at tonight's Heat team. Dwayne Wade played like Michael Jordan, invincible, while Chris Bosh was practically possessed by Kevin Garnett in the paint. With two such strong teammates backing him up, even a pig could win by 50 points on the court. And what about LeBron? He should have been the one to assist Jordan, but he can't even be a Scottie Pippen. Even if Pippen was invisible on offense, he was a historically great defender. But what about your king? On defense, he left teammates exposed, watching them charge forward while he lagged behind, content to rack up stats. Is this what you call a superstar? It's simply laughable. Su Yang's remarks about even being worse than Pippen ignited an explosion in American sports media. That night, an unprecedented war of public opinion erupted online. LeBron's PR team and Nike Capital instantly went into overdrive with headlines from major sports media almost simultaneously attacking Suyong and the Cavaliers. Personal vendetta. The Cleveland Cavaliers are destroying the sport of basketball. An utterly shameless game. To target LeBron, Suyong even issued a private bounty. This is a rogue act devoid of sportsmanship. The Cavaliers should face heavy penalties from the league. They turned an NBA regular season game into a filthy wrestling match. Countless pundits lamented on television, portraying the Cavaliers as a bunch of lawless villains attempting to use moral coercion to distract from LeBron's embarrassing 12 points. However, in this era of advanced networking, the opposing voices were equally deafening. Fans of other teams who had long been dissatisfied with the Heat's Big Three, along with neutral onlookers, wildly countered on various forums. Dying of laughter, they won by 53 points and still complain about being targeted. Did Suyong say anything wrong? The Cavaliers practically had "Leave Wade wide open" written on their faces, yet James faced double teams and couldn't even hit a mid-range shot. What happened to the promised 60 points? What happened to nailing Cleveland to the pillar of shame? In the end, he almost got held scoreless by minimum salary players. From now on, don't call him the king anymore. Call him Lou Pippen. Oh wait, Pippen has 6 rings. He doesn't deserve it. The online ridicule flooded in with countless images of James being slapped down by Pachulia and him desperately passing to Battier being turned into memes and spreading wildly. Miami aboard the team's private jet returning to South Beach. LeBron James sat in a luxurious seat staring intently at the screen of his phone. Watching the trending topic on Twitter, "LeBron is worse than Pippen," his hands trembled slightly with anger. Suyong's words struck at his most painful soft spot. What does it matter if they won by 53 points? The whole world was discussing his pitiful 12 points, debating how he was humiliated by a group of minimum salary thugs, and discussing how he was relying on Wade and Bosh to cling to their legs. Suyong, Cleveland, just you wait. James growled through gritted teeth, taking a deep breath, opening his Twitter account, and typing furiously on the screen before hitting send. Cleveland, the office of the Cavaliers owner. Looking at LeBron James' furious 82-point declaration on Twitter, Suyong couldn't help but chuckle. 82 points. Does he think he's Kobe Bryant? As Suyong contemplated whether to double the bounty for the next game so that those thugs could guard James until his retirement, the red phone on his desk, used exclusively for contacting league executives, rang urgently. Suyong raised his eyebrows, glanced at the caller ID, and pressed the speakerphone button. "Good morning, Mr. Commissioner. What brings your call to this rural place in Cleveland?" On the other end of the line, a deep, commanding voice, tinged with irritation, sounded. It was none other than David Stern, the current commissioner of the NBA and the iron-fisted tyrant who built the NBA's global commercial empire. "Mr. Sue, this joke is not funny at all." Stern's voice exuded an undeniable authority. "I called to demand that you immediately cease this absurd farce targeting LeBron. I watched the broadcast of yesterday's game, and you actually set up a defensive bounty in private. You've turned a nationally televised NBA regular season game into a sleazy underground fight arena." Unfazed by the commissioner's reprimand, Suyong replied smoothly, "Mr. Commissioner, I think you've misunderstood. I'm simply incentivizing my players to defend hard with a legal bounty. Is there any league rule prohibiting owners from offering bonuses to players? Besides, Cleveland just lost its cornerstone player. We can only rely on this ironclad defense to reshape our team culture." "Enough. Don't play word games with me, young Mr. Sue." Stern interrupted Suyong's attempts at evasion roughly. "I admire your business acumen, but the league is a collective business. LeBron James is currently the biggest cash cow in this league, with Nike and broadcasters investing hundreds of millions in him. You let him score only 12 points out of personal grievances and hired the media to call him Le Pip, which not only damages his commercial value, but also undermines the league's foundation. If I see your team employ that shameless 5-man double-team strategy against him in the next home game in Cleveland, I guarantee that a heavy fine from the league will land on your desk immediately. Moreover, I have 100 ways to ensure your team doesn't score a single free throw in future games." Stern's warning was unmistakable. This was the most severe threat Stern could offer. Yet Suyong remained unfazed. He understood the true nature of these capitalists. A slap on the face required a sweet date in return. "Mr. Commissioner, I understand your point. But you know the fans in Cleveland need an outlet for their emotions. If we don't target him, how will I sell my tickets?" There was silence on the other end for a full 10 seconds. When Stern spoke again, his tone had shifted from a threat to a cold business negotiation. "In next year's draft, your Cavaliers will have a 25% chance of winning the first overall pick. But as compensation, I will guarantee that that damn ping-pong ball will jump into the envelope bearing the Cleveland logo. The first overall pick for next year. Are you sure?" Suyong's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "What I Stern say in this league has never been unfulfilled. Provided that you cease your malicious vendetta, Let LeBron play a normal game befitting his superstar status. Do you understand? Deal. Su Yung immediately donned a spring-like smile. Rest assured, mister. In the next game, Cleveland will certainly showcase the purest spirit of sportsmanship. What a joke. A good deal must not be missed. Humiliating James was just a fleeting amusement, but the first overall pick was a tangible cornerstone asset for building the team. Winning next year's first pick meant he could trade down and capture the entire dynasty puzzle in one go. Was it worth it to risk losing such a fortune just to make James embarrass himself once more? As for James' pitiful pride, it was utterly worthless in light of Su Yang's dynasty blueprint. Very well, mister. Su, I wish you a pleasant season. Stern hung up the phone directly. Listening to the busy signal, Su Yang smirked sarcastically. It seems LeBron's godfather is not only Nike, but also you, David Stern. Fine, since the protection fee has been paid, I'll give him a break. 3 days later, the Miami Heat, fueled by a desire for revenge, visited the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. The eyes of the nation once again focused on this city. Because of Jameis' pregame 82 points boast, countless fans were glued to their televisions, anticipating a spectacular clash. However, the course of the game left all those prepared for a spectacle utterly shocked. Stephen Curry returned from injury, rejoined the starting lineup. And the Cavaliers' thug squad, which had torn into James like rabid dogs in the last game, now played like a pack of docile sheep. There was no more frenzied double-teaming, no more brutal fouls to bring him down. The Cavaliers reverted to their usual rotation defense, merely below average throughout the league. With his pent-up frustration, James finally found some respite on the defensive end. He held the ball charging like a tank, repeatedly storming into the wide-open paint of the Cavaliers, showcasing his signature ferocious dunks. By the end of the game, the Miami Heat defeated the Cavaliers by 20 points with a score of 112-90. Though they lost by a significant margin, there was little dejection on the Cavaliers' bench. Because the returning Stephen Curry, under the weak defensive pressure of the Heat, sank 7 three-pointers throughout the game, efficiently scoring 32 points and dishing out 6 assists. On the other hand, James finally let out a sigh of relief. He played for 40 minutes, racking up 38 points along with 8 rebounds and 7 assists. On the surface, this seemed like a perfect report card. But a closer look at the stats revealed an embarrassing blind spot. Desperate to prove he could score the promised 82 points, his forced drives and careless passes resulted in a staggering 7 turnovers. Yet 38 points were enough for him to reclaim some dignity after scoring only 12 points in the previous game. As the match concluded, James deliberately walked over to the Cavaliers' bench, thumping his chest and letting out a roar. It was as if he had not just defeated a struggling team, but a championship contender. In the post-game press room, journalists from across the nation had already set up their cameras, eager to capture the next outrageous statement from the outspoken Asian owner. After all, James not only failed to achieve his boast of 82 points, but also recorded 7 turnovers. Here he comes. The Cavaliers' PR official is stepping out. Where is owner Su Yung? One reporter shouted anxiously. The owner had some personal matters and left the PR official replied expressionlessly. The reporters exchanged confused glances. Is he on mute? That arrogant rich heir who insulted LeBron as less than Pip actually went quiet tonight. In the luxury box, Su Yung had not left at all. He was quietly gazing down at the empty arena. What a joke! Offending David Stern means not only losing the draft pick, but also risking a future filled with bias calls that could ruin a team's morale. Silent profits are the way to go. Only a fool would oppose the league just to satisfy a moment's pride. As Su Yung remained hidden, the public relations team behind LeBron James finally seized an excellent opportunity for counterattack. A sweeping damage control operation unfolded late into the night. ESPN's front page was swiftly updated at dawn. The King returns. 38 points dominate Cleveland. LeBron crushes the doubters. TNT's commentators even wrote overnight, did you see it? When the Cavaliers stopped using that dirty, unethical double-team strategy, LeBron became the most unstoppable player on the planet. Su Yang's silence is the best confession of his ignorance about the game. And what about Jameis' 7 turnovers and his boastful pregame claim of scoring 82 points? In this grand public relations celebration, those were collectively and conveniently forgotten by all means. As predicted by the media at the beginning of the season, the Cleveland Cavaliers, having lost LeBron James, endured a season that can only be described as disastrous. The roster patched together with undrafted players, minimum salary veterans, and toxic contracts became a cash cow for teams across the league throughout the lengthy 82-game regular season. Ultimately, the Cavaliers finished with a dismal record of 19 wins and 63 losses, locking in the worst record in the league without a doubt, and they started their fishing vacation early. Yet amidst this gloomy landscape, Cleveland was not without gains. Stephen Curry, designated as the cornerstone of the franchise by Su Yung and granted unlimited shooting privileges, experienced a breakout season. Not only did he successfully shake off frequent ankle injuries, but he also averaged 26, 5 points and 6, 2 assists, earning a spot in the Eastern Conference All-Star bench. The once scorned frail guard who was mocked by the media as a glass man made a name for himself as a superstar in this bottom-dwelling team with his relentless long-range three-pointers. At the Cavaliers training facility in the owner's office the day after the regular season ended, Stephen Curry arrived in casual attire and knocked on Su Yang's door. "Have a seat, Stephen. Congratulations on averaging 26 points and becoming an all-star. You have proven your worth to the world," Su Yang said, rising from behind his desk and handing him a bottle of sports drink with a smile. However, there was little joy on Kai's face. He took the drink, awkwardly sat on the couch, and his eyes reflected deep remorse. "Boss. I'm sorry." "Sorry for what?" Su Yang raised an eyebrow. "The team finished last in the league. You spent so much money and endured immense public scrutiny to bring me here, even assembling a medical team and shooting coach just for me. Although my stats look good, I know I haven't learned how to lead this team to victory. I bear a significant responsibility." Looking at this young man imbued with humility and a sense of duty, Su Yang nodded internally. This was why he chose Curry as the cornerstone. In this materialistic, self-serving commercial league, such pure team spirit is more precious than any. "Lift your head, Stephen." Su Yang walked up to Curry, patted his shoulder, and spoke firmly. "This is not your fault, and there's no need to apologize. I've said it before, this is just a necessary period of growing pains. Remember our team's motto this year. Trust the process. In the past 6 months, you only need to understand one thing. You're capable of shooting those damn three-pointers in the NBA without hesitation and averaging 26 points. That's enough. As for winning, that's not something you should worry about right now. Your current task is to rest, take care of your ankles, and extend your three-point range by another 2 steps." Su Yang's eyes sparkled with confidence. "This is just the first year, Stephen. We've already leveled the old palace. After this summer, I will bring back a group of true beasts. Then we will show the whole league what true invincibility." Hearing the blueprint painted by his boss, the gloom in Kai's eyes dissipated and his fighting spirit reignited. "I understand, boss. He'll be in the gym all off-season." As time flew into May, the entire NBA's focus shifted to the grandest stage as the playoffs deepened. The Miami Heat. This luxury ship composed of a peak trio swept through the Eastern playoffs without breaking a sweat. Neither the Boston Celtics nor the Chicago Bulls could halt their advance. In early June, the Heat stormed into the finals. Their opponent in the finals was the Dallas Mavericks from the West, led by Dirk Nowitzki. Compared to the star-studded, talent-overflowing Heat trio, this Mavericks team, with an older average age, was seen by the media and bookmakers as merely a backdrop for the Emperor's coronation. At the press conference before Game 1 of the finals, a triumphant LeBron James sat before a sea of microphones, exuding arrogance as he anticipated tasting the championship champagne. LeBron, the Heat have made it to the finals, just 4 wins away from the championship. At this moment, do you have anything to say to those who once doubted you? A Miami reporter asked, flattering him. James smirked, inevitably steering the conversation towards the old team that had embarrassed him. "The facts speak for themselves. I made the greatest decision, and the results prove everything. Some people once boldly claimed I wouldn't win a championship. But look at Cleveland now. Without me, they can't even win a game. They can only obediently sit at the bottom of the." This also fully demonstrates that some new owner of that team is simply an ignorant outsider who doesn't understand basketball. In Miami, we will not only win this year's championship, but we will also win a second, third, fourth. And Cleveland, they can slowly rot in the mire. As these words were spoken, the internet exploded. With the Heat's momentum into the finals, LeBron's fans celebrated as if it were a carnival, frantically tagging Su Yang and the Cavaliers' official accounts on social media. "Come out and speak. Chinese upstart. What about your predictions?" Laughing to death, the boss, who finished last in the regular season, dares to cross paths with the finals MVP, waiting for LeBron to lift the trophy and smash Su Yang's face. Faced with the overwhelming ridicule online, Su Yang, who had been quiet in Cleveland for half a year, finally took action. He did not accept any media interviews or make any lengthy statements. Instead, he logged into his long-forgotten Twitter account, posting a photo along with a brief message. The photo was a betting slip from a top gambling company in Las Vegas. Betting content: 2010-2011 NBA Championship, Dallas Mavericks. Betting amount $1 Dallas Mavericks. Get the champagne ready, and don't forget to prepare a generous gift to thank LeBron. I bet $1 million that he will be your #1 contributor to winning your first championship. Once this tweet was posted, the entire North American sports community exploded. $1 million on the underdog Mavericks to win, and mocking LeBron as the #1 contributor to the Mavericks' victory. Does this mean LeBron will flop in the finals? What kind of hellish mockery is this? In just half an hour, the comment section of this tweet was completely flooded by Heat fans who rushed in. Crazy. This rich kid must be panicking. Spending $1 million just to talk tough. The world of the wealthy is beyond my comprehension. So sour. Too sour. I can smell the jealousy from Cleveland through the screen. LeBron facing the Mavericks is like playing against his son. When the Heat sweep the Mavericks 40, I hope you don't cry too badly when that $1 million goes down the drain. Numerous media pundits also joined in mocking Su Yang's stubborn gambler behavior, believing he was trying to find a way out for his earlier bloodsucker theory. In a luxurious villa in Beverly Hills, Rebo walked over with a plate of cut fruits to Su Yang, who was leaning against the sofa looking at the harsh comments on his phone with a worried frown. Boss, what those people online are saying is really harsh. Is that guy named James really that good? You bet $1 million against him losing. What if I lose? Su Yang smiled and pinched Reba's fair cheek, casually grabbing a piece of apple and popping it into his mouth. In my dictionary, there is no such thing as what if. The more the Heat fans and the media celebrate now, the more desperate they will feel in the finals days later. Because in this world apart from Su Yang, no one knows. In the upcoming series, the self-proclaimed king will face Mavericks guard J. Barea under the watchful eyes of the world, putting on an unprecedented and unparalleled epic undercover performance. A mere 8 points in a single game. Afraid to shoot over a 1.8-meter guard. Passing the ball in crucial moments. The term #1 contributor was tailor-made for him. Let the champagne chill in Miami for a while. Su Yang raised his glass, toasting to James on the television, looking forward to your grand performance in the With 3 games of the finals completed, the Miami Heat led the Dallas Mavericks with a score of 2-1. Everything seemed to be unfolding in accordance with the predictions of the national media. The Heat's Big Three showcased their unparalleled talent, and even though Dirk Nowitzki appeared like a deity descending from the heavens, it was difficult for him to halt the relentless advance of the Heat single-handedly. The entire world was preparing for the coronation ceremony of the Little Emperor. However, in the video analysis room at the American Airlines Center in Dallas, Mavericks head coach Rick Carlisle spent the entire night watching game footage. The footage depicted the Cavaliers' humiliating 53-point defeat to the Heat at home 6 months prior. Double team. Leave others open, collapse the interior, force him to shoot. Carlisle murmured to himself. The sarcastic remark #1 contributor made by Su Yang on Twitter, while seen by outsiders as the remarks of a sore loser, was keenly perceived by Carlisle, the championship coach, who detected the tactical code within. He analyzed LeBron James' data from the first 3 games and discovered that whenever the Mavericks' zone defense tightened, James' offensive desire visibly diminished. He was overly concerned with his shooting percentage. When faced with strong physical defense and double teams, he preferred to pass the ball to teammates rather than bear the responsibility of missing crucial shots. Since a bunch of minimum salary players from the Cavaliers can limit him to just 12 points in a game, why don't we give it a try? Carlisle slammed his hand on the table and wrote a name on the tactical board. J. Barea. On June 7th, the NBA Finals Game 4 commenced with a shocking atmosphere. This game, viewed as the pivotal battle where the Heat could seize a championship point, emanated an enigmatic aura that left fans worldwide baffled right from the first quarter. Carlisle made a seemingly insane tactical adjustment. He started the 1.83-meter, possibly even shorter Puerto Rican point guard J. Barea, who was tasked with defending against the 2.03-meter tall 110-kilogram LeBron James. As James received the ball in the low post, he looked down at Barea, who was more than a head shorter than him. Has Rick Carlisle gone mad? Are you using a dwarf to guard me? James dribbled, turned around, ready to use his prideful tank-like strength to overpower Barea. Bang! The sound of muscle collision echoed. However, an astonishing scene unfolded before the eyes of the 2-0 Dallas fans and millions of viewers at home. The low-to-the-ground Barea, with his incredible core strength, managed to firmly hold his ground. James' seemingly ferocious charge not only failed to displace Barea, but instead caused him to lose his balance and stagger slightly. In the brief moment of hesitation for James, Mavericks Shawn Marion and Jason Kidd pounced, like hungry wolves from both sides. The 3 converged. This was the customized cage Su Yang had employed in Cleveland, and Carlisle perfectly replicated it on the stage of the finals. Suddenly panicked by the double team, James found himself in a predicament. He did not choose to force a foul against the double team, nor did he opt to leverage his height advantage for a pull-up jumper. Instead, he frantically passed the ball to Mario Chalmers on the perimeter, as if holding a hot potato. Smack! Kidd, quick on his feet, intercepted the passing line, executing a steal and counterattack. This was merely a microcosm of the entire game. As the game progressed, facing the Mavericks' highly targeted collapse defense and localized double teams, LeBron James' confidence began to visibly crumble at an alarming rate. In the fourth quarter of the decisive battle, as Dwayne Wade, dragging his waterlogged knee, repeatedly threw himself into the muscular jungle of the Mavericks to struggle for points, and as Chris Bosh grappled fiercely with Tyson Chandler in the paint, the so-called king, who aimed to establish a dynasty, stood quietly, like an outsider, hands on hips outside the three-point line, watching his teammates fight desperately. Where did LeBron go? Is he invisible on the court? shouted the ESPN commentator in panic from the broadcast booth. He is facing Beria. Post him up. Even a direct jumper Beria can't block him. Why pass the ball out? But James simply refused. As soon as Beria stood in front of him, it was as if he had encountered an insurmountable wall of size, losing even the courage to drive past. Beep. With the final buzzer of the game ringing, the scoreboard fixed the numbers at 86-80. The Dallas Mavericks managed a hard-fought victory at home, tying the series at 22. As the big screen displayed the statistics of both teams, the entire American Airlines Center first fell silent, then erupted into a thunderous wave of laughter. Dwayne Wade, 32 points, 6 rebounds. Chris Bosh, 24 points, 6 rebounds. And LeBron James, 45 minutes on the floor, 11 attempts, only 3 made, 2 for 2 from the free throw line. Total points 8, along with 9 rebounds and 7 assists plus 4 turnovers. 8 points in the finals. Single-digit scoring in a game. The commentator looked at the absurd statistics, then at the excitedly celebrating J. Beria, unable to suppress a century-defining gasp. Incredible defense. J. Beria, this little guy standing just over 1.8 meters tall today, stood before LeBron like an insurmountable mountain. Puerto Rican mountain. He shut down a 2-time MVP. At the moment the game ended, LeBron James' face had turned completely the color of liver. He did not go to embrace Wade, who had given it his all, nor did he acknowledge his opponents. With just 2 seconds left in the game and the Mavericks still celebrating, he had already ripped off his headband, pushed aside the camera blocking his path, and rushed into the player tunnel without looking back. That fleeing figure vividly portrayed the essence of cowardice. In the post-game press room, the atmosphere was chillingly oppressive. Due to Jameis' early departure, Dwayne Wade, with ice packs on his legs, had to face the onslaught of the national media alone once again. Dwayne LeBron only scored 8 points tonight, and he completely vanished in the fourth quarter. Did he face any injury issues? Wade rubbed his tired brow and forced a bitter smile. He knew deep down that James was not injured, but had simply crumbled under the pressure of double teams and defensive schemes. Yet he still dutifully played the role of a good brother, picking up the microphone to defend him. This is basketball. LeBron put in a lot of effort on organizing and defense today. The Mavericks heavily double-teamed him, and he made the right basketball decision to pass the ball to a better positioned teammate. We are a team. We win together and bear losses together. This isn't solely his responsibility. Wade's explanation sounded so feeble, because everyone who watched the game knew was that a reasonable pass. It was clearly a cowardly attempt to shirk responsibility. As fans and media worldwide went crazy over this astonishing game of 8 points far away in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, Su Yang smiled as he picked up his phone. In this carnival that was destined to be recorded in the dark history of the NBA, how could he, the prophet, be absent from adding fuel to the fire? Su Yang opened Twitter, retweeted ESPN's report on LeBron's 8-point game, and typed a highly impactful message. I take back what I said before. LeBron is not even as good as Pippen. After all, if Pippen faced Beria's defense, he definitely wouldn't score only 8 points. Dallas Mavericks, well done. I knew you would be able to stop him. Oh, by the way, just to ask, is Beria really under 1.8 meters tall? Looking at that Puerto Rican mountain, my $1 million feels as secure as a mountain. In the end, respect to the great Dwayne Wade, who, dragging a half-injured knee, not only had to carry the team forward on the court, but also had to shoulder the blame for a coward after the game in the press conference. Such magnanimity deserves an FMVP trophy. Su Yang's tweet instantly ignited the entire internet. Within an hour, the retweet count surpassed 300,000. Heartless. Boss Su is too ruthless. Ha. Puerto Rican mountain. The shadow of LeBron's life. The Cavaliers owner has long seen through LeBron. He's just a softie who pads stats when things are going well, but vanishes and shifts blame when it gets tough. Feel for Wade, who fought for 32 points only to have a teammate who scored 8 points and became a burden. The prophecy of $1 million is coming true. Mavericks champions. Countless insults, memes, and Su Yang's classic bloodsucker theory swept across the global internet like a virus that night. Meanwhile, in the hotel where they stayed in Miami, listening to the sound of Wade limping back to his room outside the door, LeBron James hid in his darkroom, looking at Su Yang's Twitter on his phone, furious as he smashed the phone against the wall. Bang! The phone shattered into pieces, just like his shattered false crown in this finals. In mid-June, the NBA Finals of the 2010-2011 season came to a conclusive end. There were no surprises nor any miraculous comebacks. LeBron James, whose mentality had completely collapsed, continued to play as if in a daze during the subsequent Game 5 and Game 6. His disorientation left Dwayne Wade dragging his waterlogged knee, isolated and helpless on the court. In the end, the Dallas Mavericks lifted their first O'Brien Trophy in front of the Heat fans at the American Airlines Center with a decisive 42 victory. Dirk Nowitzki became a legend in one game, and the image of him walking back to the locker room in tears became an eternal classic. J. Barea also saw his value soar due to his stunning defense against James. Of course, one of the biggest winners of this finals was a young Chinese tycoon in Beverly Hills who effortlessly turned $1 million into substantial returns. On the night the finals concluded, the entire internet erupted in a frenzy of criticism aimed at LeBron James. He averaged 17.8 points in the finals, often disappearing in the fourth quarter, and his humiliating 8-point performance was nailed to the pillars of historical disgrace by the media. The collapse of a peak team into defeat was nothing short of the biggest joke in NBA history. However, just as the entire internet celebrated, and everyone thought Su Yang would continue to kick LeBron while he was down, Su Yang instead posted a lengthy article on Twitter. This lengthy piece was not only a final summary of this year's finals, but also a bold new prophecy from, firstly, congratulations to the Dallas Mavericks. They deserve this championship. Secondly, I know the entire internet is mocking LeBron, considering him a coward who's afraid to shoot. But as a team owner, I must remind everyone, do not underestimate him. Do you really think a two-time regular season MVP would suddenly forget how to play basketball on the final stage? Watch closely as I make my final prediction for this season. The NBA champions next year will likely be the Miami. After experiencing this year's painful defeat, the Heat are about to complete their power transition. This finals was essentially a moral kidnapping of Wade by LeBron. The Heat is Wade's team. Wade is the soul of this team. LeBron knows that as long as Wade remains the tactical core, even if the Heat win the championship, he can only be the second in command, and the FMVP votes will never fall to him. Thus, he must deliver the most extreme performance to convey a message. If you do not give me absolute ball control and the position of the primary core, then I will act you on the court. I would rather pass the ball and make mistakes, rather take only 8 points, rather lose the finals than willingly assist you in ascending to power. With the peak trio's entire year, even at the cost of a championship, to force his teammates to relinquish power, thereby establishing his undisputed absolute authority. This is what your king is doing. And what about Dwayne Wade? He is an emotional, too eager to win, good-natured person. Faced with the struggles and pain of his good brother, he will surely choose to compromise and voluntarily relinquish ball control. If you don't believe it, just wait and see next year. Look at next year's Heat, who will be the primary ball handler, and who will become the blue-collar worker who can only fight in the paint while accommodating others. Su Yang's lengthy article sent shockwaves through the basketball world once again. If previously Su Yang called James a softie and said he was even worse than Pippen, everyone took it as an emotional outburst. Then this lengthy article stripped James of his dark workplace ruthlessness completely. It's terrifying. Su's analysis is simply hair-raising. To use a championship to force Wade to relinquish power. What kind of selfish person could do such a thing? Think about it. If the Heat won the championship this year, the FMVP would definitely go to Wade. How could James tolerate being Wade's sidekick? Moral kidnapping. This is blatant moral kidnapping. My heart aches for Wade. It's terrifying, but it turns out this is not just a fluctuation of form, but a power struggle drama. Countless fans suddenly realized that Su Yang's statement, "If you don't give me ball control, I will act you," peeled away the hypocritical facade of the seemingly harmonious brotherhood of the Heat. A few days later, in the Bahamas at a picturesque top-tier private vacation villa. After the finals loss, in order to avoid the storm of criticism from the media, James, Wade, Paul, and other famous traveling knights agreed to come here for a vacation. Sunshine, beaches, bikini-clad beauties, and chilled champagne. Yet the atmosphere inside the villa still felt somewhat indescribably heavy. Dwayne Wade sat on a lounge chair by the pool with thick ice packs on his legs. The high-intensity battles of the finals had nearly pushed his knees to the limit, and each step he took was accompanied by excruciating pain. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the second-floor terrace. Wade looked up, about to greet, but his eyes widened in terror. He saw LeBron James bare-chested with a look of near-despair leap, without warning, from the second-floor railing. Splash! A huge splash erupted in the pool. LeBron. Wade's heart almost leaped out of his chest as he disregarded the pain in his knee, leaping painfully from his lounge chair and limping towards the edge of the pool. Though the second-floor terrace wasn't too high, with James' massive weight crashing into the not-so-deep pool, if his posture was wrong, he could easily be seriously injured. LeBron, are you crazy? Wade leaned over the pool's edge, anxiously looking for him underwater. Seconds later, the water surface broke, and James emerged, gasping for air. He wasn't injured, but his hands were desperately wiping the water from his face, his eyes red, filled with helplessness and pain, like a victim abandoned by the entire world. Dwayne, I don't know how to play basketball anymore. James pounded the water surface with his hands, his voice thick with despair. I messed everything up. I ruined your championship. The outside world is criticizing me every day, saying I'm worse than Pippen, calling me a coward. I'm really fed up. Seeing his good brother collapse in the water like a child, Wade's heart softened instantly, even producing a hint of deep guilt. He completely forgot Su Yang's prophecy of moral kidnapping. In Wade's eyes at this moment, all he saw was his good brother suffering immense pain due to his inability to fit into the team and the overwhelming criticism. Listen, brother, it's not your fault. Wade knelt by the pool, reaching out to firmly grasp James' shoulders, his eyes filled with determination and sincerity. I know you're struggling within this system. This is my city, my team, and you always consider my feelings, so you hesitate to play your game on the court, always second-guessing whether to pass the ball to me. Wade took a deep breath and made the decision that would change the fate of the Heat and completely validate Su Yang's prophecy. Starting next season, I will take a step back. I will hand over ball control to you. You are LeBron James, the best ball handler in this league. You don't need to look at my face while playing. Take the ball in your hands and dominate the game in the way you are most familiar and comfortable with. Thank you, brother. Really, thank you. James exclaimed, hugging Wade at the edge of the pool, his voice filled with the emotion of having survived a catastrophe. Next season, I will not disappoint you again. Leaning on Wade's shoulder, James gazed at the shimmering water. The gloom in his heart swept away. This desperate leap became the price for his long-desired absolute control. As for Su Yang's analyses and mockeries online, let him say whatever he wants. As long as he holds the ball, as long as they can win the championship and the FMVP next year, all doubts will vanish. Meanwhile, across the Pacific in China, Su Yang, called back for a blind date, sat in a top-tier club in the capital watching the high-definition photos of James diving and Wade comforting him by the pool, taken by American paparazzi on his phone, unable to suppress a cold laugh. History indeed has an astonishing capacity for correction. Even after I tore off the facade, this power struggle drama still unfolded as scheduled. In a hidden and luxurious top-tier private courtyard club in the capital city, the aroma of sandalwood wafted through the air, accompanied by the gentle sound of a guqin. Su Yang put down his phone, which was displaying news about James' pool palace, and lifted his gaze to the girl sitting opposite him at the rosewood coffee table. The girl's name was Wang Zixuan, the daughter of the Wang family, a real estate tycoon in the capital. At only 19 years old, she was currently a sophomore at a top domestic university. However, dressed in a high-end Chanel suit with a face that bore an air of superiority enhanced by delicate makeup, she appeared far more mature than her peers. Young Master Su, it seems that not only did you mishandle the team in America, but you also remained so nonchalant upon returning to the country. Wang Zixuan took a sip of the Mingqian Longjing tea before her tone laced with undisguised disdain. I heard that the Cleveland Cavaliers, which you bought for $3.5 million, ended up last in the league this year. In your so-called NBA circle, that must be quite the joke, right? Su Yang leaned back against the mahogany chair, unfazed, merely raising an eyebrow. Being last is just part of the rebuilding process. Miss Wang, are you interested in basketball as well? I'm not interested in a bunch of muscle-bound men fighting over a ball. Oh, I only care about the return on investment. Wang Zixuan set down her teacup, placing her hands neatly on her knees, adopting an air of a seasoned negotiator. Uncle Su is eager to have you back from America for an arranged marriage, and you should be quite clear about his intentions. But I must say this up front. Even in a marriage between affluent families like ours, I, Wang Zixuan, have strict requirements for my husband. She slightly raised her chin, scrutinizing Su Yang with a discerning gaze. Uncle Su provided you with $500 million as a startup fund, and yet after a year apart from bickering online with that so-called star named James, you've achieved nothing and even managed to lead the team to last place. Such a dismal report card makes it hard for me to consider you a suitable marriage candidate. Therefore, before that, I will need to conduct a thorough evaluation and observation of you. Stop. Su Yang couldn't help but smile, interrupting the self-important young lad's incessant chatter. Miss Wang, I think you may have misunderstood something. The reason I'm sitting here listening to your nonsense is purely because my family has ordered me to do so. Looking at the bewildered Wang Zixuan, he adjusted the cuff of his suit, his tone indifferent. I have a 5-year wager with my father. We are only 1 year in, and I still have a full 4 years to roam freely. So put away your testing demeanor. No matter how unreliable I may be, the Su family isn't at the point of selling off their son to sustain the family business. Wang Zixuan's expression shifted instantly. Having been adored like a star all her life, she had never been confronted so bluntly. What kind of attitude is this? Do you think your family's internet industry is foolproof? Our Wang family's real estate business is the rising sun industry. Rising sun industry. Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. With the memories of a time traveler, he was well aware of the impending catastrophic collapse of the domestic real estate market in the next decade. Since we're discussing business, let me offer you a piece of advice, Miss Wang. Personally, I have little faith in the real estate business that your Wang family prides itself on. With high leverage and heavy assets, once the bubble bursts, it will be a bottomless pit. If you truly are as intelligent as you appear, you should advise Uncle Wang to sell off assets and exit while the market is still hot. Otherwise, when the avalanche hits in a few years, your family won't even have a spot on the rooftop. Just a personal suggestion, whether you heed it or not is up to you. After saying this, Su Yang paid no mind to Wang Zishuan's face turning pale as he grabbed his coat from the back of the chair and gracefully left, leaving behind a spoiled young lady who smashed her teacup in anger. An hour later, in the western suburbs of the capital at the Su family estate. Smash! A fine roux kiln teacup was smashed onto the marble floor, shattering into pieces. At that moment, Su Jinshuan, the head of the Su group, was furiously pointing at his son sitting on the sofa, peeling an orange, shaking with rage. "You little brat. How could you turn out like this? That girl from the Wang family has an elite education, is well-mannered, and so many people are queuing up to marry. Even if you're unsatisfied, you shouldn't curse the Wang family's real estate business to fail right to their face. Old Wang just called me, and he was so angry he almost fainted. That was merely a kind business reminder." Su Yang leisurely popped an orange segment into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. "Besides, she looked down on me first, and then tried to test me. I didn't even flip the table. That was me being considerate of you. You think you have a point?" Su Jinshuan stared wide-eyed at his son, who was impervious to reason, unable to contain his fury. $500 million spent, and I haven't even seen a splash. You think being last doesn't warrant criticism? If it weren't for the fact that you are my only heir, I would consider training a junior while I still have my health." Hearing this angered remark, Su Yang not only felt no fear, but instead found it amusing. "Oh, old man, are you speaking with a double meaning?" Su Yang clapped off the orange peel remnants from his hands, crossing his legs, and looked at his father with a teasing grin. "What do you mean by training a junior? Are you raising someone outside and planning to elevate that mistress? You, how dare you speak such nonsense?" Su Jinshuan was hit with an unsubstantiated blow, his face reddening with anger. "Let me remind you, old Su." Su Yang dropped the nonchalant demeanor, his tone carrying a warning. "Don't forget that during the most challenging times of your early entrepreneurial days, who was there to lend you support? If it weren't for my grandfather paving the way for you back, then would your internet empire have been built so smooth? Now that the family business has grown, you think my existence is a waste and want to train a junior? Aren't you afraid that my grandfather's cane will break your legs? Besides, our 5-year wager has only just begun. What are you in such a hurry for? You rebellious child." Being exposed by his own son about his rise to success, Su Jinshuan was left speechless for a moment, clutching his chest in anger. "All right, it's a weekend. Why are you two shouting? I can hear you from upstairs." After honestly spending 2 months in the capital, accompanying the powerful elder from Yuchuan Mountain in a few games of chess, and settling some business matters for his father, finally, in mid-May, Su Yang returned to his loyal America. For him, the comfort of the domestic life was good, but the vast and ambitious world of the NBA across the ocean, filled with capital and calculations, was even more enticing. On May 17, 2011, in Secaucus, New Jersey, the annual NBA Lottery Draft Lottery officially kicked off in the broadcasting hall. The representatives of the 30 teams in the United States, the major sports media with their cameras and millions of television viewers, all focused their attention on the transparent ping-pong ball lottery machine. Accompanied by a flurry of blinding flashes, Su Yang made a grand entrance. Dressed in a full Armani custom suit with a dazzlingly beautiful mixed-race Asian beauty on his arm, none other than Naza, who had just spent half a year in America and looked even more radiant. Naza was wearing a Weinert haute couture gown today, her fair skin glowing under the spotlight. The exquisite charm she exuded, balancing between youthful innocence and alluring seduction, outshone many of the star players' companions present, causing local American journalists to furiously click their cameras. "Mister, so you seem to be in a good mood today. The Cavaliers finished the season with the worst record. Do you think you'll be able to draw the first overall pick tonight?" An ESPN reporter approached loudly. Su Yang stopped, glanced at Naza beside him, and smiled playfully. "Of course, my luck has always been good." The lottery process was as tedious and suspenseful as ever. Inside the transparent lottery machine, the ping-pong balls representing the probabilities of each lottery team rolled wildly under the airflow. Although the actual drawing process was completed in a small dark room by a third-party notary agency beforehand on the live television broadcast, the league's vice president Adam Silver personally opened each envelope with the team's logos, maintaining the highest level of suspense. 14th pick, Houston Rockets. 13th pick, Phoenix Suns. As each envelope was opened, the teams with lower probabilities fell into their respective positions. The atmosphere on site grew increasingly tense, especially for Glenn Taylor, the owner of the Minnesota Timberwolves, who sat not far from Su Yang, his hands trembling slightly with anxiety. The Timberwolves had the second worst record this year and were strong contenders for the first overall pick. Soon after, the Cavaliers secured one of their 2 lottery picks with the 4th overall pick. The suspense of the top 3 picks was about to be revealed. The cameras on the big screen focused on the representatives of the Utah Jazz, Minnesota Timberwolves, and Cleveland Cavaliers. Although Naza didn't understand basketball, she couldn't help but nervously grip Su Yang's arm as she sensed the serious atmosphere around her palms slightly sweating. "Don't be nervous, my dear. This is just a scripted show," Su Yang whispered gently into Naza's ear. On stage, Adam Silver smiled as he tore open the envelope representing the third overall pick. The team that gets the third pick in the 2011 draft is the Utah Jazz. Next came the highly anticipated second overall pick. Silver took a deep breath and pulled out the card. The team that gets the second pick in the 2011 draft is the Minnesota Timberwolves. Damn, Glenn Taylor, the owner of the Timberwolves, slapped his thigh in frustration. Meanwhile, the television broadcast had already locked onto the Cavaliers' position. Silver lifted his head, looked at the camera, and announced the final result in a loud voice. "Congratulations to the Cleveland Cavaliers for obtaining the first overall pick in the 2011 NBA draft." Yay! Chris Grant, the Cavaliers' general manager following Su Yang, jumped up from his seat in excitement, wildly waving his fists in the air. With the worst record and a 25% chance they truly hit the jackpot, a new dawn had arrived for Cleveland. Amidst the envious gazes and applause, Su Yang, however, did not show much excitement. He simply stood up, gracefully high-fived the excited Grant, and wrapping his arm around Naza's slender waist, cast a subtle glance at a VIP box on the second floor of the studio. There sat David Stern. "Old fox, you kept your promise," Su Yang thought with a secret smile. This dirty deal where he spared LeBron James exchange for this first overall pick that could alter the league's future. The next day in Cleveland, in the Cavaliers' headquarters strategy meeting room, General Manager Chris Grant slammed a thick draft report onto the table, still wearing the excitement from the previous night. "Boss, this is the hot list for this year's draft. We hold the first overall pick along with the fourth pick and a first-round 29th pick we obtained from the Grizzlies for Anderson Varejao, giving us 2 first-round picks to work with this year. The first overall pick is without any doubt. Even if we pick with our eyes closed, we must select Kyrie Irving. He is a genius from Duke University, possessing the top ball handling skills and the ability to combine with the ball among this year's rookies. Although he only played 11 games in college before being sidelined for the season due to a toe injury, his talent is undoubtedly groundbreaking. With him, our rebuilding will be completely finished." Watching the excited general manager, who was practically foaming at the mouth, Su Yang leaned back in the boss chair, interlocked his fingers, and calmly countered, "Grant, have you forgotten that we already have a shooting guard with unlimited shooting rights, Stephen Curry? But Boss, Curry can play as a shooting guard. Irving plays point guard. They can form the most potent backcourt duo in the league, and then get crushed by all the other guards in the league on the defensive end." Su Yang scoffed. "How do you plan to distribute the ball? Irving is a player who needs the ball in his hands to unleash his power, while our tactical core is Curry. Putting 2 ball-dominant guards together, are you trying to make our locker room too harmonious? So, are you saying we shouldn't pick Irving?" Grant's eyes widened in disbelief as if he had heard something unbelievable. "Boss, if we skip over Irving with the first overall pick to select someone else, the entire league will laugh at us. Minnesota and Utah would dream of getting him." "Who said I wouldn't pick him?" Su Yang smiled slyly. "Since so many teams want him, let's satisfy them. Starting today, I want you to use all public relations resources to spread the word to the media across America. Tell ESPN, tell Yahoo Sports, just say that the Cleveland Cavaliers are salivating over Kyrie Irving. Say he dominated everyone in the workouts, that he is the next Isaiah Thomas, or even the next Allen Iverson. I want you to hype Irving's profile to the sky." On June 23, 2011, at Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey, the annual NBA draft officially commenced. Over the past month, Su Yang had instructed the Cavaliers' public relations department to launch an overwhelming promotional campaign for Kyrie Irving across the United States. At this moment, the genius point guard from Duke University had seen his value and popularity soar to an exaggerated peak. The next Allen Iverson. Any team that misses out on Irving will regret it for life. Headlines from major sports media outlets across the country all emphasized Irving's irreplaceability. This instilled a serious case of fear of missing out among all teams in the league lacking a core point guard. Inside the exclusive luxury box of the Cavaliers, General Manager Chris Grant tightly held 3 draft position cards: first pick, fourth pick, and the 20. His eyes sparkled with undeniable excitement as he looked at Su Yang, who appeared relaxed beside him. "Boss, the results of the tryouts were absolutely perfect. Irving's ball handling skills are nothing short of artistry. As soon as David Stern steps onto the stage, we just hand over the first pick, and this genius guard will belong to Cleveland." Grant excitedly rubbed his hands together. "As for the fourth pick, we can select a potential big man like Tristan Thompson or Jonas Valanciunas." "Wipe your drool, Grant." Su Yang gently swirled the red wine in his goblet, gazing through the one-way glass of the box at the bustling draft hall below. "Who told you I had to pick Irving?" Huh. Grant's smile instantly froze. "But boss, we spent an entire month promoting him. If we miss out on Irving, the entire league will think we're insane." Promoting a product has only one goal, and that is to cash out at its peak value, high positions. I've said before there's only one tactical core, and that is Stephen Curry. Listen carefully, Grant. I need you to pick up the phone immediately and call the general managers of the Utah Jazz and the Memphis Grizzlies. Tell them Cleveland is preparing to clear all its assets. We'll use the first pick, the fourth pick, and that 29th pick as core trading assets. Grant felt dizzy. Are we selling everything? Boss, what exactly do you want? I want 2 immediate contributors along with 2 mid-first-round draft picks. Soo-Young walked to the tactical board, picked up a marker, and swiftly wrote down 2 names. The first, the power forward of the Utah Jazz, Paul Millsap. The Jazz just traded Darren Williams in February, and they are more eager than anyone to acquire a cornerstone genius point guard. And their front court already includes Al Jefferson, and they've brought in Derek Favors. Millsap is completely an overlapping asset for them. Hand over the first pick to them, and let them select Irving. Get Millsap back for me. At the same time, hammer out a draft pick compensation from them. Grant swallowed hard, feeling that this trade was too bold, but the Utah Jazz would definitely be willing to give everything for Irving. The second name. Soo-Young's pen pointed firmly at the whiteboard, the starting center of the Memphis Grizzlies, Marc Gasol. But boss, Grant hurriedly reminded, Marc Gasol is a restricted free agent this summer. Memphis can't possibly let him go. No, they will let him go, because they are Memphis, one of the stingiest small markets in the league. Soo-Young chuckled coldly. Marc Gasol is about to sign a max contract worth tens of millions, and the Grizzlies owner Michael Heisley is unwilling to pay luxury tax. Using the 4th pick and the 29th pick as chips, we can entice a 3rd or even 4th team for a multi-team trade. The Grizzlies can acquire cheap, useful, high-ranked rookies to avoid luxury tax. They would absolutely agree to a Signan trade. Looking at those 2 names on the tactical board, Grant couldn't help but ponder. Paul Millsap, Marc Gasol. One is a versatile power forward with top-tier defensive awareness, capable inside and out, and possesses high basketball IQ. The other stands too. 16 meters tall, capable of tough inside defense, and possesses excellent playmaking and passing abilities, a heavy tank. If these 2 arrive in Cleveland combined with Kawhi's 3-point shooting. Boss, I understand. Grant's blood surged with excitement. What about the mid-first-round picks we need to acquire? Who do we select? With the acquired picks around the 10th position, we can grab a shooting guard named Klay Thompson. Then around the 13th position, get me Kawhi Leonard. Hearing these 2 completely unfamiliar names, this young and wealthy boss was always willful. He knew his words would not be heeded by the boss. He'll handle this. Give me 10 minutes. Grant dashed to the desk, grabbed the phone, and began frantically dialing across the ocean and negotiating with multiple parties. At the draft hall, just 5 minutes before David Stern was set to announce the first overall pick of the 2011 NBA draft, the league office suddenly received a series of shocking trade filings involving 4 teams. As Stern stood under the spotlight with the envelope in hand, all cameras in the venue focused on him. However, the old commissioner did not directly announce the draft results. He took a deep breath and spoke in a tone even he found incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, before announcing the first overall pick, I must first inform you of a trade that has just been completed involving 4 teams. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted. The Cleveland Cavaliers are sending this year's first overall pick, the 4th pick, and the 29th pick. Stern's voice echoed throughout the spacious arena. In exchange, the Cavaliers will obtain forward Paul Millsap from the Utah Jazz. They will also acquire center Marc Gasol from the Memphis Grizzlies through a Signan trade. Additionally, this year's 10th and 13th picks. The entire Prudential Center exploded in an instant. Sports commentators across the country shouted in unison from their broadcasting booths. Insane. Cleveland has completely lost it. Did they really sell both the 1st and 4th picks? To get 2 non-star big men, they've given up Kyrie Irving. Is Soo-Young's head stuck in the door? God, the Utah Jazz hit the jackpot. They got Irving. The draft continued amidst an atmosphere that was almost absurd and frenzied. Without a doubt, the Utah Jazz selected Kyrie Irving with the first overall pick, and the Memphis Grizzlies also acquired their coveted cheap potential rookie at a high position. Soon it was time for the 10th overall pick. Stern stepped onto the stage once more. The Cleveland Cavaliers select shooting guard Klay Thompson from Washington State University. Next, the 13th pick. The Cleveland Cavaliers select forward Kawhi Leonard from San Diego State. When these 2 names were announced, the broadcast cameras struggled to find highlights of these 2 rookies for a moment. A shooter with a standard shooting form, but mediocre athleticism. A forward who struggles to even dribble. ESPN's draft expert ruthlessly mocked on air. It seems we've overestimated the intelligence of the Cavaliers' new owner. He used super assets that could change the team's future for the next decade to trade for a bunch of nonsensical puzzle pieces. Cleveland, get ready to stay at the bottom. Soo-Young remained unfazed by the external ridicule. He stood by the large floor-to-ceiling window, pulling a cigar from the inner pocket of his suit, as General Manager Grant eagerly leaned in to light it for him. Taking a deep puff of the rich smoke, Su Yang slowly exhaled. At this moment, the starting lineup of the Cavaliers for the next season had already formed in his mind. Point guard Stephen Curry. Shooting guard Klay Thompson. Small forward Kawhi Leonard. Power forward Paul Millsap. Center Marc Gasol. On the bench, there were also the Mad Dog Patrick Beverley, the elite 3D Danny Green, the rim-protecting DeAndre Jordan, along with the master of drawing fouls Battier. Shooting, defense, playmaking, and unlimited switches. This lineup not only preemptively formed the ultimate enhanced version of the future Warriors' death lineup, but also perfectly aligned with all the developmental trends of modern basketball. In July, inside the strategic meeting room of the Cleveland Cavaliers headquarters, the 4 new recruits who had just completed their physical examinations and signed contracts, Marc Gasol, Paul Millsap, Klay Thompson, and Kawhi Leonard, were seated at the long table. Sitting beside them were the team's veterans Stephen Curry, Patrick Beverley, Danny Green, and others. Faced with the overwhelming media ridicule calling them a group of no-star, minimum-wage laborers, and overpriced puzzles, the expressions of the new recruits bore hints of apprehension and confusion. Creak. The door to the meeting room swung open, and Su Yang strode in. Following him was the smiling general manager Grant, and the nominal head coach of the team, Byron Scott. Gentlemen, welcome to Cleveland. Su Yang approached the end of the long table, placing his hands on the surface, his gaze sweeping across the faces of these future players who would astonish the entire league. I know how those media outlets outside are evaluating us. They say I am crazy and that you are all a bunch of scrap. But please believe me, everyone standing in this room is a champion puzzle I have painstakingly selected from all 30 teams in the league. This affirmation instantly soothed the restless hearts of the newcomers. Even Leonard, the perpetually expressionless youth, showed a glimmer of light in his eyes. However, before our ship officially set sail, there is one thing I must clarify to everyone. Su Yang shifted his tone, raising a hand and pointing directly at Stephen Curry, who was sitting to the side. Stephen Curry is the absolute tactical core of this team, now and for the next decade. All our offensive systems will revolve around him. The newcomers were momentarily stunned. In the NBA of 2011, making a defensively vulnerable point guard the cornerstone of a team. This completely subverted the traditional basketball concept. Su Yang ignored the surprise of the crowd and turned directly to Byron Scott, the puppet coach, standing beside him. Coach Scott, if I remember correctly, during the 1980s, when you played for the Los Angeles Lakers, you won 3 championships with Magic Johnson, right? Byron Scott paused for a moment and nodded, yes, boss. Irvin was the greatest point guard I've ever seen. Then please tell everyone here loudly on the court back, then was it Magic Johnson who defended the opposing team's top scorer and did the dirty work? Of course not, Scott replied honestly. Defending the perimeter core was usually done by me or Michael Cooper. The inside brawling was left to Green. Perfectly said. Su Yang snapped his fingers and turned back to the players, beginning to instill his revolutionary basketball philosophy. This is the law of energy conservation on the basketball court. In the long history of the NBA, teams that have made a point guard their absolute core and won championships are few and far between. Aside from the bad boy Pistons core led by Isaiah Thomas, who succeeded through violence and defensive actions, the only true legends are Magic Johnson. Why? Because point guards inherently face disadvantages in size and stamina. They must make sacrifices. If you ask a point guard to do it all, organizing the team and scoring frantically on offense while also tearing into the opposing star on defense, the cost will be that by the fourth quarter, he will be drained and the offensive firepower will be severely lacking. Historically, no point guard core has ever won a championship relying solely on individual defensive abilities to lock down opponents. Magic needed Byron Scott, and Green, and Stephen Curry needs you. Su Yang looked straight at Klay, Leonard, Millsap, and Marc Gasol. I will not let Stephen defend the opposing team's sharp blades. His defense is indeed our weak point, and your presence is meant to fill that gap. On defense, you are the iron wall protecting him. On offense, he will use historically elite shooting to draw all the double teams, creating wide-open shots as vast as the Pacific Ocean. Sitting beside them, Curry felt his eyes welling up with emotion at this unreserved trust and tactical tilt from his boss's fists clenched tightly. From today onward, our offensive philosophy has only one goal: to significantly increase the proportion of three-point shots. Su Yang continued to lay out his tactical blueprint. Not just the perimeter, the interior must shoot as well. Mark Paul, you two must no longer see yourselves as traditional inside laborers. I want you to develop your three-point shooting. I need you to pull the big men from the opposing team out of the paint. Let us shoot three-pointers. Marc Gasol's eyes widened. He was a legitimate 6'10". In today's league, a center shooting three-pointers is seen as unprofessional. That's right. You must shoot. And you must shoot accurately. Su Yang said unequivocally. I have brought in the best shooting coach in the league, Chip England, with a high salary. In the upcoming training camp, Chip will help all of you reshape your shooting mechanics. As long as you are on the court, you must be willing to take the shot. As for the defensive end, Soo-young walked to the tactical board and drew a zone defense formation. When facing targeted isolation plays, we will use a zone defense and unlimited switches. We will specifically hide Steven, trying to match him up against the opposing team's weakest defensive player. And the four of you must expand the defensive area, infinitely cutting off all passing lanes to the opponent. 2 days later at the Cleveland Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, a press conference for the new recruits. The venue was packed, overflowing with cameras and reporters. As Soo-young took his group of ordinary new recruits to the podium, mocking questions immediately arose from the audience. Mr. Soo, the public generally believes that your abandonment of Kyrie Irving is a century gamble, and some even say this is the most foolish trade in NBA history. You exchanged super assets for a bunch of blue-collar puzzles. Does this mean the Cavaliers are preparing for another losing season and to compete for next year's top draft pick? Facing the sharp inquiries of the ESPN reporter, Soo-young gently adjusted the microphone in front of him. Blue-collar. Foolish. In this league, some people are superstitious about talent, some about fame. But I only believe in perfect chemistry and an unstoppable system. You will soon realize that while Irving is indeed a good player, he can never replace Stephen Curry's role in Cleveland. We do not need to retrace the old path of the LeBron James era, piling together so-called all-stars. Soo-young straightened his back, facing the camera, broadcasting live across America, and declared the new season's mission. Just a few days ago, I have set the ultimate goal for my players this season. We will no longer tank. The days of being at the bottom are a thing of the past. I hereby declare that the Cleveland Cavaliers this season will not only make the playoffs, but will also make all championship contenders feel genuine fear. The reporters in the audience were first taken aback, then many could not help but let out low chuckles. A group of rough men plus a fragile point guard in a league with the Heat's Big Three, the Bulls' Rose, and the Celtics' Big Three, claiming to make the playoffs. And to make the championship favorites feel fear. It's simply a pipe dream. Looking at the skeptical reporters, Soo-young slowly stood up, buttoning his suit jacket, leaving behind a phrase that seemed to have become a totem of Cleveland. Don't rush to mock, gentlemen. The bold declarations of the Cleveland Cavaliers at the press conference for the new season soared like wings, quickly making headlines across major sports sections in the United States. Meanwhile, far away in Miami's South Beach, after finishing his off-season vacation and gearing up for the new season, LeBron James, in an exclusive interview with ESPN, mercilessly scoffed at his former team. Playoffs. Making the championship favorites feel fear. In front of the camera, James, wearing a training suit emblazoned with his personal logo, shook his head repeatedly. Come on, let's be realistic. That wealthy Chinese second generation doesn't understand how to run a team. He treats the NBA like his little game. Giving up on Kyrie Irving. That is undoubtedly the most foolish decision I've ever seen, bar none. When it comes to Irving, a hint of unreserved admiration flickered in Jameis' eyes. I've watched Kyrie's tapes. He is a true genius. The Utah Jazz have found a future superstar. If he were on my team, he would undoubtedly be the perfect ally. And Cleveland, trading for a bunch of blue-collar players and rookies who can't even dribble properly, and they expect that injured ankle Stephen Curry to lead them to the playoffs. The reporter seized the opportunity to ask, so LeBron, what are your expectations for the Heat in the new season? Jameis' expression instantly shifted to one of immense confidence, exuding a kind of unrivaled dominance. Dwayne Wade's relinquishing of power during the offseason finally granted him absolute control over the team. Last season's defeat was a lesson, but it was a phase we needed to go through. Now we have resolved all our issues. Dwayne made a great sacrifice, and I will take charge of all the offense. James stared directly into the camera, his eyes filled with arrogance and certainty. I guarantee the Miami fans that this season we will win the championship. I will bring that damned O'Brien trophy back to South Beach. As for Cleveland, they deserve to struggle in the mud. Finishing last is the position they are most familiar with. The Miami Emperor's ruthless mockery sparked another wave of ridicule towards the Cavaliers online. However, the Cleveland team, caught in the eye of the storm, had no time to heed the external gossip. For in the Cavaliers' closed training facility, a painful tactical growing pain was tormenting this newly formed young team. Toot. Head coach Byron Scott blew his whistle, rubbed his aching temples, and looked at the chaotic half-court battle, sighing helplessly. Stop. Mark that last play. Steven already broke through and drew the double team. Why did you pass the ball back inside? You were wide open beyond the arc. Standing at 2.16 meters, Marc Gasol was sweating profusely and gasping for air, raising his hands innocently. Coach, I have always played in the paint my entire life. You want me to stand outside the three-point line waiting for the ball? The moment my toes touch that line, I feel completely uncomfortable, like an idiot. Nearby, Paul Millsap chuckled in agreement. Yeah, I also tried to shoot a couple of threes just now, but they all clung. In our subconscious, big men floating outside to shoot are scolded by coaches for being soft. The defensive issues are equally severe. Although the expressionless rookie Kawhi Leonard has excellent defensive awareness as he just entered the league, he often overlaps with teammates in the complex system of switching defense. As for the ferocious defender Patrick Beverley, his overly aggressive actions led to him being called for 4 fouls in an intra-squad scrimmage. Not adapting. Extreme discomfort. The price of overturning traditional basketball concepts is making these players who are used to battling in the paint and traditional defense feel lost on the court. What? Do you want to back down at the first sign of difficulty? At that moment, the door of the training facility swung open, and Soo-young, dressed in casual wear, strolled in leisurely. He had just watched the players' struggles from the observation room on the second floor. "Boss." Scott hurried over, speaking softly. "The players' morale seems a bit low. Asking the centers to shoot threes is too heavy a psychological burden for them." Soo-young waved his hand, walking straight to the center of the court, looking at this group of somewhat dejected players. Soo-young directly called out the names of the 2 big men. "I know it's hard to change past habits, but this is the future. In the future, NBA centers who can't shoot threes will only be endlessly singled out by the opposing team and ultimately become nothing more than water boys for garbage time. Three-point shots not only score an extra point, but more importantly, they create space. As long as you can draw the opposing big man away from the paint, Stevens' drives and Kawhi's cuts will be as easy as crossing the road in the morning. Listen, in my team, it doesn't matter if you miss. Even if you shoot 10 air balls in a game, I will never blame you. But if you have an open shot and don't dare to take it, then you can pack your bags and leave tomorrow." Soo-young's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Seeing the players gradually take on serious expressions, Soo-young turned to look at Stephen Curry, who had been quietly wiping sweat nearby. "Stephen, you are the core of the team and the best shooter in the league." Soo-young pointed to the three-point line. "From today onwards, in addition to regular tactical drills, you will practice an extra hour of three-point shooting training every day. You will lead the way, teaching these big men your shooting insights and movement techniques." "No problem, boss," Curry readily agreed. "Also, one person might not be able to manage it alone. Klay, come over and assist him." Soo-young waved at Klay Thompson, who had been standing in the corner like a silent observer. In the training sessions over the past few days, Soo-young had noticed that although everyone felt uncomfortable shooting threes, this rookie picked at number 11 was like a precision machine. Once the ball reached his hands, whether open or closely guarded, he would shoot instantly with an alarming accuracy. "Me." Klay paused, scratched his head, and slowly walked over to Curry. "Sure thing, boss." Soo-young clapped his hands. "All right, guy. Now let's have our captain and his assistant show you what true modern basketball shooting is all about." Curry walked to the top of the arc, picked up a basketball, and raised an eyebrow at Klay. "Hey, rookie. Do you dare to challenge me? 5 spots, 5 shots from each, and let's see who makes more." "Deal." Soon 2 assistant coaches stood under the hoop to pass the ball, and a stunning shooting showdown unfolded in the training facility. Swish. Swish. Kawhi's release was incredibly fast. The basketball stayed in his hand for only a fraction of a second before tracing a perfect parabola and swishing through the net. On the other side, Klay Thompson's shooting form was textbook standard, with every motion, jumping, releasing the ball, and wrist snap, executed with precise accuracy. Swish. Swish. The three-pointers from both players resembled precision-guided cruise missiles. 5-10-15. The crisp sound of the net echoed continuously in the spacious training facility, as if a never-ending rain of threes was pouring down. On the sidelines, Mark Gasol, Millsap, Leonard, and even head coach Scott were all dumbfounded. "Oh my God, are these 2 guys monsters? Do they ever miss?" Mark Gasol swallowed hard, his eyes nearly popping out. After shooting 100 balls, the 2 finally stopped. Their accuracy astonishingly exceeded an incredible 90%. Looking at the jubilant Curry and Thompson celebrating on the court, Soo-young felt very satisfied. Isn't this way more impressive than Kyrie Irving's flashy dribbling? The initial partnership of the Splash Brothers not only showcased undeniable skill, winning the respect of all the new recruits, but also infused this newly formed Cleveland Cavaliers team with a gene known as the three-point revolution. Cleveland Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Half an hour before the opening of the new season's debut, the entire arena was already packed to capacity. Despite all the media across the United States underestimating this Cavaliers team, which lacked Kyrie Irving and was made up of a bunch of blue-collar puzzle pieces, the loyal fans in Cleveland still chose to believe in the young owner, who proclaimed to trust the process. In the arena's highest-spec luxury box exclusively for owners, Soo-young held a glass of champagne, lazily leaning back against the leather sofa. Beside him was a stunning beauty who caught the attention of countless male fans and broadcast cameras. She was the one Soo-young had brought from China, who had been pampered for an entire year in a luxurious villa in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. After a year of living the life of a high-society gold digger along with the management of a top-tier styling team, she had completely shed the youthful innocence of a college girl when she first arrived. At this moment, she wore a black haute couture deep V gown that accentuated her breathtaking curves, her snow-white skin shimmering under the soft lights of the box, exuding a lazy yet enchanting Eastern charm with every movement. Boss, you specially called me over from Los Angeles for this debut game. Aren't you afraid of neglecting the one over in Reba nestled against Su Yang's chest, her fingers lightly drawing circles, her tone laced with a hint of spoiled petulance. Su Yang glanced down at the beauty in his arms, chuckled lightly, and pinched her soft cheek, saying, Naza is currently in New York taking physical classes and has no time for you. Besides, your English has improved quite a bit this year. Today I'll let you witness what a real storm on the court looks like. Consider it a reward. Thank you, boss. Reba smiled sweetly, obediently peeling a grape and feeding it into Su Yang's mouth, gazing down at the court with him. Tonight, the Cavaliers' opponent for the season opener is the Toronto Raptors from the North. While the Raptors may not be a top-tier team, they possess explosive scorers like DeMar DeRozan and a space-oriented big man like Andrea Bargnani, making them a formidable force. In the pre-game betting odds, nearly all experts predicted that the Raptors would comfortably defeat the Cavaliers, who were still in their adjustment period. Toot. With the referee's whistle, the game officially began. The Cavaliers' starting lineup: Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Kawhi Leonard, Paul Millsap, and Marc Gasol. The Raptors' center Bargnani and Marc Gasol jumped for the ball at center court. With a more solid base and strength, Gasol tipped the ball back to his side. Stephen Curry confidently received the basketball and began to advance toward the front court. Here it comes. Let's see what this Cavaliers team, which claims to reach the playoffs, can do. The ESPN commentator on the sidelines spoke with an air of anticipation. However, the first play that followed left the entire audience and commentators wide-eyed. After crossing half-court, Curry did not call for a pick or go for a onion like a traditional point guard. Instead, he directly passed the ball to Marc Gasol, who had moved up to the arc. Then, like a slippery eel, Curry darted into the paint. Meanwhile, Klay Thompson and Kawhi Leonard began their frantic off-ball movement on the wings. Paul Millsap set a solid off-ball screen near the free-throw line, effectively blocking the Raptors guard Calderon, who was chasing. Curry, using the screen, quickly circled out to the left side beyond the three-point line at a 45-degree. Gasol at the top of the arc displayed exceptional vision and finesse that were completely at odds with his hefty build. With a swift motion, the basketball was delivered precisely into Kawhi's hands like a guided missile. Receiving the ball, he jumped and shot. The movement was as smooth as silk, without the slightest hint of hesitation. Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoed throughout the arena. The first offensive possession resulted in a clean three-pointer. 3-0. What a beautiful off-ball screen and high-position setup. My goodness, Marc Gasol just made a pass like a point guard. The DJ on site yelled excitedly. The Raptors head coach frowned on the sidelines, but did not pay too much attention, loudly urging his players to counterattack. However, on the defensive end, the discipline exhibited by the Cavaliers was breathtaking. Raptors core DeRozan tried to exploit his footwork to take on rookie Leonard Onion, but he was startled to find that the expressionless rookie had hands as large as doors, completely blocking his driving lane. DeRozan was forced to stop, intending to pass the ball to Bargnani inside. But just as he was about to pass, Millsap, who was providing help defense, pounced in like a cheetah, snatching the ball away. Fast break. The Cavaliers instantly launched a counterattack. Curry took the lead, stopping just outside the three-point line after receiving a pass, and without glancing at the basket, he pulled up for a three-pointer. Swish. Another three-pointer. 6-0. The fans in Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse erupted. This is the prototype of the system that Su Yang had poured his heart into during the offseason. No ball-dominant superstar, just fluid movement, selfless ball sharing, and a torrential downpour of As the game progressed, the Raptors displayed remarkable tenacity. DeRozan began to frequently score with mid-range jumpers, with both teams tightly contesting the score. But this Cavaliers team truly came together today. During the second quarter's rotation, veteran Sean Battier, handpicked by Su Yang, stepped onto the court. Facing the fierce drive of the Raptors' backup guard, Battier positioned himself outside the reasonable charge zone, protecting himself with his hands, bracing his chest, and took a heavy blow as he fell hard to the floor. Beep. The referee's whistle blew offensive foul. The entire crowd stood up to applaud this iron-willed veteran. On the offensive end, when Curry was closely guarded by the Raptors, the ball was quickly shifted to the corner. Battier, completely unguarded, received the ball and confidently nailed a three-pointer. The veteran doesn't die. Sean Battier has hit his second three-pointer of the game. Not just Battier, Patrick Beverley on the bench tore into the opposing point guard like a mad dog. DeAndre Jordan performed alley-oops in the paint, while rookie Klay Thompson showcased his elite 3D potential. His three-pointer was as precise as a machine whenever Curry passed him the ball. The game continued fiercely until the last minute of the fourth quarter. The score stood at 103-all, and the air in Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse seemed to freeze. In the box, Reba nervously clutched Su Yang's shirt, not daring to breathe. Don't be nervous, the game is in hand. Young patted Reba's hand, his gaze firmly locked on the figure wearing number 30 on the court. In a critical moment, the Cavaliers were on the offense. The Raptors deployed 2 defensive specialists to double-team Curry. But just a second before the double team closed and Curry calmly bounced the ball to Millsap, who was making a cut. Millsap received the ball and attracted the Raptors center's help defense, selflessly passing it to Klay Thompson, who was lurking in the right corner. The entire Raptors team desperately lunged towards Klay. However, Klay did not shoot. With a flick of his wrist, he redirected the ball back to Curry, who had slipped back to the top of the arc using Gasol's screen. At that moment, Curry found himself facing an ocean of space. He rose and shot. The basketball traced a perfect rainbow arc in the air. Swish! A deadly three-pointer that pierced through. 106-103. The entire crowd erupted into absolute euphoria. The cheers from the fans seemed to shake the very dome of the arena. As the Raptors missed their last-minute three-pointer, the Cavaliers secured the defensive rebound, leaving their opponents with no choice but to resort to a foul strategy. Curry stepped to the free-throw line, sinking both shots and definitively sealing the game's suspense. Beep! The final buzzer sounded, and the game came to an end. 108-103. The Cleveland Cavaliers narrowly defeated the Toronto Raptors by a mere 5 points at home, securing a victory in their season opener. On the broadcasting side, the commentator looked at the full game statistics displayed on the big screen, his voice trembling slightly. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Let's see what kind of report card the Cavaliers delivered tonight. The team's absolute core: Stephen Curry shot 8 out of 14 from three-point range, racking up 32 points and 7 assists. Marc Gasol 12 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists. Paul Millsap 14 points, 9 rebounds. Rookie Klay Thompson hit 3 three-pointers for 11 points. Kawhi Leonard had 10 points and 4 steals. And let's not forget DeAndre Jordan on the bench with 11 points, along with the iron-willed veteran Sean Battier, who hit 2 crucial corner three-pointers, and Drew Fowles finishing with 10 points. 7 players scored in double digits. The entire team made 16 three-pointers. This is no slouch team. The disciplined teamwork and that torrential downpour of three-pointers made them look like a brand new war machine. The Cavaliers sent the strongest warning to the entire league. They are truly ready to fulfill their promise of making the playoffs. Hearing the cheers echoing in the arena, Reba's face flushed with excitement as she leaped into Su Yang's arms, planting a heavy kiss on his cheek. Boss. We won. Curry was on fire. Everyone was amazing. This is just the beginning. Su Yang stood up, wrapping one arm around Reba's slender waist, his gaze fixed on the figure of Stephen Curry being surrounded by teammates in a passionate celebration. 7 players scored in double digits, a true display of team basketball. Did you see that, LeBron? Su Yang chuckled coldly in his heart. While Miami was still mired in palace intrigue over how to distribute a single possession, this group of blue-collar puzzle pieces in Cleveland had already stirred up a team storm, sweeping the entire league in this new era dominated by three-pointers. The morning after a narrow victory over the Toronto Raptors, the tactical video analysis room of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Although last night's triumphant opening game had the entire city immersed in a long-awaited celebration, the atmosphere within the team was not as relaxed as the outside world imagined. On the massive projection screen, key moments from the fierce battle of the fourth quarter were being replayed repeatedly. Paused. Su Yang, sitting at the head of the long table, pressed the remote control's pause button. The image froze on Stephen Curry being double-teamed by 2 Raptors players struggling to pass the ball through a tight. We won last night's game and played the kind of team basketball we wanted, which is great. Su Yang glanced at head coach Byron Scott and general manager Grant sitting on either side. However, the exposed issues are equally fatal. Look at Stephen's body language in the fourth quarter. Su Yang pointed at a close-up shot of Curry slightly gasping for breath on the screen. He scored 32 points and made 7 assists throughout the game. It sounds impressive statistically, but have you considered that each assist was almost made after exhausting movements without the ball or forced drives to pass? Coach Scott nodded gravely. Yes, boss. The Raptors intensified their defensive pressure on Stephen in the second. Once Marc Gasol is not in position to assist, the pressure on Stephen to control the ball increases exponentially. He has to not only score by breaking through the defense, but also worry about coordinating his teammates, which quickly drains his stamina. This is the crux of the issue. Stephen is a historically great finisher and a focal point, but he cannot do it all on his own. In future high-intensity games, if he exhausts himself trying to coordinate the team too early, he will be ineffective at crucial moments. We need more ball distribution points to share the organizational pressure on him. Su Yang circled on his notebook. Currently, Marc Gasol's high-position assists can share some of that burden, but it's still insufficient. We must supplement a second ball handler on the wings or in the backcourt who can organize the offense and connect the team. This will also be a key direction for our future trades or player development. Grant quickly documented the boss directives. Additionally, there is another instruction to implement starting from to protect the player's health. We will fully adopt Greg Popovich's rotation and playing time management system from the San Antonio Spurs from now on. Set an unbreakable red line for Stephen Mark and every future core player. During the regular season, everyone's single game playing time is limited to 35 minutes. 35 minutes. Coach Scott was taken aback. Boss Steven played nearly 40 minutes last night. If we have a tightly contested game, benching a hot core player could risk losing. Losing 1 or 2 regular season games is far better than having core players suffer an Achilles tear or knee injury in the playoffs. Su Yang's tone was resolute. Do not sacrifice future prospects for immediate results. If they exceed 35 minutes, no matter how intense the game, they must be substituted for rest. Health is the only capital that can help this team build a dynasty. Faced with Su Yang's firmness, Scott could only helplessly nod in agreement. In a team where the boss is the tactical mastermind, he felt more like an employee clocking in to enforce tactical discipline. Speaking of health and stamina, we should also thank this year's labor dispute that stirred up a lot of noise. In the summer of 2011, the NBA experienced an unprecedented labor negotiation lockout. The entire league did not reach an agreement until late November, resulting in the new season being significantly shortened to just 66 games, which also led to the much-complained back-to-back grueling schedule. But this lockout was a disaster for other teams used to the old rhythm. However, for the Cavaliers, who were almost entirely newly assembled and in urgent need of tactical cohesion, it was a godsend. The long lockout period gave Su Yang ample time to gather the players in Cleveland under the guise of a private training camp for intensive three-point shooting training. Without this additional month or two, this group of players accustomed to traditional play styles would never have achieved the shocking statistic of 16 three-pointers in the opening game. By the way, how's Kawhi's shooting practice coming along? Su Yang casually asked. There has been significant progress. Coach Chip made minor adjustments to his shooting mechanics, and his shooting percentage has improved considerably. However, that kid's hand positioning is still a bit stiff, and his shooting motion resembles that of a robot. He still needs a lot of practical experience to develop muscle memory. No rush, take your time. As long as he can contribute on the defensive end and hit open three-pointers, the first stage objectives will have been met. With the victory in the opening game, the unpredictable 66-game regular season of the NBA began to progress smoothly and quickly. Originally, those sports media outlets waiting to see the Cavaliers fail were shocked to find that in the following half-month, not only did they not witness a losing streak, but the team displayed incredible fighting spirit. With Su Yang's absolute emphasis on three-point tactics and strict 35-minute playing time management, this underdog Cavaliers team unleashed a three-point storm sweeping through the East. The initial brilliance of the Splash Brothers, the coordination and spacing provided by the Twin Towers inside, combined with the relentless defense from the wings, made many traditional powerhouses struggling to find their games suffer immensely. Time quickly passed, and the first 10 games of the season came to an end. The standings across the league were updated, and the rankings in the East surprised everyone. The Miami Heat, Chicago Bulls, Philadelphia 76ers, and Cleveland Cavaliers. These four teams surprisingly shared the top of the Eastern Conference with an impressive record of 8 wins and 2 losses. An unbelievable miracle. The Cleveland Cavaliers did not choose to tank. They have used a group of minimum salary players and rookies to achieve the best start in the East. Is Su Yang's belief in the process truly some form of high-dimensional basketball philosophy? Stephen Curry is currently averaging 4.2 three-pointers per game, leading the entire league. He is dominating the game in a completely new way. The basketball community across the United States was in an uproar. The Cavaliers' dark horse status severely countered those experts who had mocked them for giving up on Irving and star basketball. In Miami, outside the training facility of the Heat, LeBron James, who had just led his team to an identical 82 record, was surrounded by a group of reporters wielding microphones after finishing his practice. LeBron. The Cavaliers have started the season with an 82 record, currently tied for first in the East with the Heat. Did this catch you off guard? Do you still think that the Cavaliers' decision to part with Irving was foolish? A reporter from Fox Sports loudly asked. Upon hearing the words Cavaliers and 82, the smile on Jameis' face instantly faded. He never expected that the team that lost him, the team he mocked for only contending for the bottom position, could achieve the same record with a slender guard who had ankle issues. This left him feeling inexplicably annoyed, even with a hint of jealousy. Caught off guard. No, it's nothing to be concerned about. James adjusted his emotions, crossing his arms and trying hard to look dismissive and proud. The NBA regular season is a long marathon. Running fast in the first 100 meters of a marathon does not guarantee you will win the race. It's merely a good start. It doesn't signify anything. There is too much fluctuation in regular season records. Some teams can indeed steal a few victories with unexpected and bizarre tactics. But once other teams thoroughly study their methods, they will plunge back into the depths. Do not compare them to the Heat. James left behind a meaningful statement, turning to head toward his luxury vehicle. The regular season is merely a warm-up. The playoffs are the real stage. By May you will see that only true superstars can dominate this league. Time moved into late January 2012. As the condensed season progressed rapidly, the basketball experts across the United States who were originally waiting for the Cleveland Cavaliers to reveal their true colors fell into collective silence. If the stunning start of the first 10 games could be somewhat explained by good luck or a lucky punch, then as nearly one-third of the season passed, the Cavaliers' continued strong position in the Eastern Conference could only indicate one fact. The three-point system crafted by Soo Yung truly works. On January 24th, in Miami at the American Airlines Arena. Tonight this venue is set to host a highly anticipated spotlight battle. Currently the Miami Heat, with an 186 record, are sitting in second place in the East, hosting the Cleveland Cavaliers, who follow closely with a 177 record in third. This is not just a game concerning the Eastern Conference rankings, it is also the most talked about fateful duel. Before the game, the Heat was pushed to its peak by the NBA's official announcement of the latest regular season MVP rankings. LeBron James, with an impressive average of 28, 5 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists, ranks second on the list. Surprisingly, at the top of the list, surpassing the king, is that frail guard, Stephen Curry, who was riddled with ankle injuries last season and was ridiculed for leading his team to the bottom. Although Kyrie's average of 27, 2 points slightly trails James, he boasts a staggering shooting percentage of over 43, hitting an average of 4.5 three-pointers. This has completely overturned the league's perception of shooting. Even more daunting is that team performance improvement carries significant weight in MVP voting criteria. He has taken a team that finished last season with a record of 1963 and without acquiring any superstars propelled them into the top 3 of the Eastern Conference. This miraculous lone hero script has driven the media and judges across the nation into a frenzy, elevating Curry to the top of the MVP rankings. In the Heat's locker room, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as if water could drip from it. LeBron James sat in front of his locker staring intently at the MVP list on his phone, his teeth grinding audibly. A softie who only shoots from the outside dares to rank ahead of me. James suddenly threw his towel onto the floor, his chest heaving violently. During the offseason, he had gone to great lengths, even sacrificing a championship, to pressure Wade into relinquishing authority just to secure his core position on this Heat team. He thought that the MVP and the championship would be his this season. Yet unexpectedly, Stephen Curry emerged as a contender along with Soo Yung, who seemed to be at odds with him at every turn. Listen up, guys. James stood up, surveying his teammates in the locker room, his eyes ablaze with fury. Tonight is not just a positioning battle, it is a war to defend our dignity. Those fools out there actually think a guard who relies on shooting deserves MVP more than I do. Tonight I will personally tear apart their ridiculous three-point strategy. I will show Cleveland what a true superstar is. At 8 p.m., the game officially commenced amidst deafening cheers. Tonight Soo Yung did not sit in the luxury box, but instead spent a fortune to buy front-row seats in the family section next to the Heat's bench. He crossed his legs, watching with great interest the fierce number 6 on the court. From the very first second, the game erupted into a brutal brawl. Jameis' offensive desire was exceptionally strong tonight. Facing the Cavaliers' defensive Sean Battier, he bulldozed through the Cavaliers' interior. Bang! Less than 2 minutes into the first quarter, James, powering through Battier and Marc Gasol's help defense, not only slammed the ball into the basket, but also drew a foul from Pau Gasol, a 21 conversion. After landing, James pounded his chest and roared towards the Cavaliers' half. However, in the face of Jameis' explosive personal attack, the Cavaliers appeared exceptionally calm. Stephen Curry, chewing on his mouthguard, casually dribbled the ball past half court. As he faced the Heat's point guard Mario Chalmers' tight defense, Curry suddenly changed direction, using Millsap's screen to quickly create some space. The Heat's help defense was swift, with Dwayne Wade immediately rushing in. But Curry did not overreach. With a flick of his wrist, the ball sailed over Wade's head, landing in the hands of Klay Thompson, who was wide open in the right corner. Klay caught the ball, leaped, and executed the movement with mechanical precision. Swish! The three-pointer pierced through the net. This is the main theme of the game tonight, a clash of ice and fire. The Heat relied on the unparalleled talent and impact of James and Wade, constantly creating havoc inside, while the Cavaliers, like Mercury, transitioned the ball, countering with Kyrie's exceptional pulling power and a barrage of three-pointers. As the second quarter rotation approached, Soo Yang's 35-minute limit struck again. Even with the score tightly contested, Coach Scott strictly enforced the command, substituting Curry for a rest. Seeing this, James immediately seized the opportunity, wanting to lead the team on a scoring run to widen. However, he did not expect that facing the stoic rookie Kawhi Leonard, whom Soo Yung had snatched in the draft, he would suffer a setback. In a defensive possession, James tried to spin past Leonard. But the moment he exposed the ball, Leonard's exaggerated large hands swooped down like a vice, swift and accurate. Clap. A clean steal. Leonard expressionlessly dribbled the ball forward, assisting Danny Green for a fast break layup. Shit. Where did this damn stoic rookie come from? James cursed under his breath, growing increasingly irritated. The tenacity of this group of minimum salary players from Cleveland exceeded his imagination. The game continued in a tense back and forth, reaching the decisive fourth quarter. Only 2 minutes remained until the end of the game. The score on the court was 104-104. A tie. At this moment, the atmosphere in the American Airlines Arena had reached a suffocating peak. Players from both teams were gasping heavily, their stamina depleted to the limit. James held the ball beyond the three-point line, sweat streaming down his cheeks. He glanced at the stats. He had already put up a dominant performance with 38 points and 11 rebounds. Yet on the other side, that damn Stephen Curry, with his playing time strictly controlled at 33 minutes, had somehow hit 7 three-pointers, casually racking up 33 points and 8 assists. I am the MVP. I am the number one in the league. James roared silently in his heart, signaling for a screen, mismatching against Stephen Curry. Designated play. He intended to crush this so-called MVP leader with the most brutal physicality. Accelerating suddenly like a heavy truck charging at Curry. Curry gritted his teeth, bracing himself to withstand the initial onslaught, but the size disadvantage forced him to retreat 2 steps. Just as James was preparing to leap for the finish from the side, Paul Millsap and Marc Gasol closed in like 2 towering walls. Not a chance. Triple team. James lost his shooting angle in midair, having to awkwardly toss the ball towards the basket before landing. Clang. The ball clanked off the rim. Marc Gasol grabbed the rebound without hesitation and immediately launched a full-court pass. Curry, who had just been slightly shaken on the defensive end, was now, like a flash of white lightning, racing toward the Heat's half. Stop him. Heat coach Spoelstra shouted desperately from the sidelines. Wade sprinted back with all his might, attempting to block. But from 2 steps beyond the three-point line, Curry suddenly stopped on a dime while sprinting and shot. An exaggerated arc sailed through the air above the American Airlines Arena. Swish! A needle-threading shot. Cleanly through the net. 107-104. The Cavaliers took the lead. Oh God. This outrageous three-pointer. Stephen Curry once again doused cold water over the heads of Miami fans. The commentator went completely wild. But the Heat did not give up. Turning back, Wade exploited a drive to break through the defense, managing to score at 21, once again leveling the score. In the subsequent possession, both sides missed their chances for the game winner. As Kyrie's long three-pointer clanged off the back of the rim and bounced high, the red light for the end of regulation suddenly lit up. Beep. The sharp final buzzer echoed throughout the arena. The score on the big screen was frozen at 109-109. The brief intermission ended and the 5-minute overtime officially commenced. The air in the American Airlines Arena seemed to freeze with every harsh sound of sneakers squeaking against the floor, jarring the nerves of the fans. Due to the overtime, Stephen Curry's playing time inevitably broke the 35-minute limit set by Suya. As Curry stepped back onto the court, his footsteps were noticeably heavier than in the previous 4 quarters, gasping for breath, and his shirt was drenched in sweat. The exhaustion from physical exertion made Curry's passing sluggish when facing double teams. However, superstars are called superstars for a reason. They can unleash terrifying energy in dire situations. In the 2nd minute of overtime, Curry faced Chalmers and the incoming Bosch at the top of the arc. At his physical limit, he chose not to break through. Instead, from 2 steps beyond the three-point line, he forced a shot over Bosch's long arms right in his face. Swish! An unreasonable, godlike three-pointer. The firepower remained undiminished. But this three-pointer also thoroughly pierced the taut nerves of LeBron James. Give me the ball. Turning around, James frantically demanded the ball in the front court. Faced with the Cavaliers' front line also nearing exhaustion, his movements became increasingly exaggerated. Not only did he lower his shoulder to create space while driving, but he also discreetly swung his iron elbow during a layup, slamming it hard into Paul Millsap's chest. Millsap groaned in pain and fell to the ground. Yet the baseline referee, standing less than a meter away, seemed suddenly blind, gripping the whistle tightly, without any indication. Good play. LeBron's tough drive scores. The commentator was still loudly praising James. Su Young, sitting on the sidelines, instantly turned gloomy. David Stern's star whistle has begun to take effect, Su Young scoffed. In the Miami home court during a nationally televised spotlight game, the league clearly did not want to see this little emperor, who had garnered countless resources, reduced to a mere backdrop. Having tasted the sweet fruits of the referee's indulgence, James completely discarded his facade on the defensive, pulling, pushing, and even deliberately using his knee to collide with Clay and Leonard's legs during screens. All kinds of borderline fouls emerged incessantly. With only 20 seconds left in overtime, the score stood at 116-115. The Heat only led by 1 point. The Cavaliers had possession for the final attack. The entire American Airlines arena stood up, holding its breath. Stephen Curry controlled the ball near the center circle, managing the clock while observing the defense. Defending him was none other than the actively switched LeBron James. Jameis' eyes were bloodshot, resembling a beast cornered in desperation, intensely staring at Curry. He absolutely would not allow himself to be defeated by a frail guard in this MVP showdown. Only 6 seconds remained. Curry moved. He executed 2 incredibly realistic crossovers accompanied by a frenzied shift in his center of gravity. Although James possessed explosive physical attributes, he could not help but appear slightly stiff against the extreme change of direction from this smaller guard. It was this slight stiffness that allowed Curry to find the space to shoot. He stepped back, gathered, jumped. The sequence flowed seamlessly despite his exhaustion. Kawhi's shooting form remained flawless. However, just as Curry released the basketball and was still in midair, James, having been faked out by half a body, realized he could no longer contest the shot. A glint of ruthless determination flashed in his eyes. Instead of choosing to sidestep, he leaped toward the direction Curry was jumping, seemingly unable to control his footing, and forcefully took an extra step forward. That big foot, clad in custom-sized 23 shoes, precisely and covertly positioned itself directly beneath the cylindrical landing spot of Curry. Bang! Curry landed. Crack! Even amidst the noisy arena, Soo Young felt as if he heard a distinct snap. Kawhi's left foot landed heavily on Jameis' foot, instantly twisting his ankle into a grotesque position. Oh! A piercing scream echoed throughout the arena. Curry clutched his left ankle in pain, crashing heavily to the ground, rolling in agony, cold sweat instantly covering his cherubic face. Meanwhile, the three-pointer Curry had released, distorted due to Jameis' hidden elbow, ultimately struck the front of the rim. Beep! The buzzer signaling the end of the game rang out, with the Miami Heat narrowly winning by 1 point. But at that moment, the Cavaliers' bench had gone wild. F you, you dirty butcher. The hottest-tempered Patrick Beverley, with reddened eyes, was the first to rush out from the bench, shaking his fists and ready to charge at James. DeAndre Jordan, Millsap, and even the usually calm Leonard angrily surrounded him. The referees in a panic blew their whistles as players from both sides instantly crowded together at center court, creating chaos. As the instigator, James raised his hands high, feigning innocence, and even took 2 steps back, hiding behind his teammate Bosh. Soo Young paid no mind to the conflict on the court. He immediately rushed onto the floor and came to Kawhi's side. Watching the team doctor urgently cut open Kawhi's shoe and seeing Kawhi's pain-pale face, Soo Young felt a surge of uncontrollable rage burning within his chest. A dirty trip. Such a despicable act that could ruin a professional athlete's career occurred from a superstar who prides himself as the best in the league. Half an hour later, in the post-game press conference room, winning the game, LeBron James sat at the podium, maintaining the pose of an innocent victim despite the public's ongoing debate over his last-minute move. LeBron, regarding the defensive play that caused Stephen Curry to fall injured at the last moment, many believe you violated his cylinder, committing a malicious trip. What do you have to say about that? A reporter asked sharply. James shrugged, shaking his head regretfully at the microphone. I don't know what you're talking about. That was just a normal defensive scramble. All I thought about was disrupting his shot. I had no idea what happened. He stepped on me when he landed, and I almost fell too. James not only distanced himself from the incident, but even shamelessly began to shift the blame. That's part of high-intensity competition. Basketball is a contact sport. Maybe it's because his ankle was too fragile. If the Cavaliers weren't so reliant on those floating guard jump shots, perhaps this injury wouldn't have occurred. I wish him a speedy recovery, but tonight's victory belongs to Miami. This extremely hypocritical statement even made some neutral media members in the audience feel a sense of nausea. Just then, with a loud bang, the door to the press conference room was violently kicked open. Soo Young, his face icy, strode into the press room amidst the gasps of the security staff heading straight. The entire hall fell silent in an instant, with all the flashlights flashing wildly. What happened? His ankle is too fragile. Soo Young laughed in rage, pointing at Jameis' nose, tearing off his disguise in front of the nationally televised cameras. Put away your disgusting, hypocritical facade, LeBron. Everyone is not blind. You know better than anyone what that extra step forward meant. When you realized you couldn't defeat him on the battlefield, when your stamina and skills were both crushed, you could only rely on such despicable actions to preserve your pathetic throne. This is utterly cowardly behavior. You don't even have the courage to admit your dirtiness. James suddenly stood up, his face dark. Mr. Soo, don't slander me. This is part of the game. Of course this is part of the game. Soo Young coldly interrupted him, his gaze revealing a chilling ruthlessness. But since you've dragged the rules down into such a filthy mire, remember this. Next time you face Cleveland, make sure to wear your armor a little thicker. The controversy at the American Airlines Arena in Miami exploded across America's sports world within hours of the game's conclusion. Yet in this nation where capital dictates discourse, public opinion did not pivot toward the victim as Su Yang had anticipated. By dawn the next day, headlines across America's major sports newspapers and television programs converged with eerie unanimity, pointing squarely at Su Yang and the Cleveland Cavaliers. A graceless loser. The Cavaliers' owner stormed the press conference hall, abandoning all professional decorum. ESPN analysts contend LeBron's defensive movement was merely natural bodily inertia. Stephen Curry's injury was a tragic, unforeseen accident. An upstart lacking pedigree, Su Yang attempts to cloak his team's critical game ineptitude beneath conspiracy theories. Under Nike's vast public relations empire and the league's quiet behind-the-scenes protection, LeBron's covert foot-stomp maneuver was systematically whitewashed by hand-picked pundits. Through frame-by-frame playback and angle-by-angle analysis, it was rebranded as an uncontrollable slip. Even though Su Yang's family wielded staggering wealth and influence back home in China against the deeply entrenched sports industrial network on American soil, his voice was effortlessly drowned out. Indeed, even across the Pacific, domestic social media platforms failed to rally uniformly behind him. Vast legions of LeBron loyalists flooded Weibo and Tieba, aggressively steering narratives and accusing Su Yang of making mountains out of molehills. In basketball, injuries are inevitable. Who's to blame for fragile ankles? And Su Yang is nothing but a publicity-hungry heir incapable of handling defeat. If he can't stomach the NBA, why disgrace himself abroad by shouting at press conferences? Cleveland. Owner's office, Cavaliers headquarters. Ring. Nod. Dedicated red secure phone on the desk suddenly blared. Su Yang glanced at the caller ID, answered without surprise, and activated speakerphone. Good morning, Committee. How soon has the league drafted its disciplinary notice? Su Yang's tone dripped with irony. And from the other end, David Stern's voice remained low and measured. Mr. Su, I express my sincere regret over Stephen's misfortune. The league has reviewed the footage repeatedly. It was an unfortunate accident. Yet your conduct last night at the press conference gravely tarnished the league's image. An accident? You and I both know precisely what it was. And Su Yang let out a cold laugh. Commissioner Stern, Cavaliers players are not lambs awaiting slaughter. If the league's referees cannot uphold even the most basic fairness, I won't hesitate to let my players reclaim justice, on their own terms, on the court. Hearing this naked threat, Stern's voice shot up 8 decibels. Su Yang, I warn you, cease these reckless notions immediately. No matter how furious you may be behind closed doors, the Palace of Auburn Hills incident must never recur under my tenure. Should the Cavaliers deliberately retaliate physically in their next matchup against the Heat, I guarantee the harshest penalty in NBA history. I will suspend your players indefinitely, even strip your franchise of its draft rights. And unflinching before the tyrant's fury, Su Yang slammed his palm onto the desk. And what of Stephen Curry? What of the Cleveland Cavaliers? His voice reverberated through the cavernous office. To shield your so-called greatest player in the league, to safeguard those damned ratings and broadcast contracts, you stand idly by while my franchise cornerstone is crippled. You sacrificed the Cavaliers without hesitation. And silence stretched across the line for over 10 seconds. When Stern spoke again, his tone had reverted to that of a ruthless capitalist. Su, this is a business league. Everything must bow to the greater good. And you must face reality. LeBron James currently embodies tens of billions in commercial value, whereas you remain far from sufficient. Should your Cavaliers and Stephen Curry ever expand the NBA's global footprint as Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls once did, generating incalculable profits, then without a word from you, the league's whistles and resources will naturally favor you. That is the rule. And Stern's words amounted to an open declaration: whoever delivers profit commands privilege. Su Yang drew a slow, deep breath, suppressing the fire smoldering in his eyes. He knew full well confronting the league heat at this stage would yield no advantage. Yet Su Yang would never swallow this injustice in silence. Very well, Commissioner. I understand your greater good. I pledge no bloodshed, but I demand compensation. Su Yang laid down his counteroffer. You owe Cleveland a favor. If I acquire a lottery pick this season, I require the league to ensure it lands within the top 5 in the draft lottery. Top 5. Stern paused thoughtfully. A manipulation of the draft's shadow mechanisms posed no obstacle for him. Agreed. As compensation, should you secure a lottery pick, I guarantee it remains among the top 5. No, I demand top 3. Su Yang pressed further, as if recalling something pivotal. Stern frowned, weighing risks and rewards. A top 3 selection carried extraordinary weight, but Stern needed this thorn-in-the-side owner compliant, especially with the finals looming and the specter of global scandal ever present. Done. Top 3. And the veteran commissioner ultimately conceded. But I expect this to be the last time I hear such talk of retaliation. The line went dead. Su Yang leaned back in his chair and began to strategize. No overt retaliation. No matter. On the basketball court, vengeance wears many guises. Now he needed to immediately secure the top 3 promise just granted by David Stern. In Grant. Soo-young punched the intercom button and barked. Seconds later, General Manager Grant strode in. Boss, you called. In. Contact the New Orleans Hornets and Los Angeles Clippers front offices. Immediately. I'm entering the Chris Paul trade. Due to the off-season lockout, the long-anticipated saga, where will Chris Paul go, had stalled. After Stern had abruptly scuttled the Lakers' deal under the pretext of basketball reasons, the Clippers and Hornets remained locked in final negotiations. Soo-young knew full well the Hornets were currently under league trusteeship. In essence, their true owner was David Stern himself. Boss, the Clippers-Hornets deal is nearly finalized. Is offering Eric Gordon, Al-Farouq Aminu, Chris come on, and an unprotected first-round pick belonging to the Minnesota Timberwolves, exclusively for Paul. Grant, master of league intelligence, reported swiftly. What do we offer to intervene? In. Tell them the Cavaliers will join as a third party. In Soo-young's command brooked no dissent. The Hornets are rebuilding from ruin. They need not only prospects, but seasoned veterans to stabilize the lock. We'll send the 2012 Pacers first-round pick acquired earlier for Anton Jamison, our own 2012 first-round selection, and Shane Battier. Bundle these assets and deliver them to the Hornets. Let the Clippers keep or redirect the Timberwolves pick. In. What we demand is New Orleans' own 2012 first-round pick. Grant's eyes widened. Boss. Surrender Battier. He's our most vital veteran defender on the perimeter. And the Hornets are abysmal this year. Their pick is almost certain to be a high-value lottery selection. And will Commissioner Stern approve handing us such a premium asset? Do exactly as I've instructed. In. Since the Hornets answer solely to him this trade, Soo-young will encounter no obstruction, no basketball reasons whatsoever. Merely 2 days after the ankle-rolling incident at the American Airlines Center, the Cleveland Cavaliers issued a medical announcement that sent shockwaves across the entire city to safeguard Stephen Curry's long-term career health with absolute priority, and following comprehensive consultation among the team's medical staff and external specialists, Curry will undergo minimally invasive surgical repair on his left ankle to fully eliminate the underlying instability. Consequently, Curry will miss all remaining games of this season. His campaign officially concluded. Just as every opportunistic media outlet and curious onlooker settled in, with popcorn eagerly anticipating another explosive Twitter tirade or scathing press conference from Soo-young, the Cavaliers' famously unfiltered combative owner, targeting LeBron James over the ankle-rolling incident. Soo-young remained silent. There were no public accusations, no veiled sarcasm. Neither the Cavaliers' official social media accounts nor Soo-young's personal platforms mentioned James's action, not once, beyond offering sincere well wishes for Curry's recovery. While the public puzzled over Soo-young's unexpected silence, the NBA league office detonated a seismic bomb in the trade market. After months of protracted negotiations, and with personal approval from NBA Commissioner David Stern, a blockbuster 3-team deal involving the Los Angeles Clippers, the New Orleans Hornets, and the Cleveland Cavaliers was officially finalized. In this transaction, the Clippers secured Chris Paul, the league's premier point guard, while the Hornets acquired immediate contributors Eric Gordon and Chris come on, along with Cleveland's 2012 Indiana Pacers first-round pick, Miami's 2013 first-round pick, and veteran defensive stalwart Shane Battier. As the third party, the Cleveland Cavaliers surrendered 2 first-round picks and a seasoned veteran, receiving in return only New Orleans' unprotected 2012 first-round selection. The moment the trade became public, consensus crystallized across American basketball circles. The Cleveland Cavaliers had officially abandoned this season. This is a shrewd yet undeniably harsh business decision. An ESPN basketball analyst declared emphatically on air, with Stephen Curry sidelined for the season, Cleveland has lost its sole offensive weapon capable of shredding elite defenses. Their dazzling three-point system, once hailed as revolutionary, will now collapse entirely. Trading away defensive anchor Shane Battier in exchange for New Orleans' likely high lottery 2012 first-round pick signals Soo-young's sober recognition of reality. He has chosen to embrace tanking anew, positioning the franchise to pursue this year's elite rookie class. To all observers, the post-Curry Cavaliers would inevitably launch a fire sale, offering Marc Gasol, Paul Millsap, and others as assets to accumulate draft capital. Yet something uncanny unfolded beyond the Battier transaction. The Cavaliers executed not a single additional roster purge. Gasol, Millsap, Klay Thompson, Kawhi Leonard, none were moved. Right before the trade deadline, Cleveland completed only one low-profile peripheral deal, exchanging Miami's 2013 second-round pick acquired in the James trade and cash to the New York Knicks for the signing rights to a Chinese-American point guard who hadn't even cracked their rotation this season. That compact crew-cut guard, devoid of star aura, was named Lin Shaheo. Outside observers dismissed the move as mere cultural diplomacy, a sentimental gesture by Su Yang, the Chinese-American owner seeking domestic sympathy and brand visibility. Inside a premium private orthopedic hospital in Cleveland, Stephen Curry lay semi-reclined in a high-end patient room fresh from his ankle surgery. His left foot, encased in thick plaster, rested elevated upon a pillow. The cherubic face, usually radiant with infectious smiles, now bore shadows of despair and desolation. In the ruthless arena of the NBA, where reputation is currency and fragility is fatal, a point guard branded a glass man suffering season-ending injury in his contract year understood precisely what it meant, better than anyone. "Perhaps my career will simply fade into obscurity," Curry murmured, eyes fixed blankly on the ceiling, voice hollow with resignation. "The team will surely trade me away." Creak. The door swung open. Su Yang entered alone, carrying a fruit basket. "Boss." Curry stirred, attempting to rise. "Stay still, don't move." Su Yang placed the basket on the nightstand, pulled up a chair beside the bed, and studied Curry's dejected expression, then chuckled softly. "What? Do you think you're broken? That I'll discard you like dead weight?" Curry offered a bitter smile, eyes clouded with quiet shame. "Boss, I know the NBA is a business. My ankle is ruined. The roster you painstakingly assembled around me has crumbled because of me. If the team chooses to walk away now, I understand completely." Gazing at this young man, who would one day ignite a revolution in small ball basketball, yet now trembled with profound insecurity, Su Yang's mirth vanished. His gaze turned solemn, unwavering. "Stephen, I'm here today to tell you just two things. First, focus solely on healing. Even if the sky collapses, you remain the undisputed core of this franchise. No injury, however severe, will ever prompt us to trade you. I'm counting on your full recovery to lead us straight to the championship." At those words, Curry's eyes instantly glistened with tears. "Second," Su Yang paused, then dropped a revelation so staggering Curry thought he'd hallucinated. "Rest well. Come this summer, I will personally place before you a 5-year, $83 million maximum salary extension, the highest honor our organization bestows." "What?" Curry's eyes widened in disbelief, so sharply he tugged at his surgical wound, drawing a sharp gasp of pain. "Boss, are you joking? A 5-year max deal? Under the league's latest collective bargaining agreement, only one player per team may qualify for such a designated player contract. In everyone's mind, such contracts belonged exclusively to physical titans like Derrick Rose or LeBron, and him, an injured third-year guard fresh off ankle surgery and out for the season. I never joke, Stephen," Su Yang said firmly, placing a hand on Curry's shoulder. "I don't measure value by the past. I invest in the future. In my eyes, you are more than worthy of this designated player contract, the ultimate symbol of our franchise's enduring faith." Curry stared, mute, tears spilling freely unchecked. In a league where acclaim flows easily to the triumphant, but compassion rarely reaches the fallen, this unreserved trust and staggering financial commitment shattered the young man's emotional defenses. "Boss, thank you. I swear, I'll repay your faith not with one nor two, but with countless championships." His voice broke, trembling with raw emotion. "I've heard you. Rest well, my superstar." That same afternoon, in the Cavaliers' headquarters press room, Su Yang appeared in formal attire for a media briefing outlining the team's future vision. Reporters swarmed him, cameras flashing. "Mr. Su, trading away your lone defensive enforcer Shane Battier. Does that mean Cleveland is embracing tanking? Mr. Su, rumors claim you'll trade Stephen Curry for draft picks this summer. Is that true? After all, his ankle is now a ticking time bomb." Facing the barrage of questions, Su Yang adjusted the microphone, his gaze calm and steady. "First, the Cavaliers will not tank. We remain committed to playoff contention." A ripple of polite laughter followed. This ritualistic defiance felt hollow. How could they chase the playoffs without Curry? "Second, regarding rumors about Stephen Curry, I offer here, today, the sole definitive response." Su Yang's voice, amplified through the speakers, resonated across the nation. "Stephen Curry will not be traded. He is, and forever shall be, the singular spiritual icon of the Cleveland Cavaliers. We refuse to question his greatness because of temporary injury, and we will never exploit his vulnerability to bargain down his worth. I publicly pledge this summer the Cavaliers will present Stephen Curry with a maximum 5-year designated player contract, the pinnacle of organizational commitment." A collective intake of breath froze the room. A 5-year max deal for a guard just off season-ending ankle surgery. Madness. This reckless heir apparent has clearly lost his mind. "Mr. Su," a reporter from the Miami Herald rose, seizing the chance. "Given Stephen's devastating injury, what do you wish to say about LeBron James, the man who caused it? Do you believe James has destroyed your season?" Every journalist leaned forward, hungry for Su Yang to erupt, just as he had before, calling James a filthy butcher. Such fury would guarantee front-page headlines. But this time they misjudged him entirely. Su Yang merely glanced at the reporter, No anger flickered in his eyes, only a deep, inscrutable stillness. I am here today to speak only of my players, and only of Cleveland's future. As for certain actions by certain individuals, I choose not to waste breath discussing them further. What happens on the basketball court will ultimately be resolved on the basketball court. With that, Su Yang departed the podium escorted by security. When footage of the press conference aired, American public sentiment pivoted 180 degrees. The Chinese-American heir, once labeled reckless, unrefined, and arrogant, had in crisis revealed extraordinary restraint and strategic vision. His profound, almost unbusinesslike faith in Curry, backed by unprecedented financial commitment, ignited an overwhelming wave of goodwill. To find an owner like Su Yang in this cold-blooded business league is Stephen Curry's greatest fortune in life. No predatory renegotiation. Only a 5-year max contract offered in full trust. No impotent rage. Only quiet resilience biding time for redemption. Mr. Su. Overnight, Su Yang's reputation soared across global social media. The title NBA's most humanistic owner was cemented upon him, irrevocably. As February arrived with Stephen Curry hanging up his battle banner, the power dynamics and standings of the NBA experienced a fierce upheaval. In the Wild West, the seasoned San Antonio Spurs quietly went on a winning streak, reclaiming the top spot in the West. Following closely were the Oklahoma City Thunder, who were igniting a youthful storm. The Thunder, three consisting of Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, and James Harden, overflowed, with talent wildly attracting fans in the league with their explosive performances. In third place in the West stood the Los Angeles Lakers. Surprisingly, even after David Stern halted Chris Paul's trade to the Lakers for basketball reasons during the offseason, Kobe Bryant did not slack off. The relentless Black Mamba vented his rage on the court single-handedly, keeping the aging Lakers firmly in the top 3. With the shifting records, the NBA's official MVP rankings underwent a significant reshuffle. Having lost his biggest rival, Stephen Curry, LeBron James unsurprisingly ascended to the top position of the MVP list. Close behind him were Kevin Durant, who surged due to his unstoppable scoring ability, and Kobe Bryant, finally donning the Clippers jersey and leading the Lob City to take flight. Chris Paul ranked 4th. The focus then shifted back to the East. The Philadelphia 76ers, who had been neck and neck with the Heat and Bulls at the season's start, unexpectedly began to fall behind. Led by Paul George, the Indiana Pacers steadily climbed to 3rd in the East. The storied Boston Celtics rose to 4th. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers, who had lost their absolute core Curry and traded away veteran defender Battier, saw their record plummet, barely holding on to 5th place in the East. As for the Philadelphia 76ers, they had directly dropped to 8th in the East, facing the danger of falling out of playoff contention. This is the price of losing a core player. The fairy tale of Cleveland has ended. Su Yang exchanged 5 years of max salary for a sense of humanity, yet lost this season. The media across the nation had long anticipated the Cavaliers' decline. In their view, a team cobbled together from rookie minimum salaries and overpriced big men managing to stay in 5th in the East during this shortened season was already a miracle. As the season progressed, the Cavaliers were bound to plunge into the lottery zone. What further convinced the media that the Cavaliers had given up was the attitude of their owner, Su Yang. Ever since the press conference about the minimally invasive surgery that shook the league, Su Yang seemed to have vanished, never stepping back into the exclusive box at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. In the paparazzi's lenses, this young and wealthy Chinese tycoon had completely reverted to his playboy nature. He was either accompanying the voluptuous Reba in Beverly Hills for beach outings, or flying to New York's luxury shopping streets holding hands with the stunning Naza while shopping wildly. Every day, it was either Reba or Naza, surrounded by luxury cars and yachts, living an incredibly carefree life. He has already given up on this season. After all, with his own first-round pick and an unprotected first-round pick from the Hornets in hand, even if the Cavaliers had a terrible record, he could still emerge as a winner in the draft. This is what basketball pundits unanimously concluded. Far away in Miami, James believed the Cavaliers were tanking, while the media in New York thought Su Yang had given up. Even David Stern felt that the Cavaliers had laid down to be mocked. Yet the players of the Cavaliers at the Storm Center had never received any orders about tanking. Cleveland Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Defense. Stay glued to him. On the practice court, head coach Byron Scott was shouting hoarsely. Although they had lost the sharpest sword in Curry, the team had been deeply imprinted with the genes of teamwork and defense under Su Yang's previous Iron Fist coaching. Patrick Beverley bit down on his opposing player like a mad dog. Kawhi Leonard's death grip was maturing. Klay Thompson tirelessly ran to find open shots, while the inside duo of Marc Gasol and Paul Millsap erected an impregnable wall. However, basketball requires not only defense, but also scoring. In the recent few games, the Cavaliers' offense remained stagnant. Beverley was an excellent defensive specialist, but his poor vision and ball handling abilities could not fulfill the critical role of facilitating the team. Though Marc Gasol could initiate plays from the high post, without an outside pick-and-roll point the opponents could freely collapse their defense. The team was like a tank equipped with top-notch armor, but had lost its core engine. With more losses than wins, they struggled painfully on the playoff verge. This gloomy and oppressive atmosphere persisted until a regular season game in early February. The Cleveland Cavaliers hosted the New Jersey Nets. The game was exceptionally tense, even described as ugly. The Cavaliers' offense had completely stalled, and halfway through the third quarter the entire team had managed a pitiful 45 points. Beverly, due to excessive fouls, was forced to sit on the bench with 4 fouls. Meanwhile, another minimum salary point guard on the court seemed to be in a daze, not only committing turnovers, but also being mercilessly dominated by Nets guard Deron Williams. Damn it. We need someone to bring the ball past half court. We need someone to tear through their defense. Byron Scott, anxious on the sidelines, was stamping his feet. He glanced at the bench, his gaze despairingly sweeping over the row of dejected players. Finally, his eyes landed on a small yellow-skinned player sitting by the water cooler draped in a towel, who hadn't even had a chance to warm up. Jeremy Lin. This marginal player, acquired by the owner a month ago for a second-round pick, felt completely invisible in this team, and to save money, it was said, he had been sleeping on the sofa of rookie Klay Thompson's apartment these past few days. Jeremy, go to the scorer's table to sub in. Scott was actually resorting to desperate measures. He just wanted a point guard who could safely bring the ball past half court. Upon hearing the coach's call, Lin paused for a moment, then suddenly yanked off the towel from his head, stripped off his training gear, and a surge of intense hunger and enthusiasm erupted in his eyes. This was his last chance. If he couldn't stay in the NBA, he would have to pack his bags and seek a living in overseas leagues. Beep. Substitution during a dead ball. When Coach Byron Scott shouted, "Jeremy, you're in," with a tone that suggested he had given up, the crowd of over 20,000 Cleveland fans couldn't even muster a boo. An Asian guard with yellow skin and black hair, standing just over 6 feet tall. On this NBA court, where muscle collides and talent reigns supreme, what could this seemingly ordinary college dropout possibly do? Is he just a human punching bag? Beep. The referee's whistle blew, stopping play for a substitution. Jeremy Lin took a deep breath and removed the training jersey that was slightly damp with sweat. In truth, he hadn't warmed up at all. The sweat was merely a result of being overly tense and yearning while sitting on the bench. Just the night before, he had tossed and turned on the slightly short couch in Klay Thompson's apartment. His bank account was nearly empty, and if this non-guaranteed contract were to be cut, he would face the fate of being without a team and packing his bags to drift off to Europe. This is my last chance. My last chance. Jeremy Lin gritted his teeth and stepped onto the hardwood floor that he had longed for. The Cavaliers were on the attack. Jeremy Lin received the pass from the baseline and smoothly dribbled past half court. Defending him was the Nets star player, one of the league's top point guards, Deron Williams. Seeing this unknown Asian kid in front of him, Deron smirked disdainfully. He didn't even lower his stance to guard. He simply spread his arms casually, as if watching a ball boy who had wandered onto the court. "Rookie, just pass the ball. This isn't where you belong," Deron casually taunted. But Jeremy Lin did not. In that moment, all the tactical plays, all the hesitations, all the fears in his mind were replaced by a determination to go all in. He held the ball with one hand at the arc while his other hand decisively signaled for a pick and roll. Paul Millsap was slightly surprised by the command from this water boy, but out of professional courtesy, he quickly stepped up and set a solid screen at the free throw line. Deron Williams didn't even glance. He chose to go around the screen. He believed this Asian guard posed no threat from the three-point line. However, in that half-second opening, as Deron rounded the screen, Jeremy Lin made his move. His first step was incredibly quick, brushing against Millsap's body, transforming into a white flash that pierced straight into the Nets' vulnerable interior. What a... Deron was taken aback, realizing it was too late to chase back. Brook Lopez, the Nets center guarding the paint, immediately rotated over, raising his arms high like a mountain, standing in front of Jeremy Lin. Most fringe guards would have panicked and thrown the ball away by now, but Jeremy Lin did not. Facing the 7-foot Lopez undaunted, he leapt into the air, seeking contact, and with his body twisted, deftly flicked the ball with his right hand. Bang! The ball hit the backboard, spun halfway around the rim, and dropped into the net. Meanwhile, the referee's whistle sharply sounded. Foul on the arm, the basket counts, and he'll get an extra free throw. 21. The Quicken Loans arena fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting in a cheer mixed with astonishment. Well done, Jeremy. Millsap rushed over to help Lin up from the floor, giving his back a hearty pat. Jeremy Lin stepped to the free throw line and confidently made the shot. 48-57, the gap narrowed to 9 points. However, this was merely the prologue to a storm that would shake all of America. Kawhi Leonard snatched the rebound with his huge hands without even looking, tossing the ball to Jeremy Lin, who was sprinting down the court. Jeremy Lin was on a fast break. The retreating Nets guard desperately chased him, trying to stop him before the three-point line. But as Jeremy approached the arc, there was no sign of slowing down. He abruptly stopped and launched a jumper. In that moment, it seemed as if the spirit of the number 30 player who was far away in a hospital bed had possessed him. Swish. The ball found nothing but net. 6 consecutive points. My God, who is this kid? The ESPN commentator on the sidelines jumped out of his chair, holding his head in disbelief, shouting, "He plays like a 10-year veteran all-star." The entire fourth quarter turned into a personal showcase for Jeremy Lin. An enraged Darren Williams tried to reclaim his pride on the offensive end, but this seemingly frail Asian guard was like a piece of gum that just wouldn't come off, and while he may have been overpowered, his relentless spirit made it difficult for Darren. On the offensive end, Jeremy Lin revitalized the Cavaliers team that had been stagnant for 3 entire quarters. When the Nets attempted to double-team him, his severely underrated court vision instantly came into play. Whoosh! A concealed bounce pass found Klay Thompson waiting in the corner. Klay caught the ball, rose up, and nailed the three-pointer. In the next possession, Jeremy Lin broke through again, attracting 3 defenders before tossing the ball high above the basket. Boom. DeAndre Jordan, coming off the bench, soared like a divine, completing a powerful alley-oop dunk. Pass, drive, jump shot, three-pointer. The Nets head coach was frantically calling for a timeout, but could not stop this undrafted player who had completely lost his composure. With just a minute left in the game, thanks to a scoring surge from Jeremy Lin, the Cavaliers had taken a 5-point lead over the Nets. In the moment that secured the victory, Jeremy Lin faced Darren Williams in isolation at the three-point arc. The entire crowd was on their feet, holding their breath as they watched this miraculous little player. Jeremy Lin executed 2 crossover dribbles, suddenly making a sharp change of direction. Darren's balance was completely lost. Lin did not choose to drive. Instead, just a step inside the three-point line, he elegantly retreated and executed a mid-range jump shot. The basketball traced a deadly arc through the air. Swish! It pierced through the net, striking at the heart. Beep! As the final buzzer sounded and the lights lit up at the Quicken Loans Arena, the scoreboard froze at 99-92. The Cleveland Cavaliers accomplished an incredible comeback after trailing by 12 points in the third quarter. On the large screen, the statistics of the yellow-skinned guard wearing number 17 flashed glaringly. Subbed in for 16 minutes, scoring an astonishing 25 points, along with 7 assists, 5 rebounds, and 2 steals. In the second half, he single-handedly dominated all-star point guard Darren Williams on both ends. Jeremy. The entire Quicken Loans Arena went completely wild. Over 20,000 fans who had originally planned to leave early simultaneously raised their hands, shouting the name of this undrafted player whom they couldn't even name just 2 hours ago. Little Jordan was the first to rush over and scoop Jeremy Lin up in a hug. Millsap, Marc Gasol, and his couch roommate, Klay Thompson, all excitedly rushed over tightly, surrounding him, ruffling his hair and pouring icy water from the water bottle over his head. Amidst the cheers of the crowd and the embraces of his teammates, Jeremy Lin's eyes turned red, and he let out a roar that released all the pent-up frustration and grievances. The miracle belonging to this Asian underdog, the Linsanity storm that would sweep across America and shock the world, was born in that moment. In a luxurious penthouse apartment in Manhattan, New York. The night was enchanting, with the Empire State Building illuminated outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. Accompanied by soothing jazz music, Soo Young lounged on the couch. The captivating Naza curled around Soo Young like a water snake. The girl's cheeks flushed with an alluring blush, her breath fragrant, as she prepared to spend a romantic and passionate night with her young and wealthy boss. Just as the atmosphere began to heat up and Naza's red lips came close, the phone left on the nearby coffee table vibrated inopportunely. Soo Young raised an eyebrow, gently patting Naza's fair back to signal her to wait as he reached for the phone. The caller ID showed Chris Grant, the general manager of the Cavaliers. Upon answering the call, before Soo Young could speak, a voice filled with excitement and breaking into a shout came from the receiver. "Boss, did you watch the game? Oh my God, we made a comeback." That Asian kid named Jeremy Lin single-handedly dominated Darren Williams in the fourth quarter. He scored 25 points. The whole arena went wild for him. Listening to the manager's nearly incoherent report on the other end, Soo Young raised his hand, gently playing with Naza's silky hair, and murmured with a hint of emotion, "Has it finally arrived? Lin's madness." "Old. Boss, what do you mean by madness?" Grant on the other end paused, unable to catch Soo Young's mumble. "Nothing." Soo Young sat up straight. "Grant, listen carefully. Immediately have the legal department prepare a 2-year mid-level contract extension. Tomorrow morning, I will personally fly back to Cleveland for a press conference. We need to lock this kid down with the Cavaliers before he realizes what's happening. 2 years mid-level. Grant gasped. "Boss, he just had one good game. We previously signed him to a non-guaranteed minimum salary contract. Isn't it too risky to go straight to mid-level?" Just do it. Trust me, after tonight, countless eyes around the league will be on him. Su Yang decisively issued the order before hanging up the phone. Dear, is there something wrong with the team? Naza leaned gently against Su Yang's chest, asking softly. Something good happened. Do I need to visit the team tomorrow? Su Yang tossed the phone aside, looked at the enchanting beauty in his arms, rolled over to press her down on the couch, a mischievous smile on his lips. But the primary task right now is to handle our affairs. The apartment was filled with springtime allure. The next morning at the press room of the Cleveland Cavaliers headquarters, the team owner Su Yang, who had been missing for nearly a month, reappeared in the public and media spotlight. However, this time sitting beside him was not Stephen Curry, but Jeremy Lin, who had shot to fame in yesterday's game. The flashbulbs of the cameras flickered like a torrential downpour. Mr. Su, do you have anything to say about Jeremy Lin's incredible performance last night? Was this part of your... Jeremy's performance did surprise me, but that is precisely the charm of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Su Yang seized the moment to drop a bombshell. Just 10 minutes ago, the Cavaliers finalized a 2-year mid-level contract extension with Jeremy Lin. A wave of gasps erupted from the audience. Just yesterday, the undrafted player worried about sleeping on the couch, and today, he secured a mid-level contract worth millions of dollars. I said the Cavaliers will give any young person with potential and fighting spirit an opportunity. Su Yang's voice resonated across the nation through the cameras. The outside world thought we would choose to tank after Steven's injury, but Jeremy proved with his actions that this team is infused with an unyielding spirit. Our plans for this season remain unchanged. Our goal is still the playoffs. Sitting beside him, Jeremy Lin looked at the young owner who had invested heavily in his contract, filled with indescribable gratitude, his eyes reflecting a resolve to sacrifice for a true friend. After the press conference, Su Yang did not linger and headed straight to the team's locker room. Upon opening the door, the previously noisy locker room fell silent. All the players, including head coach Byron Scott, stood up in unison. Su Yang walked to the center of the locker room, his gaze sweeping over this group of players who had struggled in the mire for nearly a month. Boys, you have worked hard during this time. With Steven down, I know it has been a huge blow to you. The outside world is laughing at us, but I have watched every one of your games. Your defense remains resilient. You have not given up. Su Yang suddenly pointed to the empty number 30 locker in the corner of the locker room. Steven is currently lying in a hospital bed watching the game on television. He has entrusted his hope to you. In the upcoming games, you are not just playing for yourselves, you are playing to win victories for Steven that he cannot achieve on the court. Show the entire league with each victory that as long as our system is intact, as long as the people in this locker room are united, the ship of Cleveland will never sink. Win for Steven. Win for Steven. Under the leadership of Pau Gasol and Paul Millsap, the entire locker room erupted into deafening roars. After the pep talk, Su Yang returned to his office as the general manager. He had barely sat down when Grant rushed in with a trade proposal. Boss, the Los Angeles Clippers just called. Their general manager Neil Olshey wants to discuss a player swap with us. Oh, Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Who do the Clippers want to trade for whom? They want to swap our center DeAndre Jordan for their guard Eric Bledsoe. Grant handed the materials to Su Yang, explaining. The Clippers say they just obtained Chris Paul through our 3-team trade, and their backcourt is now crowded. Although Bledsoe has explosive physical attributes and is known as mini LeBron, he has hardly seen any playing time under Paul's spotlight. And they believe our frontcourt is too crowded now. Marc Gasol, Millsap, and even Zaza Pachulia, Jordan can only play a few minutes as a backup here. And Grant paused. The Clippers' general manager's exact words were, although Jeremy Lin played well yesterday, that kind of undrafted player is destined to be a flash in the pan. We currently lack a talented point guard core, and Bledsoe perfectly fits our needs. Hearing this, Su Yang fell into deep thought. The Clippers wanted to take advantage of the situation. In the original timeline, DeAndre Jordan had indeed played for the Clippers, and under the firepower of Lob City and Chris Paul's historic feeding skills, he had built his value and even made it into the future All-NBA second team. But Su Yang knew the limitations of Jordan as a player. Without a top playmaker feeding him, he had almost no offensive capability in the paint. Just a blue-collar worker who could run and jump. That terrible free throw percentage would undoubtedly be targeted by opponents in critical moments of the playoffs. In the space and three-point system that Su Yang advocated, Marc Gasol's high-post playmaking and three-point shooting were the core of the interior, while Jordan's role was indeed very limited. And Eric Bledsoe. This guy is fierce on defense with explosive athleticism. He is indeed a quality piece for the backcourt. This trade can be done. Su Yang raised his head, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. However, the Clippers want to trade a backup guard for a highly promising leaping big man. That's too loud a deal. Bledsoe's value isn't enough to balance out Jordan's talent. Tell the Clippers general manager that a straight swap is impossible. If they want Jordan, they must also add their second-round pick from 2014, in addition to Bledsoe. Grant immediately took the order to negotiate. The Clippers were already eager to strengthen their front court to pair with Griffin and Paul, though grinding their teeth at Su Yang's take advantage of the situation, they ultimately conceded. An hour later, this 1-for-2 trade was officially finalized and reported to the league office. When the news broke, it sent shockwaves through the American sports world again. ESPN commentators promptly commented, "The Cavaliers acquired the highly anticipated point guard Bledsoe. This sent a clear signal. Su Yang does not believe Jeremy Lin can consistently perform like he did last night. Just yesterday, he signed Lin to a mid-level contract, and today he traded for a more talented point guard. Poor Lin, he is likely to be pushed back to the bench by Bledsoe again." The outside world unanimously believed that Su Yang's trade indicated distrust in Lin and was searching for a true starting option for the point guard position. However, in the head coach's office at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, in a place no one knew, Su Yang was issuing orders to head coach Byron Scott. Don't worry about what the outside world says. In the next game, and in all upcoming games, Jeremy Lin must steadfastly appear as the starting point guard. Bledsoe, let him play backup, doing the dirty work on defense. Give Lin unlimited shooting rights and ball control. Don't be afraid of his mistakes. I want you to tilt all the resources of this lineup toward him and make sure his stats skyrocket. In late February, Cleveland still bore a biting cold, yet the basketball fervor of the entire city was ignited by a global storm. Linsanity. Under Su Yang's absolute command of granting unlimited firing rights, the world thought Lin Shaheo's moment would be fleeting, but he broke free from his shackles and ushered in the most unbelievable explosion of his career. In 5 consecutive games, Lin Shaheo averaged 26, 8 points and 5 assists. His breakthroughs tore through the defenses of every team like a sharp blade, and his court vision perfectly activated the inner players Marc Gasol and Millsap. What shocked all executives in the league even more was that bloodcloth Eric Bledsoe exchange for DeAndre Jordan showcased a suffocating defensive pressure from the bench. When Lin Shaheo rested the rabid dog backcourt formed by Bledsoe, and Beverly could chew through the opposing backup point guard, not even allowing them to cross half-court. With the dual drive of the starting Linsanity and the bench meat grinder, the Cleveland Cavaliers achieved a 7-game winning streak. As the All-Star weekend approached, this underdog team, having lost their absolute core Stephen Curry, not only avoided plummeting into the lottery zone, but instead surged into 4th place in the Eastern Conference with an unstoppable momentum. They were merely 1 win away from the 3rd-placed Indiana Pacers. The global sports media went wild, with Time magazine even featuring Lin Shaheo on its cover. As the driving force behind all this, Su Yang's slogan, "Believe in the process," once again became a hot topic of discussion across the United States. The date was February 28th. Cleveland at the Quicken Loans Arena. Tonight, the entire city had nearly mobilized. The Cavaliers were set to face their arch-rival, the Miami Heat, currently sitting 2nd in the Eastern Conference. In their last encounter, LeBron James' stomp caused Curry to be sidelined for the season. After the game, Su Yang caused a ruckus at the press conference, and his vengeful declaration of "next time we meet" where thicker armor still echoes in the ears of fans. Everyone held their breath, eager to see how the Cavaliers would fulfill the owner's promise of revenge with iron will and a meat grinder-like defense tonight. However, just under 2 hours before the game began, the Heat's official account suddenly released a disheartening injury report. LeBron James sustained a groin strain during yesterday's practice. Out of caution, he will miss tonight's away game against the Cavaliers. This news sent shockwaves across the internet. A groin strain. Why did it have to happen while facing Cleveland? He must be scared. This coward is definitely afraid. He knows Su Yang must have arranged for some tough guys to take him down on the court. Not daring to face the boos from the fans of his old team, nor able to endure the retaliation. This is what they call the number 1 in the league. Outside the Quicken Loans Arena, Cleveland fans angrily tore up their prepared taunting posters. It felt like a punch on cotton, leaving everyone anticipating this revenge match utterly disappointed. In the luxurious box at the top of the arena, Su Yang looked at the injury list of the Heat on the big screen and couldn't help but chuckle. As expected of you, LeBron. An exquisite egoist will never place himself in a dangerous situation. Avoiding the battle is indeed the smartest move. But do you think you can escape the first day of the year only to run into trouble on the 15th? At 8 o'clock, the game officially began. Although LeBron was absent, the nationwide broadcast still focused intently on this court. Because the Heat without LeBron still boasted superstars Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, making them a championship-caliber team. The course of the game confirmed the strength of the Heat. Wade, no longer needing to consider LeBron's ball dominance, seemed to return to the era of the invincible Flash. In the first quarter, Wade unleashed a frenzied killing mode. Against the relentless defense of Klay Thompson and Kawhi Leonard, Wade used his incredible hesitation dribble and explosive drives to repeatedly tear through the Cavaliers' defense, slamming the ball into the basket. Meanwhile, Bosh, under the defense of Pau Gasol, frequently hit his signature mid-range jump shots. The Heat took the initiative, establishing a double-digit lead in the second quarter. Cleveland's defense has been shredded by Wade. Without LeBron, the Heat remain a team of champions, the commentators shouted from the sidelines. But in the midst of despair, that little guy with yellow skin stood up once again. Lin Shaheo, the undrafted player riding a miracle, faced the defense of Heat point guard Chalmers, displaying an unyielding heart of steel. In the third quarter, Lin Shaheo hit 2 unreasonable pull-up three-pointers in a row. Then during a fast break facing the retreating Wade, he executed a bold behind-the-back dribble, forcing his way to the basket for a 21. With Lin Shaheo orchestrating the plays, the Cavaliers' three-point barrage fell once again. Clay and Millsap unleashed their firepower from the corners, leveling the score in the middle of the fourth quarter. Both sides plunged into a brutal melee. Scrums, dives for loose balls, hard fouls. Every point as the game reached its final seconds. 104-105. The Cavaliers trailed by 1 point. Only 11 seconds remained, and the Cavaliers held the final possession. Byron Scott did not call a timeout because Lin Shaheo on the court had already signaled for an isolation play. The 20,000 fans in attendance stood up in unison, holding their breath. On the court, the Heat made the most targeted defensive adjustment. Dwayne Wade, a legendary shooting guard and former Finals MVP, personally switched to guard Lin Shaheo. "Kid, your magical performance ends here." Wade lowered his stance, his eyes locked onto Lin Shaheo's shoulder. Lin Shaheo said nothing. He slowly dribbled at the top of the arc, glancing at the timer. 8 seconds. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. Just as time was about to expire, Lin Shaheo made his move. He first faked a move to the right side, but Wade, with his rich defensive experience, immediately slid to the right. But at the moment of confrontation, Lin Shaheo yanked the ball back, halting his body in high-speed motion, completing an exaggerated step back. This retreat brought him just a step outside the three-point line. Wade was taken aback, lunging forward with all his might, his long arms nearly reaching Lin Shaheo's fingertips. Yet Lin Shaheo's gaze was solely fixed on the cold hoop. He leaped high, shooting over Wade's block, releasing the ball at the last moment before losing his balance. The orange ball arced high through the air. The entire Quicken Loans arena fell silent, all eyes tracking the spinning basketball. Beep. The red light indicating the end of the game suddenly lit up. 0 seconds, the ball fell. Swish. A crisp swish echoed through the arena like a death knell. The ball went straight through the net. A three-pointer for the win. Boom. The previously silent arena erupted into chaos a second later. Over 20,000 Cleveland fans went completely wild. They roared, embraced, and many were moved to tears. 107-105. The Cleveland Cavaliers achieved an unbelievable last-second victory. On the court, Lin Shaheo, who had just hit the game winner, maintained his shooting pose, then suddenly turned, pounding his chest fiercely while letting out a soul-shattering roar towards the sky. Before he could finish his shout, Bledsoe, Beverly, and others from the bench rushed in, tackling him to the floor in celebration of this monumental shot. What a big heart. What an unbelievable miracle. The commentator on the sidelines held his head, his voice completely hoarse. Facing Dwayne Wade's ultimate block, Jeremy Lin used a bloodthirsty step-back three-pointer to seal the game. Linsanity. The true Linsanity. The jubilant celebration at the Quicken Loans Arena continued unabated, while the post-game press conference room had already been besieged by major media outlets from across the United States. Bathed in the blinding flashes of cameras, Soo Young entered with a calm smile, flanked by tonight's undisputed star Jeremy Lin. "Mr. Soo, congratulations on the Cavaliers' miraculous, buzzer-beating victory. While many dismissed Jeremy as little more than a benchwarmer, you entrusted him with unlimited offensive freedom. How would you assess his performance?" Soo Young offered unstinting praise. Jeremy's performance was nothing short of legendary. When Steven was injured and the team stood on the precipice of collapse, he stepped forward, single-handedly guiding us through the storm. I've long maintained that Cleveland would never tank. Jeremy is not merely our starting point guard. He is without question destined to become an all-star. His current trajectory leaves no doubt. Beside him, Jeremy Lin nodded repeatedly, deeply moved by his owner's unequivocal endorsement. Then Mr. Soo, a local Miami journalist, rose to his feet, posing the evening's most contentious question: what is your reaction to LeBron James' sudden pre-game announcement of a groin injury and subsequent absence from tonight's game? Does this render this long-awaited rematch somewhat hollow? Hollow? Not in the slightest. I anticipated precisely this outcome. Soo Young gazed directly into the live national broadcast lens and unveiled a term that left every reporter speechless: smart groin. I've grown quite accustomed to it. Smart groin. Journalists exchanged bewildered glances. The incisively satirical phrase instantly ignited their gossip instincts. Isn't it? Soo Young spread his hands, then smirked coldly as he stripped away the veneer of divinity. I specifically consulted longtime Cavaliers staff members. Ever since 2007, whenever the playoffs reached a critical juncture, or when he faced opponents he either refused or dared not confront. Our illustrious king has invariably sustained injuries with uncanny punctuality. I'd hoped he might devise something novel tonight, but alas, same old script. Yet Mr. Su, injuries are an inevitable part of athletics. A reporter attempted to interject. Are they? Su Yang cut him off sharply. Then tell me, has Heat or Cavaliers ever released even a single MRI report confirming a groin injury attributed to him? Silence descended upon the room. Each reporter searched memory, realizing with dawning clarity, indeed there had never been one. No medical reports. No definitive diagnosis from team physicians. Every so-called injury has been leaked exclusively by his hand-picked journalists, or members of his inner circle. It reminds me of the 2007 finals. After being swept decisively by the great Tim Duncan, didn't our king suffer some mysterious ailment? Ah yes, again reported by his own journalists claiming he played the entire series while grievously injured. A man who lacks even the courage to admit he refuses to take the court, and instead hides behind Schrodinger's injuries, truly redefines audacity. Having dropped his bombshell, Su Yang granted reporters no opportunity for follow-up questions, departing the press room with effortless grace escorted by security personnel. The following day inside LeBron James' opulent oceanfront villa in Miami crash. A $1,000 vase shattered violently upon the marble floor. On the television screen, Su Yang's smart groin remark replayed on loop. Fuck, that goddamn yellow-skinned monkey. LeBron James trembled with fury, pacing back and forth across the living room. How dare he slander me on live national television? Smart groin, Schrodinger's injury. These phrases pierced straight through his most vulnerable nerve endings. Dwayne Wade, seated quietly on the opposite sofa, watched his seething best friend and silently pressed an ice pack against his own chronically inflamed knee. Yesterday he dragged that water-swollen leg through 42 grueling minutes at Quicken Loans Arena, only to become the unwitting backdrop for Lynn's three-point buzzer beater. Watching LeBron stride furiously about the room, Wade's eyes flickered with quiet suspicion. You. The words hovered halfway up his throat, then dissolved into silence. A man of deep loyalty, he refused to entertain malicious doubt, but Su Yang's words had taken root in his mind, like venom irreversibly blooming within the Flash's heart. While battlefield smoke still hung over the court, Capital's grand feast had already commenced in Hollywood. In early March, Su Yang delegated all team operations to General Manager Grant and head coach Scott, then boarded a private jet for Los Angeles accompanied by Reba and Naza, who had just arrived from New York. Beverly Hills, Hollywood, an elite hillside mansion. Today it welcomed distinguished guests, the senior executives of Disney and Marvel Studios. As a time traveler, Su Yang knew precisely what storm would soon engulf Hollywood in 2012. Within months, The Avengers, a global phenomenon grossing $1.5 billion, would premiere, inaugurating Marvel's golden age. Facing the young Chinese-American heir whose personal fortune spanned billions, Hollywood executives bowed with deferential respect. Mr. Su, regarding your proposed investment, a Marvel executive ventured cautiously. No need for preliminaries, $100 million. Su Yang slid a Swiss bank cashier's check across the table. I require a revenue share tied to the Avengers' final box office gross. I understand the film may be in late post-production, but Hollywood's rules are clear. $100 million buys sufficient leverage to reshoot scenes and recut the final edit. Gazing at the staggering figure inscribed on the check, the executive's breathing grew ragged. $100 million. In cash. In this kingdom where capital reigns supreme, Su Yang, wielding his checkbook like divine decree, was nothing less than a god. Absolutely, Mr. Su. Your generosity is astounding. Their expressions instantly shifted to obsequious smiles. Additionally, there is one stipulation. Su Yang drew Reba and Naza, both breathtakingly radiant, close to his sides. In the Avengers, assigned them two distinctive supporting roles. No need for extensive screen time, just enough to establish international recognition. Furthermore, I expect Marvel to formally greenlight solo feature films tailored specifically for them. Naturally, financing for those projects will also originate from my account. Capital-backed casting, with a staggering $100 million infusion. Hollywood executives possessed neither the will nor the authority to refuse. Adding two supporting roles. They'd gladly have Iron Man deliver lines in Mandarin, if Su Yang so desired. The deal was sealed instantly. Marvel executives departed effusively grateful, clutching the check, while Reba and Naza sat beside Su Yang, utterly stunned. Marvel Cinematic Universe supporting roles and standalone feature films. Back home, countless A-list actresses fought bitterly, even violently, for minor walk-on parts in Hollywood films. Yet here, with a single gesture, their young benefactor had elevated them to Hollywood's celestial heights. Boss, you're too kind to us. Reba's eyes shimmered with tears as she bestowed an ardent kiss. Naza, equally impassioned, coiled herself possessively around him. Faced with such fervent devotion from two peerless beauties, Soo-young naturally accepted their gratitude without restraint. That night within the multi-million-dollar hillside villa, an exhilarating game of do dijou raged until well past midnight. The next morning sunlight streamed through floor-to-ceiling windows onto the king-sized bed. Soo-young gently roused the still-sleeping women, slipped on his robe, and stepped onto the balcony, dialing his father Soo Jinshuan's secure line. "Old man, am I interrupting a meeting?" Soo-young stretched lazily. Instantly, Soo Jinshuan's voice exploded down the line. "You wretched son. How dare you call? I just received the finance report. You transferred 100 million from your offshore account into some trashy film project. I gave you 500 million to invest in technology and industry, not to squander on Hollywood starlet." His father's roar nearly ruptured Soo-young's eardrum. "Calm down, old Soo. Hollywood is a high-margin arena of fame and fortune. And this isn't just any film, it's Marvel. Rest assured this investment guarantees profit, net returns exceeding 50%. Soo-young spoke soothingly, then shifted tone, voice sharpening with gravity. "Actually, I called today because I have a truly monumental business opportunity, one I'm offering you first. Within China's internet sector locate a man named Zhang Yiming. This month, he should have just founded a fledgling startup in Beijing called ByteDance. Do whatever it takes, acquire the largest founding equity stake. If he refuses to sell, outbid him until he capitulates. This venture holds world-altering potential." Armed with memories of a prior life, Soo-young understood exactly what ByteDance, founded in March 2012, would become. A trillion-dollar behemoth. To seize it before its light even began to blaze. That was true strategic. ByteDance. What absurd name is that? What scheme are you hatching now? Soo Jinshuan asked suspiciously. "Just trust me once." Soo-young smiled. "Let's make a wager. If this film loses money, or if the company you acquire turns out to be worthless, I'll return home next year and marry Miss Wong of the Wong family per our arranged union." Hearing his son stake his marital autonomy on the bet, Soo Jinshuan fell silent. A father knows his son best, and he knew Soo-young, though often frivolous, never compromised on matters of consequence. Agreed. A man's word is as binding as galloping horses. Once spoken, it cannot be retracted. Soo Jinshuan relented. "I'll withdraw my objections to the film. As for this ByteDance, I'll dispatch my top investment team personally to evaluate it. But if it fails, next year you'll come home and marry her, without delay." As time entered mid-March, the headquarters of the Soo Group in the capital city stood tall. It had only been a little over 10 days since Soo-young made that transoceanic phone call, yet a seemingly unremarkable acquisition in the internet venture capital circle was swiftly concluded under the direct supervision of Soo Jinshuan. In a villa at Beverly Hills, Soo-young received a confidential call from his father. "Yang, I've already sent someone to negotiate with that startup company called ByteDance that you mentioned. That Zhang Yi is indeed quite interesting. Even our group's chief technology officer was impressed by his algorithm distribution engine concept. Well done, old man. This investment will definitely multiply the size of the Soo Group by more than 10 times in the future." Soo-young complimented with a smile. However, Soo Jinshuan shifted his tone. "After acquiring 81 of the shares, I distributed 30 of the equity to the younger generations of your grandfather's old leaders and provided them with several board seats." Soo-young was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted, a glimmer of genuine admiration flashing in his eyes. "You truly are remarkable, Dad. You little brat don't understand anything." Soo Jinshuan snorted coldly, earnestly instructing. "I understood the blueprint proposed by his algorithm recommendation. Once this thing scales up, it will control the information flow and media throat of hundreds of millions. In business, the one who sticks out gets shot. A media giant controlling the narrative, if there isn't a figure of absolute authority standing behind to back it, it will eventually be devoured and reduced to ashes. In business, one must know when to advance and when to retreat." March 23, 2012. This was destined to be the most anticipated day of the NBA season. The Cleveland Cavaliers were set to travel south again, facing off against the Miami Heat. This was not only a strong matchup among the top four in the East, but also Soo-young's first clash after his explosive smart groin theory at the press conference. Before the game, in the media room of the American Airlines Arena, the returning LeBron James sat down in front. At this moment, James no longer carried the evasiveness he had shown in the previous game, replaced instead by intense battle readiness and an air of supreme arrogance. "My groin has completely healed." Facing the camera, James coldly responded to Soo-young's earlier ridicule. "Some people only know how to talk trash off the court, trying to gain attention with conspiracy theories. But basketball isn't won with words. Tonight, I will crush those ridiculous rumors on the court with action, and of course, I will make that young boss with loose lips recognize what true reality is." James' declaration raised the atmosphere in Miami's home court to a boiling point before the game even started. At 8 o'clock in the evening, with the referee's whistle, this revenge battle hyped by the national media, as the century grudge officially commenced. As expected, the game's progress turned out to be extremely brutal. Infuriated by Su-Yong, James entered full power James mode from the very first quarter. He charged at the Cavaliers' interior like a bulldozer, every breakthrough accompanied by fierce physical confrontation. On the Cavaliers' side, under the relentless assaults of Linsanity Jeremy Lin and Bloodcloth Bledsoe Klay Thompson on the perimeter, and the veteran in the corner unleashed a continuous barrage of three-pointers. Bang! Clang! The sounds of muscle collisions, heavy breathing, and players sliding across the floor filled the entire arena. The Cavaliers' interior enforcers, Marc Gasol, Paul Millsap, and the rotating Zaza Pachulia, were like a bloody meat grinder erecting a formidable wall in the paint. As long as James dared to drive in, this group of thugs would make sure to skin him alive, even if it meant fouling. The scores were tightly contested, with neither side able to stretch the lead beyond 5 points. After a grueling battle, the game dragged into the crucial final moments of the fourth quarter. With only 3 minutes and 15 seconds left in the game, the score on the floor was 98-97, with the Heat leading by just 1 point. At this moment, both teams' players had reached their limits. James was drenched in sweat, leaning on his knees and gasping heavily. Faced with the Cavaliers' relentless wheel-like assault, even an Iron Man felt a bit worn out. Spread out. Give me space. James, holding the ball at the arc, waved his hands, readied, signaling his teammates to create room. Defending him was the switched Zaza Pachulia. Looking at the intimidating but slow-footed Georgian center before him, a hint of disdain flashed in James' eyes. This clumsy meat shield thinks he can guard me. James took 2 probing steps, then suddenly lowered his center of gravity and forcefully broke through from the right side. Pachulia's footwork couldn't keep up, and his massive frame was quickly overtaken by half a body length. However, James did not choose to dive into the paint, knowing that Marc Gasol was lurking with intent. Taking advantage of Pachulia's slow lateral movement, he suddenly made a quick stop at the free throw line side, exerting power through his legs, his massive frame rising high, ready to execute a signature jump shot. Just as James leapt, Pachulia, who had been overtaken by half a body length, did not give up on his defense. He turned awkwardly like a clumsy giant bear, arms wide open, attempting to block James' shot. However, Pachulia's movements were too clumsy. Due to inertia and unstable balance, his large body stumbled slightly as he lunged forward. Not only did he fail to stop his forward momentum, but his left foot, clad in size 50 shoes, also quite naturally slid right under James' landing spot after he jumped. In midair, James released the ball. The next second, his body descended. Bang! James' left foot landed squarely on Pachulia's sturdy foot. Crack! Under the gaze of 20,000 fans, LeBron James' ankle twisted at an alarming angle that made one's scalp tingle. Ah! A scream more harrowing than Stephen Cowie's from a month earlier ripped through the air of the American air. James collapsed to the floor, clutching his ankle in agony, rolling wildly on the wooden floor, his face contorted in pain. The entire American Airlines arena seemed to have been muted. All the Heat fans stared wide-eyed, covering their mouths in horror, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Fuck! What have you done? Heat's Dwayne Wade was the first to react, rushing towards Pachulia like a mad beast, shoving him hard. However, facing Wade's shove, Pachulia raised both hands high, his face painted with innocence and confusion. He retreated awkwardly, loudly proclaiming in heavily accented English, "It was an accident. It was just an accident. I lost my balance. I didn't even see his foot." This explanation, this innocent demeanor, was strikingly similar to James' performance a month ago when he stepped on. Even the gesture of raising both hands was identical. Beep, 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 beep. The referee's whistle sounded frantically, and security personnel and players from both teams surged onto the court. The team doctor rushed towards the howling James with a medical kit. After a brief examination, the doctor, pale-faced, made a substitution and stretcher gesture to the bench. After a lengthy video review, the referee, with a stern face, made the final ruling at the technical table. Cavaliers number 27, Zaza Pachulia, a flagrant foul of level 2, ejected from the game. In response to this harsh ruling, Pachulia did not argue or complain. He simply spread his hands, innocently bowing his head as he walked towards the player tunnel amidst the boos and curses of Heat fans. Yet in that moment, as he bowed his head, no one saw the cold smirk curling at the corner of the Georgian thug's lip. Meanwhile, in the luxurious away box at the highest point of the American Airlines arena, Su-Yong looked down at LeBron James being carried off on a stretcher, his eyes devoid of any pity. "I warned you long ago, LeBron. Next time we meet, remember to wear your armor a bit thicker. Butcher. Executioner." This is a blatant desecration of basketball by the Cleveland Cavaliers. Zaza Pachulia must be banned for life, and behind this heinous act of violence, the Cavaliers' owner Su-Yong is undoubtedly culpable. The entire league should unite to resist this gang-like revenge. Commissioner David Stern must take the strictest measures against this. The day after the match, the sports world across America and even the social news pages exploded completely. From sports giants like ESPN and TNT to traditional print media like the New York Times and the Washington Post, every possible channel was inundated with horrifying and furious headlines condemning Su Yang and Zaza Pachulia. In this highly commercialized league, LeBron James is not only Nike's darling, but also the absolute cash cow for maintaining viewership and topicality in the entire NBA. To take him down is equivalent to smashing the livelihoods of all stakeholders. Various conspiracy theories are rampant. Everyone is analyzing Pachulia's clumsy step, and they have reached a unanimous conclusion. This was definitely a premeditated and organized act, even personally ordered by Cavaliers owner Su Yang as targeted revenge. Faced with the media storm that could nail the Cleveland Cavaliers to the cross, Su Yang appeared unusually. The confidential phone beside him unsurprisingly emitted a harsh ringtone. Pressing the answer button before he could say hello, he heard David Stern's furious roar on the other end. Su Yang, you shameless madman. You promised me you would never retaliate openly. What the hell did you do? Even thousands of kilometers away, Su Yang could clearly feel the trembling fury of the NBA tyrant at this moment. Calm down, Mr. Commissioner. As the leader of the league, cursing does not suit your position. I must state that I personally deeply regret LeBron's misfortune last night. But this was indeed an accident. An accident? Do you think I'm blind or an idiot? Stern's voice had become a bit hoarse from anger. That fool Pachulia, that half step he took was far more deliberate than when LeBron stepped on Steven. Do you dare say this wasn't at your behest? Of course not. Su Yang flatly denied it, and with conviction, Mr. Commissioner. You know that Zaza Pachulia has always been a clumsy heavy-center. His defensive footwork has always been disordered, and losing balance against a breakthrough of LeBron's caliber is, of course, if you or the league office feel this is a conspiracy, you are welcome to send an investigation team to You can check all of Pachulia's recent communication records, bank transactions, and even check the accounts of everyone. As long as you can find a single cent of bounty transaction or any recording of me instructing him to do this, I, Su Yang, will willingly accept any punishment from the league. But if there isn't, then please classify this incident as a normal accident in a high-intensity game, just like you did when Stephen Curry got injured. On the other end of the line, Stern was furious at Su Yang's almost rogue logic. He certainly knew this was Su Yang's revenge. But as Su Yang said, without solid evidence, the league could not charge a team owner with ordering violence based solely on defensive moves seen in the footage. Moreover, a month ago, they had used the same accident excuse to exonerate James for stepping on Curry. Very well. Su Yang, you win. Stern forcibly suppressed his anger, but his voice remained cold. The investigation team will arrive in Cleveland tomorrow. You better pray they find nothing. Additionally, to quell public opinion, the league will impose a severe suspension. I fully accept any penalties the league imposes on the player. Su Yang, seizing the opportunity, knew he couldn't push this old fox too hard at this crucial moment. But he also did not forget his core interests, however, Mr. Commissioner, regarding that promise we reached earlier. The first-round pick from the Hornets that I obtained through a three-way trade should not mysteriously drop out of the top 3 spots because of this accident, or even become the 5th or lower right. You can't take revenge on me. Are you still trying to negotiate with me? Stern laughed with anger. I am just protecting Cleveland's legitimate right. Su Yang stood his ground. Then you better pray to your God every day. Pray that LeBron's ankle has no structural damage, and pray that he can make it back in time for the playoffs. Stern gritted his teeth and hung up the phone. If he gets sidelined, I assure you not only the Hornets pick, but your own Cavaliers pick will absolutely be the worst in the lottery this year. Hearing the busy signal on the line, Su Yang shrugged nonchalantly. He knew how durable James' ankle was. In the history of his past life, this guy could play the whole game, even with a 90-degree twisted ankle, just by tightening his shoelaces and stomping his feet. 2 days later, while public opinion across America was still vehemently criticizing the Cavaliers, the Miami Heat finally released LeBron James' MRI medical report. Fortunately, a miraculous body. According to the consultation of the most authoritative orthopedic experts, although LeBron James' left ankle suffered a severe twist, miraculously, there was no structural damage, such as ligament tears or fractures. He is expected to need only a week to 10 days of rest to fully recover and return to the court. As soon as this medical report was released, stakeholders throughout Miami and even the entire league let out a long sigh of relief. In the office of the owner in Cleveland, Su Yang, looking at this report, couldn't help but let out a complex exclamation. What a monster! Su Yang shook his head. Even if he had 1,000 criticisms of James' character and playing style, he truly admired this once-in-a-century steel body. Other flaws can be criticized, but the peak durability of James is indeed a blessing from heaven. As news spread that James' injury was not serious, David Stern's anxious heart also calmed down. But he still needed to give the world an explanation. That afternoon, the NBA league office issued a heavyweight penalty notice. Cleveland Cavaliers player Zaza Pachulia will be suspended for 25 games without pay for making extremely dangerous and unethical defensive moves during the game. A 25-game suspension. This means Pachulia will not only miss all remaining regular season games this season, but also be unable to play in the first round of the playoffs. This is undoubtedly one of the severest penalties ever issued in league history for a defensive action. In the Cavaliers' training facility in the storage room, Soo-young pushed open the door and saw Pachulia sitting on a cardboard box, his eyes somewhat dim. Seeing Soo-young, the Georgian brute stood up. Although faced with huge salary losses and a long suspension, there was no resentment on his face. A special investigative team dispatched by the NBA had stationed itself at the Cleveland Cavaliers headquarters for a full week. Dressed in sharp suits and bearing the air of FBI agents, these investigators combed through Zaza Pachulia's bank statements and communication records, down to the accounts of distant relatives in Georgia. Faced with hours-long interrogations each day, Pachulia flawlessly embodied the innocent simplicity and clumsy candor of an Eastern European bruiser. He repeated only a handful of lines. My center of gravity was too high, my feet couldn't keep up, it wasn't intentional, it was an accident. Even when the lead investigator slammed the table and threatened him with permanent expulsion from the league, only an apologetic, helpless smile could be coaxed from Pachulia's fierce visage. Only after LeBron James's astonishingly resilient steel ankle fully subsided, and he announced his early return ahead of schedule, did the fruitless investigation conclude and the team depart Cleveland. In the Cavaliers' owner's office, Soo-young stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the black SUVs carrying the investigators pull away. He knew this did not signify David Stern's concession. If that wily old fox finds no concrete evidence on the surface, he'll seek compensation elsewhere. Soo-young returned to his desk, gazed at the tactical board analyzing draft assets for the 2012 NBA draft, and sighed softly. That unprotected first-round pick, the Hornets' near-certain top selection, will undoubtedly be locked into the third slot by Stern. In the timeline of his past life, the league-managed Hornets had indeed used that No. 1 pick to select Anthony Davis, the future dominant interior force known as the Brow. Stern had only verbally committed to guaranteeing a top 3 selection, given the commissioner's vindictive temperament, and given the magnitude of the scandal Soo-young had ignited, there was no chance he would ever allow Cleveland to acquire a franchise-altering cornerstone like Anthony Davis. Third overall, Soo-young tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, his gaze flickering with calculation. Though he'd missed the chance to draft the Brow outright, he felt no regret. Had he not exacted this retribution, the Cavaliers' morale and spirit would have shattered entirely. If direct selection was denied, then at the draft, he would simply engineer an upward trade, reclaiming the Brow through sheer strategic audacity. Given sufficient leverage, nothing was unattainable. Grant. Soo-young pressed the intercom. Tell the coaching staff, ignore outside rumors. Double down on Jeremy Lin's offensive role. Give him full control of the ball. As the regular season neared its close, the Cavaliers, led by Lin and a roster of gritty, selfless players, pressed forward with unwavering resolve. By late April, the lockout-shortened 66-game regular season finally drew to a close. The Cleveland Cavaliers, dismissed nationwide as a laughable lottery-bound blue-collar squad at season's outset, finished with a resounding 3,927 record, securing third place in the Eastern Conference. Soo-young's opening night promise of playoff qualification had been fulfilled. The season's major awards were now announced. LeBron James, averaging 27, 1.7, 9 rebounds and 6.2 assists per game, and leading the Heat to the East's second-best record, unanimously claimed the regular season MVP trophy. Cleveland, too, claimed its own glory. Jeremy Lin erupting in the second half of the season with 24 points and 8 assists per game as a starter dominated the field to win the Most Improved Player award. The myth of Linsanity swept across America and earned official validation. The drums of the playoffs began to sound. Benefiting from the Eastern Conference's relative weakness, the Cavaliers advanced comfortably in the first round, 41. And fate, it seemed, delighted in irony. As the East's third seed, they would face the Miami Heat in the second round. On the eve of the series, in the Cavaliers' locker room, Stephen Curry, leaning heavily on crutches, stubbornly pushed open Soo-young's office door. Boss, my ankle's healing far better than expected. The team physician says I can play. Just one injection. His eyes blazed with raw longing for the court. This is our revenge match. I can't sit idle while my brothers battle on the floor. Soo-young stepped forward, gently but firmly guiding the fiercely competitive, baby-faced assassin back onto the sofa. Don't even think about it. His tone was unyielding, brooking no negotiation. I told you, trust the process. This is not the moment for your return. Forcing yourself back with injections. That's wagering your next decade, and our future dynasty, on a single gamble. Even if we're swept in this series, you will sit, quietly, in the stands. That is non-negotiable. Defeated, Curry buried his face in his hands, resigned to this harsh reality. Days later, the second-round series commenced. Without their undisputed floor general Stephen Curry, and without their bruising interior anchor Zaza Pachulia, the Cavaliers' depleted roster faced the Heat's championship-caliber Big Three. The gap in depth and pedigree soon became undeniable, yet Cleveland refused to yield. Despite suffocating playoff defense, Jeremy Lin shone brilliantly. His slashing drives, floaters, and precise passing repeatedly found Marc Gasol and Paul Millsap deep in the paint. On the wing, Kawhi Leonard clung like stubborn, unshakable duct tape, still raw yet exhausting LeBron James with relentless defensive pressure. The two teams waged 6 grueling, incendiary games, 2 decided only in the final minute. Yet the disparity in championship pedigree proved insurmountable. In Game 6 at Quicken Loans Arena, Dwayne Wade seized control in the final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, hitting impossible step-back jumpers and acrobatic layups to extinguish all hope. 42. The Miami Heat narrowly ousted the Cleveland Cavaliers, advancing to the Eastern Conference Final. In the post-series press conference, LeBron James exuded triumphant confidence. Facing banks of cameras and microphones, he offered no restraint, only smugness and veiled contempt. "I said it before, the regular season is mere preparation. The playoffs belong to superstars." James stared directly into the lens, taunting the Cavaliers fought valiantly, but that changes nothing. Certain owners who speak boldly off-court should now learn to confront reality. At the end of the day, basketball speaks only through ability. Reporters swiftly amplified and embellished those arrogant remarks, delivering them straight to Sue Young, who arrived moments later for his own press briefing. Rather than anger, Sue Young responded with a light, dismissive chuckle. "Confront reality. Of course I have. This series taught me something vital. LeBron truly possesses extraordinary selfless teammates. I must pay tribute to Dwayne Wade." Reporters exchanged bewildered glances. Why praise Wade out of nowhere? After all, only someone who truly considers Miami home would make such profound sacrifices. We all watched the games. LeBron's statistics were undeniably stellar, complete, commanding, exceptional. But whenever the fourth quarter tightened into suffocating, pivotal moments, who kept passing, deferring, deflecting responsibility, and who, limping on injured legs, repeatedly drove fearlessly into the paint to sink clutch, game-defining baskets? Sue Young spread his hands, smiling with quiet, knowing irony. Yes, the numbers dazzle, but Dwayne Wade's heroic high-leverage scoring was the decisive engine behind Miami's series victory. Without Wade's unwavering, timely execution under fire, it might well be the Heat preparing for vacation. So if LeBron attributes this triumph solely to his own ability, then the greatest ability he should thank is his impeccable eye for finding and clinging to the strongest legs available. Miami in a luxurious seaside villa on the South Coast. When Sue Yang's remarks about clinging to a big leg and Wade being the true core were broadcast on television during the post-game press conference, LeBron James, who had just reveled in winning the series, instantly darkened his expression as if water could drip from it. "That damn bastard. How dare he belittle my stats and contributions in the series?" James suddenly hurled the remote control against the wall, shattering it into countless plastic fragments. What he disliked the most was being compared to Wade's toughness while he was invisible in the fourth quarter. Sue Yang's statement not only stirred discord in the Heat's locker room, but also nailed him to the shame pillar of only able to thrive in favorable conditions, relying entirely on Wade in adversity. Calm down, LeBron. This is merely the desperate rage of someone who just lost the series. Sitting across from the sofa was Jameis' close friend and agent, Rich Paul. As the core driving force behind Jameis' business empire, Rich Paul was well-versed in the art of public opinion warfare. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, a glint of shrewdness and ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "We can't let this Chinese kid set the tone in the media. Since he wants to talk about clinging to a big leg and great teammates, let's use the entire history of the NBA to shut him up." Rich Paul stood up immediately, pulled out his phone, and began contacting the PR team behind James and the marketing executives at Nike headquarters. "Immediately activate all media resources. I want all sports headlines in America to switch to our press release before the sun rises tomorrow. The power of capital is terrifying." In just one night, a grand whitewashing operation and public opinion counterattack orchestrated by Nike's financial might swept through major sports forums and television programs across the United States. In the morning, on ESPN's flagship program First Take, several well-known LeBron's mouthpieces began a frenzied cleanup performance. Sue Yang's remarks are simply unreasonable. Basketball is a sport of 5 players, and all great successes inevitably have great teammates supporting them. Rich Paul even personally stepped in, accepting an exclusive interview with Sports Illustrated, leading a fierce attack against Sue Young. The young owner of Cleveland clearly knows nothing about basketball history. "In this league, no superstar can win a championship alone. Look at the basketball god Michael Jordan. Before Scottie Pippen emerged, even with an average of 37 points per game, Jordan had never won a first-round playoff match. He was swept by the Boston Celtics in the playoffs, beaten down by the bad boys of the Detroit Pistons. Now look at Shaquille O'Neal. Before encountering Kobe Bryant and Dwayne Wade, O'Neal was swept out of the playoffs year after year during his early days with the Magic and the Lakers. And don't forget the Boston Celtics Big Three. It was Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, and Ray Allen who ushered in the era of superstar alliances. LeBron merely made the same correct basketball choice as they did. Under the overwhelming barrage of Nike's public relations and media operations, the waters were thoroughly muddied. Jordan needed Pippen, O'Neal needed Kobe. The Green Team's Big Three were the pioneers of teaming up. These seemingly impeccable logics instantly elevated the nature of Jameis' peak alliance to the height of following the historical trend. For a time, Jameis fans online were emboldened, frantically leaving mocking comments on Su Yang's social media, believing he was being hypocritical. What was Su Yang doing in the face of this tsunami-like public relations counterattack? In the VIP waiting room of Cleveland International Airport, preparing to fly to Los Angeles for a vacation, Su Yang was dressed casually, wearing sunglasses, leisurely sipping freshly squeezed juice. A few paparazzi and local reporters, having finally broken through the outer security, breathlessly thrust their microphones in front of Su Yang. Mr. Su, Rich Paul and the media across America are attacking your remarks from last night. They say great players need help, that Jordan couldn't get past the first round without Pippen, and that it was the Celtics Big Three who pioneered the teaming up of superstars. What is your response to this? Do you acknowledge that your criticism of LeBron was too harsh? Looking at the eager reporters in front of him, Su Yang took off his sunglasses, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With such public relations rhetoric, how dare you bring it out to embarrass yourselves? Response: Rich Paul's sophistry is not worth me writing a lengthy article to rebut. Playing with the juice cup in his hand, Su Yang faced the camera and casually uttered a devastating line. At 25, in the peak of physical condition, encountering a setback and immediately starting to make excuses for teaming up. Truly unwilling to lose even a bit. At this remark, the surrounding reporters were all stunned. To use the Boston Big Three to whitewash him is an outright insult to those three veterans. When Pierce, Garnett, and Allen teamed up, they were already in their 30s. They struggled in their respective teams for years, dedicating their youth to their mother teams, only coming together at the end of their careers to avoid regrets. And what about your king? He's only 25, right in the golden years of a basketball player's peak. Unable to defeat the opponent, instead of figuring out how to beat them, he directly defected, teaming up with two other superstars ranked in the top 5 of the league to form an Avengers. To confuse this spiritless teaming up at the peak with the banding together for warmth of aging veterans, this is the only skill the Nike PR team has to twist facts. The reporter's recorder was almost pressed against Su Yang's face. This was undoubtedly a bombshell statement. But it wasn't over yet. A hint of mockery flashed in Su Yang's eyes as he decided to put a definitive end to this debate. As for Rich Paul using Michael Jordan as an example, Su Yang shook his head, his smile turning more sarcastic. Michael Jordan was indeed tormented to the brink of despair by the Detroit Pistons' bad boys being ground down for 3 consecutive years and left battered. However, Jordan never held a nationwide televised event crying and saying, "This fall, I made a difficult decision to bring my talent to the Big Apple to team up with my good friend Patrick Ewing." He never ran to Houston to form some peak duo with Hakeem Olajuwon. Jordan chose to stay in Chicago, falling again and again, getting up again and again, hitting the gym to bulk up until he personally overcame the mountain that was the Pistons. If Jordan had also run away like someone else at 25 during his peak, when faced with difficulties to team up with peak superstars like Ewing and Dream. Su Yang paused, suddenly mimicking LeBron James' classic gesture from the Heat's Big Three introduction, arrogantly gesturing, his tone filled with extreme mockery and imitation. Then I believe Jordan would easily fulfill a coward's boast. Not only would he win 6 championships, but also not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, and not 5, and not 6, and not 7. Boom. The journalists at the scene gasped in shock, their eyes wide open, and some couldn't help but cover their mouths, stifling laughter. A kill shot. A thorough, logical crushing and extreme mockery. Su Yang's words precisely cut through the hypocritical mask woven overnight by Rich Paul and the Nike PR team. Yes, Jordan had Pippen, who was developed through the Bulls' own draft. Kobe and O'Neal were built through trades and drafts orchestrated by management. The Celtics' Big Three was the last hurrah of aging veterans. In the entire history of the league, who else like LeBron James at the absolute peak at 25, as the reigning MVP, voluntarily took a pay cut to team up with 2 other peak superstars? Well, this concludes the interview. I wish the Miami Heat good luck in the upcoming playoffs, and hope you can fulfill that great promise of not 1, not 2. Su Yang casually tossed his empty juice cup into the trash can and, surrounded by a crowd of bodyguards, boarded the first-class flight to Los Angeles without looking back. A few hours later, as the airport interview video was uploaded online, the phrases 25-year-old peak teaming up, not willing to lose even a bit, and the parody of not one not two instantly ignited a global online sensation. The highly impactful airport interview video of Su Yang was like a nuclear bomb of astonishing yield, obliterating the public relations defenses built with great expense by Rich Paul and Nike around the Jordan Pippen theory. The not one and not two meme went viral across the internet, crushing LeBron James' proud self-esteem under the merciless logic that dissected him like a skinning operation. Faced with such a powerless public relations collapse, James' PR team was utterly at a loss. Arguing back, they could hardly compete with this unrestrained, heart-wrenching Chinese second-generation rich kid. Using logic, the matter of forming a super team only made things worse. Thus, after an emergency consultation that lasted through the night, Rich Paul devised a classic response strategy for James, playing the ostrich. The next morning, LeBron James' personal social media suddenly released a statement: "At this crucial moment in the playoffs, I will shut down all social media accounts, blocking out all external noise. 0 Dark 3023. My focus is solely on the court, on how to lead the Miami Heat to that damn championship. I don't need to respond to certain clowns off the court. After all, the true winners are still fighting for the championship, unlike certain teams that can already book their tickets to Cancun for fishing. Time will prove everything, and the championship ring will crush all rumors." Once this statement was released, James fans seemed to grasp the last straw for salvation, enthusiastically echoing, "Yes. Focus on the game. Don't stoop to the level of the lousy team owners who fish." Fishing. Cancun. This ostrich tactic is indeed quite skillful. On the American West Coast in Hollywood, Su Yang lounged comfortably on a director's exclusive leather recliner, dressed in custom beach shorts and a floral shirt, wearing sunglasses at the edge of a fully enclosed top-notch indoor studio. He casually tossed aside the tablet, displaying James' seclusion statement onto the table, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, how could Su Yang show even a hint of frustration from being eliminated in the second round? He was enjoying a semi-vacation lifestyle at this Avengers reshoot set, which cost $100 million. Not far away, in front of the green screen, Reba and Naza were dressed in tight and sharp SHIELD senior agent uniforms, striking various poses under the guidance of Hollywood's top martial arts instructor. I must say, after investing $100 million, the effect was immediate. Marvel's directors and producers treated these two exquisite beauties from the East like true grandmothers. Not only did they give them a full 3 minutes of dialogue-heavy spotlight scenes, but even the crew's catering was specially customized by a Michelin-starred chef. However, for Reba and Naza, acting was just a novelty, with Su Yang, a lavish benefactor, pampering them from behind. Who would bother to toil in Hollywood to hone their acting skills? The meager symbolic compensation offered by the crew was not even enough for Su Yang to cover 1 month's property fee for the mansion he casually bought them in Beverly Hills. Cut. Perfect. Ladies, great job, take a break. The director called for a stop with a beaming smile, his obsequious tone making one wonder if he was filming some art house film with an award-winning actress. Seeing the shoot pause, Su Yang's thoughts also detached from this dazzling and hedonistic world, returning to the grand chess game of basketball. Although LeBron is playing the ostrich this year, the Heat's spirit, along with David Stern's backing, is likely to secure them the championship they've long desired in this shortened season. Su Yang calculated silently in his mind. Once the Heat wins the championship this year, if James breaks through that paper-thin barrier, the so-called inner demon he carries will dissipate, making next year's Heat even more formidable. And next year marks the 2012-2013 season. It would be the 3rd year since Su Yang took over the Cavaliers. The 5-year commitment from the old man is about to reach its halfway point. This year, finishing 3rd in the East and being eliminated in the second round barely counts as passing. But if next year I can't stir up some real waves in the playoffs, or at least touch the floor of the Eastern Conference Finals, or even the Finals. Just thinking of Su Jiangxin's serious face and the lofty Miss Wang Zixuan from the Wang family in the capital made Su Yang shiver. I'd rather die than go back to marry that wretched woman. To completely shatter the old man's wedding pressure next year, the Cleveland Cavaliers must deliver results. They must possess the true hard strength to contend for the O'Brien Trophy. To achieve this, the current roster of the team is missing the last and most crucial piece of the puzzle, a dominant inside cornerstone. Stephen Curry will be fully revitalized next season, and with Clay and Leonard further developing, the team's perimeter firepower is already unmatched. But what about the interior? Marc Gasol is a top-notch facilitator and tank, but he is too slow. In the future small ball era that emphasizes mobility and defensive switching, the Cavaliers urgently need a perfect inside finisher who can protect the rim, switch seamlessly, and score efficiently. Su Yang had long etched this person's name in his mind. Anthony Davis. The brow with terrifying wingspan and guard-like finesse. The The lottery hasn't even started yet. But the draft pick I acquired from the Hornets using Battier and a first-round pick has undoubtedly been manipulated behind the scenes by that old fox David Stern. That old guy only promised me not to drop out of the top 3, and with that Zaza Pachulia debacle, how could he ever let me land the top pick to select the brow? Thus it's impossible to directly grab the brow through the lottery. But the rules of the draft are rigid. Humans, since the pick isn't high enough, then let's trade real assets to move up. On draft day, it's unavoidable that I'll have to bleed a little. Su Yang's gaze surveyed the roster of his team. Curry, Clay Leonard, and Marc Gasol were absolutely none. The only remaining trade chips to entice the top pick were 2 players. One was the inside General Paul Mill. The other was the bloodcloth Eric Bledsoe, whom he had snatched from the Clippers using DeAndre Jordan. Which of these 2 should be the main chip to trade up for the top pick? Su Yang fell into deep thought. In this season, Millsap thrived in the Cavaliers system, not only developing a decent three-point shot, but also averaging an impressive 5 points and 9 rebounds. Definitely all-star caliber numbers. Millsap's stats are clearly superior. His trade value is at its peak right now. If I include him in the trade package along with that promised 3rd pick from David Stern, it would surely tempt the team holding the top pick. But what if I were to send out Bloodcloth? His potential is undeniable. As Su Yang repeatedly weighed the pros and cons of these 2 trade options in his mind, his gaze grew deeper. A wave of fragrant wind suddenly wafted in. Boss, what are you thinking about? So engrossed that you haven't even looked at me once. Fresh from filming with the Green Army, Naza still in her S.H.I.E.L.D. black tactical suit approached gracefully in military boots. The girl's stunning curves accentuated by the tight outfit pressed against Su Yang's arm without reservation. She perched on the edge of the recliner, her long legs crossed, gazing at Su Yang with her watery peach blossom eyes, a mix of longing and clinginess. Filming is so exhausting, no matter how good the crew's catering is, it can't compare to the French cuisine you take us to. Where are we going to play tonight? Feeling the incredible sensation on his arm, and watching Naz's captivating demeanor that was submissive only to him, Su Yang's calculations instantly dissipated, a wicked smile curving his lips. He casually wrapped an arm around Naz's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Where to play? Let's just stay here in Beverly Hills. Su Yang gently lifted Naz's chin with his finger, grinning mischievously. As for the trading matters, we can take our time planning after the draft results come out. In late June 2012, golden streamers floated down from the dome of the American Airlines Arena in Miami. After the humiliating defeat in last year's finals, LeBron James finally triumphed in this shortened season, defeating the young Oklahoma City Thunder with a decisive score of 4-1, lifting his first O'Brien trophy and unambiguously being crowned as the finals MVP. That night, the entire Miami was completely engulfed in a sea of celebration. With the championship trophy secured, Nike and Rich Paul unleashed their public relations marketing machine that had been held back for an entire year, launching an overwhelming counterattack towards the entire nation and even the world. The king is crowned. LeBron James shatters all doubts with undeniable dominance. The inner demons are vanquished. The dynasty era of the Miami Heat officially begins. All the media and pundits were almost hoarse in their praise of Jameis' greatness on television. Meanwhile, on the internet, the James fans who had been suppressed by Su Yang for an entire season seemed to flood out, as if celebrating the new year. They surged like sharks smelling blood into the Cavaliers' official account and Su Yang's personal Twitter, leaving hundreds of thousands of taunts and insults. Come out and speak. The Chinese upstart. What about your prophecy? Didn't you say LeBron wouldn't win a championship? What qualifications does a trash owner eliminated in the second round have to comment on the finals MVP? Hurry back to your fishing in Cleveland. The king has already got his ring. You'll only be able to look up at him for the rest. Faced with the tsunami of mockery and provocation online, Su Yang, who had anticipated this outcome, made no response and issued no sour congratulations or rebuttals. Just when everyone thought Su Yang was hiding in front of this ironclad championship fact, late on the second night after the finals, Su Yang updated his Twitter after a long absence. This tweet not only failed to mention LeBron James' championship, but instead tagged Kevin Durant, the star of the Thunder, who had just faltered in the finals. The tweet was a mere short sentence, yet it quoted Kevin Garnett's timeless words that shocked the league: KD Trey, 5, don't let loyalty ruin you. Upon this tweet's release, the Heat fans, still in jubilation, were left stunned, and the media across the country was equally taken aback. Don't let loyalty ruin you. At such a pivotal moment, the owner of the Cavaliers suddenly spoke such words to the Thunder's ace. Oh, what exactly did he intend to do? The next afternoon, as Su Yang drove out from his hillside villa in Beverly Hills preparing to visit a Hollywood film set, his Panamera was blocked by a group of paparazzi and sports reporters who had been waiting at the intersection. Mr. Su, what did your tweet last night mean? Are you recruiting Kevin Durant? After LeBron James won the championship and crushed your previous doubts, do you have anything to say now? Rolling down the window and looking at the reporters who were almost eager to shove microphones into his mouth, Soo-young removed his sunglasses, his eyes gleaming with emotions comparable to those of an Oscar-winning actor. There was a third of regret, a third of discontent, and 4/3 of extreme mockery. LeBron's championship. There's nothing to talk about. If you can't win, just cling to the thighs of peak superstars. What value does a championship won this way hold? Soo-young casually brushed past James, and then shifted his tone, beginning his true performance. What I said last night was simply out of pity for a truly pure and great basketball player. Without a doubt, Kevin Durant was the best player in this series. Just look at his performance on the court. He is young, filled with unparalleled vitality. His skills are honed to perfection. That terrifying wingspan combined with a historically elite shooting touch makes him a scoring machine with no dead angles on the court. But basketball is not a one-man sport. Kevin shot all the bullets, but who does he have around him? The reporters keenly sensed the explosive news and hurriedly leaned forward with their recording devices. James Harden, who was praised throughout the regular season, completely turned into a soft-shell shrimp in the high-stakes fight. He was invisible in every game, his shooting as bad as an ironworker's anvil. And that Russell Westbrook. Soo-young ruthlessly fired off. His playing style is extremely selfish and toxic. As a point guard, he indulged in unreasonable jump shots, repeatedly burying the team's hopes of catching up. He wasn't helping Kevin win, he was stealing the spotlight from him. If we were to switch Kevin Durant and LeBron James between teams. Soo-young stared at the camera, presenting a highly lethal hypothesis. Let Kevin pair with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh. I dare bet that would definitely be a clean sweep of 4-0. The Miami Heat would win by more than 20 points in every game. And if LeBron had to carry teammates like Westbrook and Harden, sorry, they might not even touch the floor of the Western Conference Finals. Soo-young chuckled coldly, providing a final summary for this interview. Kevin Durant has done his utmost, but he simply cannot carry the group of nobodies around him. How could those nobodies help him win a championship? That's why I said don't let that damned loyalty squander his unparalleled talent. Upon hearing this, the reporters on site were practically about to faint from excitement. Too explosive. Not only did Soo-young once again stomp on James with the logic of switching teams, but he also detonated the conflicts within the Thunder locker room, calling Harden and Westbrook nobodies. This statement sent back to Oklahoma City would undoubtedly create an irreparable rift in the brotherhood of the Thunder's trio. And what kind of seed of doubt would Kevin Durant, sensitive and concerned about external opinions, plant in his heart after hearing such remarks that exalted him yet belittled his teammates? Soo-young rolled up the window and drove away, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield of public opinion that would drive the entire league mad. Regardless of the storm stirred up by Soo-young's interview outside a few days later in New York at the NBA headquarters, the annual lottery drawing event finally commenced in this enclosed hall filled with money and calculations. David Stern stood on stage wearing his signature capitalist smile. Sitting in the audience, Soo-young coldly watched as the former president opened envelope after envelope. In fact, he already knew the results. The team that received the 3rd overall pick in the 2012 draft is the Cleveland Cavaliers from the New Orleans Hornets. As Stern announced this result, Soo-young cursed inwardly, "Damn, Stern, this old man is indeed taking revenge." Historically, the Hornets, a team managed by the league, secured the 1st overall pick with this slot to draft Anthony Davis. However, because Soo-young intervened in the Paul trade to take this pick and offended Stern, what should have been the 1st overall pick was forcibly blackened to the 3rd slot. The team that received the 2nd overall pick this year is the Washington Wizards. As for the coveted 1st overall pick, congratulations to the Charlotte Bobcats for acquiring the 1st overall pick in the 2012 draft. Stern announced the final allocation with a smile. The Bobcats had recorded an epic 7 wins and 59 losses this season, finishing at the bottom of the league, and Stern forced the 1st overall pick into the hands of owner Michael Jordan. The Cavaliers' original 1st-round pick, already low due to their playoff entry, predictably dropped to the 27th overall pick. If there's no conspiracy, then there must be something wrong. Soo-young coldly laughed and stood up, too lazy to participate in the subsequent pleasantries, and left the lottery hall with General Manager Grant. "Boss, we only got the 3rd pick. This is a problem." Grant followed behind, sweating anxiously. "The Bobcats will definitely pick Anthony Davis, and the Wizards reportedly have their eyes on Bradley Beal. If we stay at the 3rd pick, we won't be able to select the cornerstone center you want. Since the situation has already occurred, let's resolve it." Soo-young got into the waiting stretch Lincoln at the entrance and decisively issued the command, "Contact the general manager of the Charlotte Bobcats immediately. I need to talk to Michael Jordan." Half an hour later, the confidential international line was connected. On the other end of the line, the voice of Michael Jordan, the god of basketball and current owner of the Bobcats, came through, tinged with a hint of nonchalance and arrogance. "So I watched the lottery live. What's this? You want to make a move on the 1st overall pick?" Jordan chuckled lightly, a cigar in his mouth. This year the Bobcats were in desperate need of a first overall pick to salvage their dismal ticket sales. Let's get straight to the point, Michael. Soo-young didn't waste words with this old rogue, and directly threw out the bait, I know you need talent, and even more a star who can immediately hit the court and sell tickets. While Anthony Davis is exceptionally talented, the growth cycle for a big man is too long. I propose using the third overall pick from Cleveland along with an immediate contributor to exchange for your first overall pick. Immediate contributor. Who? Jordan became a bit interested. Eric Bledsoe or Linsanity, Jeremy, take your pick. Soo-young presented Jordan with an irresistible proposition. Bledsoe, a physically explosive mini LeBron, very much aligned with Jordan's aesthetic preference for players who could soar and escape. And Lin needed no further explanation. He had just won the Most Improved Player award backed by a massive Asian market. If he went to Charlotte, ticket sales and broadcast fees for the Bobcats next season would undoubtedly skyrocket. Jordan on the other end of the line fell silent for a full minute. Torn between commercial interests and competitive potential, he felt a stir of excitement. Yet he still displayed a merchant's greed. So your offer is quite sincere. But I have the first overall pick. One of Bledsoe or Lin plus the third pick still falls a bit short. What else do you want? You need to add something more. Soo-young inwardly cursed this old rogue for being impossible to negotiate with, but outwardly began a desperate negotiation. Michael, whether it's Bledsoe or Jeremy Lin, both would be absolute treasures on the free market. The third pick can still secure talents like Beal or McGee. This is my bottom line. The two engaged in back-and-forth bargaining on the phone for a solid 20 minutes. Ultimately, to ensure that Anthony Davis landed securely in his hands, Soo-young resisted the urge to hang up and made one final concession. Eric Bledsoe plus this year's third overall pick. Additionally, 2 future second-round picks. That's as far as I can go. Soo-young stated coldly, if you agree, we can immediately submit the trade paperwork to the league. If you don't, this call never happened, and I'll use the third pick to select Beal instead. Deal. Jordan, seeing a good opportunity, satisfiedly exhaled a puff of cigar smoke. 1 third pick, 1 potentially explosive muscle guard plus 2 second-round picks. This trade was a guaranteed win for him. A few hours later, a blockbuster trade that shocked the entire league was officially announced. The Cleveland Cavaliers sent Eric Bledsoe, the third overall pick, and 2 future second-round picks to the Charlotte Bobcats in exchange for the first overall pick in the 2012 draft. Once the news broke, the entire American sports world went into a frenzy evaluating the trade. As soon as the major media outlets released their trade ratings, almost every expert was shaking their head. D-grade. The Cavaliers have lost big. Soo-young traded a proven quality backup point guard plus multiple picks just to move up 2 slots. Is Anthony Davis really worth him depleting the team's resources to gamble on? The Bobcats received an A. Jordan finally made a brilliant robbery-like trade. Faced with the entire internet mocking the Cavaliers for their huge loss, some quirky media personalities on Twitter chimed in with schadenfreude. Although Soo-young's trade looks like a fool's errand, we must look on the bright side. At least Michael Jordan traded away the first overall pick. Otherwise, with Jordan's notoriously disastrous drafting ability, he would likely end up selecting another Kwame Brown too. 0. At this moment, sitting on the sofa in his Beverly Hills villa, Soo-young looked at the now secured first overall pick and let out a long sigh of relief. With Anthony Davis, his epic-making Death 5 and Space lineup finally had the last perfect tactical corner. Just as Soo-young was envisioning how to make the league tremble next season, Naza, having removed her makeup and wearing a semi-transparent silk nightgown, floated into his arms, bringing a wave of enticing fragrance. Boss Naza's red lips brushed against Soo-young's ear, her long, delicate legs restlessly rubbing against him. Are you done with work? You promised to check on me tonight. You can't go back on your word. Soo-young casually wrapped his arms around her slender waist, tossed his phone onto the carpet, and effortlessly lifted the enchanting figure in his arms. Lost big. When the next season starts, I'll show you what true ruthlessness looks like. On June 28, 2012, at the Prudential Center in Newark, New Jersey, the annual NBA draft officially commenced. Due to Soo-young's astonishing robbery-like upward trade, the Cleveland Cavaliers held the first overall pick, becoming the absolute focus of the evening. As David Stern slowly walked onto the stage amidst the jeers and cheers from the crowd, the entire basketball world focused its gaze upon him. Taking a deep breath, the former commissioner read out the expected result into the microphone. In the 2012 NBA draft, the first pick, the Cleveland Cavaliers select forward Anthony Davis from the University of Kentucky. Boom. The crowd erupted in applause. Sitting in the green room, Anthony Davis excitedly embraced his family, then donned the draft cap emblazoned with the Cavaliers logo, and strode onto the stage to shake hands with Stern. In the luxurious box of the Cavaliers, general manager Grant was flushed with excitement, vigorously pumping his fist. Boss, we've got him. This inside monster with guard-like skills. Soo-young nodded in satisfaction while holding his glass of red wine. It was a natural progression. With the addition of Anthony Davis, the Cavaliers not only gained exceptional rim protection and agility, but also secured the perfect tactical core for their future Death 5 lineup that would shock the league. Next, the draft continued. The Washington Wizards, holding the second overall pick, unsurprisingly selected shooting guard Bradley Beal. At the third pick, the Charlotte Bobcats made their choice. Stern stepped onto the stage with the third pick. The Charlotte Bobcats select Michael Kidd-Gilchrist. Hearing this name, Soo Young nearly spat out his red wine, unable to contain his laughter. As expected, you can always trust Michael Jordan's disastrous draft eye. Kidd-Gilchrist, a forward with a shooting form as twisted as if sitting in a folding chair, was merely passable defensively, but an absolute disaster on the offensive end. Jordan chose such a gem with Soo Young's third pick, and he would probably regret it deeply in the future. The draft process sped by. Soon it was nearing the end of the first round. Boss, we're coming up on our 27th pick. Grant approached with several scouting reports looking somewhat anxious. At this position, we probably won't find any good big men. You mentioned wanting to select a forward or a big man here. Soo Young glanced at the draft list in his hand, his brow furrowing slightly as he fell into brief contemplation. Before him were two second-round gems that would shine in the future: Draymond Green and Chris Middleton. If I were to replicate the Warriors' work from my previous life, selecting Draymond Green would undoubtedly be the best fit for Kawhi's playmaking and defensive core. However, just thinking of the headaches caused by Green's black history in his past life made Soo Young feel nauseous. Kicking Adams in the groin, punching his buddy Poole, getting suspended during crucial finals, and even running off to do a podcast during the playoffs. Such a locker room terrorist would have been kicked out of any regular team long ago. I bought this team for enjoyment, not to clean up players' messes every day and resolve locker room conflicts. Soo Young scoffed, decisively marking an X next to Draymond Green's name. Since a passing big man was needed, why select a troublemaker with no offensive ability? When 2014 arrives, wouldn't it be better to snag that Serbian chubby guy Nikola Jokic, who drinks 3 liters of soda daily, in the second round? In terms of passing and playmaking, 10 Draymond Greens wouldn't match even a finger of Jokic. Plus, Jokic has a gentle and polite character, making him a perfect cornerstone for building a team. He's the one. Soo Young pointed at another name on the list with the 27th pick, select Chris Middleton. A quality 3D forward, the best wing complement for Clay. Minutes later, when Stern announced Chris Middleton's name, this future all-star forward officially became part of the Cavaliers' championship puzzle. The draft concluded amidst a cacophony. But for the general managers across the league, the arms race of the offseason had just begun. The very next morning after the draft, Boss Lakers general manager Mitch Kupchak called. Grant hurried into Soo Young's office looking somewhat excited. They want to negotiate for our starting point guard Jeremy. Oh, Lakers. Soo Young raised an eyebrow, putting down his cigar. What did they offer? The Lakers are currently searching the world for star point guards. Lin Shaheos. Linsanity that swept the globe in the first half of the season is of great importance to Los Angeles, a big market that values the Asian commercial potential and traffic behind Lin Shaheos. Grant continued. Kupchak stated that as long as we're willing to part with Lin Shaheos, they would be willing to offer a future first-round pick as compensation and even throw in Meta World Peace Ron Artest. Hearing this, Soo Young's eyes lit up instantly, and a sly smile crept onto his face. He certainly knew what the Lakers were scheming this summer. In the summer of 2012, the Los Angeles Lakers were about to assemble the shocking F4 powerhouse: Kobe Bryant, Dwight Howard, Steve Nash, and Paul Gasol. In this original timeline, the Lakers acquired Nash through trade. However, now faced with the rapidly rising Linsanity, who had just won the Most Improved Player and was gaining immense popularity, coupled with Hollywood's insatiable thirst for traffic, the Lakers clearly had the idea of replacing Nash with Lin Shaheos or moving Kobe to the 3 position. You want to use Lin Shaheos to fill the gaps in the F4 and conveniently harvest the Asian box office in Los Angeles. Sure. Soo Young tapped the table, his gaze deep, like a hunter laying a trap. However, a single first-round pick won't. Tell Kupchak that they can have Lin Shaheos. We can also absorb Artest's contract, which is perfect since he can immediately step in to add championship-level defensive toughness to our wing. But in exchange, I want the Los Angeles Lakers 2 unprotected first-round picks in 2016 and 2018. Not a single one less. 2016 and 2018. Grant exclaimed. Boss, the Lakers are preparing to build a luxury ship to compete for the championship. By 2016 and 2018. If Kobe and Howard are still around, those picks will absolutely be at the very end of the first round worthless. Whether it's a loss or not, you'll find out later. Just make the offer as I said. Tell the Lakers that Lin Shaheos' commercial value in Asia will definitely allow them to earn back tenfold on those 2 draft rights through ticket sales. Soo Young commanded without room for doubt. Although Grant was puzzled, he still complied. An hour later, the Lakers were just as Soo Young anticipated. The Lakers management, in their extreme enthusiasm for winning, now absolutely did not care about draft picks 4 or even 6 years down the line. In their view, with Kobe and Howard, the Lakers would be a championship contender for the next decade, and first-round picks would be worthless 29th or 30th. The trade was quickly agreed upon. The Cleveland Cavaliers sent out Jeremy Lin in exchange for veteran Metta World Peace from the Los Angeles Lakers, along with 2 unprotected first-round picks in 2016 and 2018. Looking at the trade confirmation letter that had already been faxed to the league office, Soo Young comfortably leaned back in his leather chair, smiling like a cunning old fox. Trash picks. Soo Young sneered inwardly. When the new season starts, your flashy F4 will completely disintegrate due to tactical incompatibility and injuries. He clearly remembered that it was precisely because of this dysfunctional Lakers team's terrible performance that Kobe Bryant had to become a workhorse by playing full 48 minutes in every game towards the end of the season, ultimately leading to that tragic Achilles tendon rupture incident. Once Kobe was injured and Howard left, the Lakers would plummet into the dark abyss, reigning at the bottom of the Western Conference for several consecutive years. By that time, those first-round picks in 2016 and 2018 would be solid top picks and high lottery picks. Exchanging one temporarily phenomenal but already peaked Lin Shiheo for 2 super high picks after the Lakers' collapse is undoubtedly a surefire heist. But on the flip side, the Lakers' management's gamble was also forced out of necessity. Soo Young took a sip of the coffee on the table, recalling the astonishing broadcasting contract from Los Angeles. Just last year, the Los Angeles Lakers signed a staggering 20-year broadcasting contract worth up to $3 billion with Time Warner Cable. This contract averaged out, allowing the Lakers to earn a net profit of $150 million a year solely from broadcasting fees. Not to mention the outrageous renewal clauses of $2 billion over 5 years and $5 billion over 25 years. The Lakers management's frantic assembly of the F4 was to provide an explanation to Time Warner and justify the box office in Los Angeles. Peak Kobe, combined with the market of this super metropolis in Los Angeles, has an incredible ability to attract revenue. Soo Young mused. No wonder the Lakers later generously erected 3 statues for Kobe. Without the $30 billion broadcasting contract tricked out by Kobe's 2 consecutive championships, how much net profit could the Lakers earn in a year? Unfortunately, after Time Warner acquired this contract, it coincided with the Lakers' years of poor performance, and they ended up losing their shirt and going bankrupt due to this broadcasting deal. Truly a twist of fate. Thinking of this astonishing commercial landscape and wealth code, Soo Young's gaze unwittingly drifted to the huge poster on the wall of his office. On the poster, Stephen Curry was biting on his mouthguard, poised in his signature shooting motion. In the entire history of the NBA, aside from Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, the most profitable cash cow is undoubtedly this baby-faced assassin. Soo Young's eyes burned with intensity. Before Kyrie's emergence, the Golden State Warriors were worth only a few $1 billion, far from ranking in the league. But because of the three-point frenzy sparked by Stephen Curry, the Warriors' value soared to an astonishing $7 billion. Surpassing the Knicks and Lakers, they topped the list in America. A valuation of $7 billion. Soo Young silently vowed, in this life, this immense fortune must belong to the Cleveland Cavaliers. It belongs to me, Soo Young. With Stephen returning to full strength next season, along with Brow, Anthony Davis, Clay Leonard, and Pau Gasol, LeBron, and the Heat's Big Three. In the new season, get ready to tremble in despair under Kyrie's three-point rain and Brow's blocks. In the summer of 2012, the scorching sun of Cleveland baked the shores of Lake Erie, but this heat wave paled in comparison to the shock brought by the contract inside the Cavaliers' headquarters office. With the sound of a pen scratching against paper, Stephen Curry trembled as he signed his name on the last page of the contract. A 5-year, $83 million designated player maximum extension contract. No bargaining, no clauses about minimum appearances. Using real money, Soo Young fulfilled his heavy promise made on the afternoon when Curry underwent ankle surgery. Boss. Curry put down his pen, looking at the young Chinese boss who was only a few years older than him. His eyes. In this cold-blooded commercial league, a recently injured guard receiving such unwavering trust was rarer than hitting the jackpot in the lottery. All right, don't cry like a girl. This money wasn't given for free. Soo Young smiled as he handed the contract to the general manager, Grant, patting Curry on the shoulder. Your ankle is completely healed now. In the next 5 years, I want you to crush all three-point shooting records in the league. I promise, boss. I will repay your trust with a championship. Curry gritted his teeth, flames of unprecedented determination burning in his eyes. To test the recovery of his ankle and to quickly find chemistry with the team's new rookie, Curry proactively requested to join the preseason training camp and summer league as soon as he was healed. Yet these seemingly inconspicuous summer warm-up games sent shockwaves throughout the basketball circles in America. The summer league in Las Vegas. Revitalized Stephen Curry seemed to have unlocked some physical seal after eliminating the risk with his ankle. His off-ball movement on the court was ghostly, and his sudden jump shots were so fast they sent shivers down spines. But what startled scouts from all teams the most was the chemistry between him and the new rookie, the brow, Anthony Davis. During the game, Curry utilized Davis' screen beyond the three-point line. Davis' robust frame effectively blocked the defender, then swiftly rolled to the basket. Curry attracted a double team, flicking his wrist to toss the basketball high toward the hoop. With his incredible wingspan and guard-like agility, the brow soared from just inside the free throw line, catching the basketball with one hand midair and smashed it into the hoop over the opposing center. An alley-oop slam. When the opposing team chose to tighten the interior defense against Davis' roll, in the next possession Davis popped out after the screen, and Kai's return pass was perfectly guided, allowing Davis to calmly sink a wide-open jump shot from the free throw line or even beyond the three-point arc. Oh my God! What kind of divine screen and roll combination is this? A historically great shooter who can pull up from 2.5 steps beyond the three-point line, paired with an inside monster who can defend all 5 positions, finish at the rim, and shoot. How do you defend this? ESPN scout was sweating profusely on the sidelines. Davis' stunning debut, coupled with Kai's full recovery, made everyone realize that the Cavaliers, who had reached the Eastern Conference Finals last season despite injuries, were truly on the verge of an ultimate transformation this year. Meanwhile, while Cleveland quietly amassed strength far away on the south coast of Miami, LeBron James, who had just secured his first championship, was immersed in immense vanity and celebration. 1 championship, 3 regular season MVPs, 1 finals MVP. For the 27-year-old, James, this ring felt like it had broken all shackles on him. With the orchestrations of agent Rich Paul and Nike's massive public relations machine, a fervent deification campaign began. Although James himself always wore a mask of "I only focus on the game and don't care about historical status" in front of the media, those loyal mouthpieces around him had already begun to stir the narrative across various ESPN shows. Let's see what Michael Jordan achieved at 27 years old. No championships. Yet LeBron already has a championship and a finals MVP at this age. LeBron's accumulation of honors has already surpassed that of Jordan during the same period. Without a doubt, he is challenging the historically deemed invincible GOAT. The overwhelming marketing ploy made the topic of LeBron surpassing Jordan boil over during the offseason. Even a person with a slight understanding of basketball logic knows how ridiculous this comparison is. Jordan faced the historically top-tier bad boys before turning 27, while LeBron chose to team up with other stars at his peak. But under the brainwashing of capital, many fans still fell into this fervent logical trap. In the blink of an eye, October arrived, and the 2001-2013 NBA regular season kicked off with great fanfare. Cleveland Cavaliers headquarters press hall. On media day for the new season, Sue Young still donned a sharply tailored suit, sitting calmly in the center of the podium. This time the reporters in the audience lacked the mocking and derisive glances of previous years, replaced instead by a complex mix of reverence and expectation. Mr. Sue, the new season has begun. A senior ESPN reporter was the first to ask. We all remember your bold statements at the beginning of last season. You said the Cavaliers would make the playoffs and the whole country laughed at you, but ultimately the Cavaliers proved everyone wrong by finishing 3rd in the East. So what about this year? With a healthy Steven and rookie Anthony Davis, do you have any new declarations for the team this season? Sue Young lightly tapped the microphone, scanning the audience, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Last year I said we'd make the playoffs, and we did. Not only did we achieve that, but we did it while letting one core player go. As for this year, Sue Young leaned back slightly in his chair. Our goals can be raised a bit. This season, not only do we want to return to the playoffs, but we can also look forward to the Eastern Conference Finals, even to the ultimate stage of the finals. If Sue Young had made such a statement 2 years ago, the reporters in the audience would have erupted in laughter. But today, not a single person in the entire press conference dared to refute him. The reporters exchanged glances, involuntarily conjuring up the lavish lineup of the Cavaliers: point guard Stephen Curry, shooting guard Klay Thompson, small forward Kawhi Leonard, power forward Anthony Davis, and center Marc Gasol. On the bench sat all-star power forward Paul Millsap, the fierce Mad Dog Patrick Beverley, the top 3D player Danny Green, the newly drafted Chris Middleton, and even veteran Metta World Peace. This lineup boasts shooting, rim protection, seamless switching, and elite playmaking. The most terrifying aspect is their youth. Charging out of the Eastern Conference with this lineup is no mere fantasy. Mr. So we acknowledge that the Cavaliers' paper strength this year is indeed terrifying and can even be said to be the most promising team in the East. Another reporter from the Miami Herald stood up, his tone laced with a hint of confrontation. However, to break through the East, you must overcome that mountain. The defending champions, the Miami Heat. LeBron James just completed the Grand Slam, and the Heat's Big Three are at their peak. May I ask if you and your team have the confidence to defeat this championship-seeking Heat team? Hearing the mention of the Heat, a wider smile spread across Sue Yang's face. Whether we can defeat the Heat actually doesn't depend on us, it depends on Dwayne Wade's knee and health. Soo-Yung shrugged his shoulders, his tone very candid. After all, our core lineup is still in the growth stage. If the Heat's leader, Dwayne Wade, can maintain his peak performance, then our chances of winning this series are indeed not very great. But if, and I mean if, Wade's knee injuries and swelling cause his performance to decline, and he cannot take over the game in the fourth quarter of a high-stakes match, Soo-Yang's gaze sharpened, then we are bound to win. The Heat will undoubtedly lose. Upon hearing this, the entire room erupted in uproar. The Miami reporter's face flushed red as he retorted loudly, "Mr. Soo, what you said is absurd. Who doesn't know that the current Heat team belongs to LeBron? LeBron just secured the regular season MVP and the finals MVP. He is the #1 player in the league. On what basis do you say Wade is the leader of the Heat? Are you going to continue using that ridiculous bias to deny LeBron's dominance?" Facing the reporter's fierce questioning, Soo-Yung did not get angry. Instead, he looked at him as if he were an idiot. Can FMVP and MVP really decide who the true leader of a team is? Soo-Yung raised a finger and tapped the table, posing a question. Since you media folks love to study the history of the NBA so much, let's play a little history trivia game. In 1983, the Philadelphia 76ers swept the Los Angeles Lakers 40 in the finals to win that year's NBA championship. May I ask this Miami reporter, who do you think was the true leader of that great 76ers team? Was it the Dr. J. Julius Erving, who had already established a formidable reputation in Philadelphia and was regarded as the soul of the team, or was it Moses Malone, who joined the team that season and was heralded as the #1 center in the league? The reporter was taken aback for a moment, then straightened his chest and answered confidently, according to his honor theory, of course, it was Moses Malone. No question about it. The reporter answered with conviction. Moses Malone not only won the regular season MVP that season, but also dominated the finals and undoubtedly claimed the FMVP. He not only shouted the famous Fafafo sweep slogan, but also outperformed Dr. J in every aspect, both statistically and in honors. History has long established that Moses Malone is the absolute core and leader of that championship team. A very impressive answer. The logic of honor determining leadership sounds simply flawless. Soo-Yung couldn't help but applaud, but that applause echoed harshly in the empty press conference. He stopped his movements, leaned forward, and stared intently at the smug Miami reporter, his voice like a heavy hammer striking hard at everyone's heart. Since you are so certain that Moses Malone is the unquestionable leader of the 76ers based on his MVP and FMVP, can you answer me one question? Soo-Yang's lips curled into a mocking smile. If he is the leader, then why to this day has the Philadelphia 76ers not retired his #2 jersey, which represents the absolute core? The entire press conference fell into silence. It was utterly still. The Miami reporter, who had just been so articulate, froze, an expression, his mouth slightly open, but like someone with their throat gripped, he couldn't utter a word. All the media present gasped in shock. Incredible. This was simply a killer shot. At this moment in 2012, the Philadelphia 76ers indeed had not retired Moses Malone's jersey. Meanwhile, Dr. J's #6 jersey had long been hung high in the rafters of Philadelphia's home arena, basking in the adoration of the entire city. This is what you call honor determines everything. Looking at the speechless reporter, Soo-Yung mercilessly tore away that fig leaf. Awards can be voted on by the media, and the FMVP can be awarded to the player with the best statistics but can the soul of a city, the true totem and leader of a team, be defined by these cold, lifeless trophies? Dr. J devoted his best youth to Philadelphia, while Dwayne Wade, like a god descending from the heavens in 2006, brought the first championship in franchise history back to Miami. Miami is his city, and the Heat is his team. A mercenary who couldn't win would come running to cling to a powerful ally, relying on a brother's concession to take a backseat, racking up impressive stats, grabbing the FMVP trophy, and then turning to steal the ownership of the team under the media's praise. Soo-Yung stood up, buttoned his suit, and left a closing remark that completely shattered the hearts of all the LeBron fans in America. Let's wait and see for the day when Wade's knee can no longer hold up. October 30th, 2012, Cleveland Quicken Loans Arena. In tonight's opening game, the Cleveland Cavaliers host the Washington Wizards from the capital. This match has been hyped by media across the nation even before it began, as it marks not only the regular season debut of the Cavaliers' luxurious lineup, but also the first direct confrontation between the first pick Anthony Davis and the second pick Bradley Beal from this draft. In the VIP luxury box beneath the arena's dome, Soo-Yung, dressed in a casual suit, lounged lazily on the sofa. Beside him, Reba sweetly peeled a grape, delicately placing it into Soo-Yang's mouth before leaning against his shoulder, her beautiful face brimming with anticipation. Boss, today is the first game of the new season. How many points do you think we can win by? Reba asked coyly, having become somewhat of a half-hearted basketball fan after a year of exposure. How many points? Soo-young chewed on the grape, a playful smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. That depends on how crazy those young lads down there shoot their three-pointers today. Toot. With the referee's whistle, the new season officially kicked off. The Cavaliers send out their starting five: Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Kawhi Leonard, Anthony Davis, and Marcus. During the jump ball, the towering Anthony Davis effortlessly dominated the Wizards' Okafor, easily tapping the ball back into his team's half. Fully revitalized Stephen Curry received the ball, his signature mouthguard chewing rhythmically as he leisurely advanced past half-court. Facing the defense of Wizards guard A.J. Price, Curry crossed half-court, and even before stepping beyond the three-point line, he executed a deceptive prayer motion. As Price shifted his weight slightly, Curry launched a shot from an extreme distance, 2 big steps away from the three-point line, without any warning. Swish. The basketball arced through the air in a soaring rainbow, swishing through the net. 3-0. The 20,000 fans in attendance erupted in excitement. That unreasonable baby-faced assassin has truly returned. Wizards head coach Randy Whitman frowned from the sidelines, loudly reminding his players to watch the perimeter defense. However, he had no idea that tonight the Wizards would face an overwhelming dimensional assault. Turning back, Wizards' second pick Bradley Beal attempted to break through using a screen. But at the moment he initiated, Kawhi Leonard, like a silent leopard, completely enveloped Beal's dribbling space with his exaggerated hands. The suffocating death grip made it so difficult for the rookie Beal that he stumbled even while dribbling. Bang! Leonard precisely stripped the basketball from Beal's hands, launching a fast break. Get back! Quickly! The entire Wizards team scrambled back in a desperate attempt to force the Cavaliers into a half-court game. Although Leonard was intercepted during the fast break, he calmly passed the ball to the trailing Klay Thompson. Klay received the ball, requiring no adjustment, and instantly launched a textbook shooting posture. Swish. Another three-pointer. If the three-point shots of the Splash Brothers were still within the Wizards' expectations, then the next round completely shattered the perceptions of commentators across the nation. Curry was double-teamed at the top of the arc and quickly passed the ball to Kawhi Leonard in the corner. The Wizards' defensive player deliberately gave Leonard half a step. According to all the scouts' reports, this poker-faced rookie had an extremely unstable shooting ability and was a non-threatening defensive blue-collar. However, Leonard expressionlessly received the ball and jumped. The shooting form that had been criticized as stiff as a robot now, after an entire summer of rigorous training from shooting coach Chip England, exuded a mechanical coldness and stability that was surprisingly beautiful. Swish. 3 points scored. But that's not all. In the next possession, Anthony Davis received a setup pass from Pau Gasol at the high post. Wizards center Okafor shrank beneath the basket, not daring to come out, while the Brow glanced at the hoop and decisively took a long two-pointer. The basketball swished through the net. Immediately after, Pau Gasol also hit a three-pointer from the top of the arc. Curry, Klay, Leonard, the Brow, Pau Gasol. 5 players, 5 cannons. All fired up. Throughout the first quarter, the Cavaliers displayed an incredible chemistry. The movement of the Splash Brothers was as fluid as mercury, while Leonard's terrifying progress filled the firepower on the wing, and the Brow's mobility magnified Pau Gasol's passing infinitely. As the first quarter ended, the Cavaliers scored 38 points in a single quarter, leaving the Wizards dazed and confused. Oh God, are these really just a bunch of people who just came together to play ball? ESPN's commentator exclaimed, clutching his head in disbelief. Their chemistry is terrifying. Especially Kawhi Leonard. How did his shooting suddenly become so accurate? In the VIP box, Soo-young observed the ongoing firepower on the court, nodding in satisfaction. Reba, pass me the red phone on the table. Soo-young lazily extended his hand. Reba quickly and obediently handed over the confidential phone that connected directly to the head coach's seat. On the sidelines, Coach Byron Scott, who was about to arrange the regular rotation, suddenly felt his phone in his pocket vibrating wildly. Upon answering the call, the unmistakable voice of the big boss, Soo-young, came through. Take Marc Gasol off the court and replace him with Chris Middleton. Let Anthony Davis play the center position at the 5 spot and push Kawhi Leonard to the 4 spot. Show the Wizards what true depth defense and a space grinder look like. Scott was taken aback. Boss, this is an extreme small ball lineup. Without a traditional center, the interior will be overwhelmed. Follow the orders. It won't be overwhelmed. Soo-young hung up the phone directly. A minute later, a dead ball substitution occurred. As the Cavaliers replaced the younger Gasol with rookie Middleton, fielding a lineup of Curry, Klay, Middleton, Leonard, Davis, the entire commentary team was left dumbfounded. The tallest player in this lineup was Anthony Davis, who was a rookie power forward. However, at the very moment the game resumed, the Wizards faced a real nightmare. The Wizards attempted to leverage their height in the paint, but they were horrified to realize that this Cavaliers lineup had a defensive rotation speed that was chillingly fast. Unlimited switching. No matter who had the ball, a defensive powerhouse was always standing in front. Leonard and Millsap's wing sweeps overshadowed everything, while Davis at the 5 spot used his long arms, which seemed able to cover the entire restricted area, to turn the Wizards' paint into a no-flee zone. Bang! Wizards forward Trevor Booker attempted a strong layup only to be swatted away by Davis in midair as if he were spiking a volleyball out of bounds. On the offensive end, this death small ball lineup had a spaciousness that was maximized. All 5 players had a reliable three-point shot. If the Wizards dared to double-team Curry, the ball could instantly be shifted to an absolute open shot. Klay, Middleton, and Kawhi unleashed three-pointers as if they were free. By halftime, the scoreboard read 72-52. The Cavaliers led by a full 20 points at halftime. But this was merely the beginning of the slaughter. As the second half commenced, this group of young players completely in the zone unleashed a torrential downpour of three-pointers at the Quicken Loans Arena. In the third quarter, Curry hit 5 three-pointers in a single period. Klay scored 16 points in that quarter. The Wizards players were gasping for air on the court, unable to even touch the Cavaliers players' jerseys. They were torn apart by the extreme spacing and frantic switching defense. When garbage time arrived in the fourth quarter, Sue Young remotely instructed Scott to bring on Meta World Peace Patrick Beverly, Danny Green, and a slew of tough players to practice defense. Facing this group of green-eyed substitute thugs, the Wizards bench was utterly overwhelmed, struggling to even cross half-court. Beep. The final buzzer of the game was like a heavenly relief for the Washington Wizards. However, when everyone looked up at the giant scoreboard above the arena, the entire Quicken Loans Arena and all the fans across America watching the broadcast fell into a deep silence. 138-80. A 58-point difference. The Cleveland Cavaliers in the 2012-2013 season opener utterly crushed the Washington Wizards by a staggering 58 points. Oh my God. The ESPN commentator's voice trembled, forgetting his professional decorum as he stuttered 58 points. An NBA regular season opener ended with a 58-point massacre. What kind of monster is this Cleveland Cavaliers team? Their offensive firepower surpasses this era. Meanwhile, across the ocean in China, the most famous sports forum in the country, Hupu, was rendered paralyzed for several minutes due to the massive influx of traffic when the final whistle blew. When the page refreshed, the entire homepage of the forum was inundated with exclamation marks and the number what the hell? A 58-point blowout. The Cavaliers are treating the Wizards like elementary school kids. A 58-point massacre in the season opener. Is this the confidence behind Sue Yang's claim of starting from the Eastern Conference Finals? Astonishing. Kawhi hit 4 out of 5 three-pointers. Davis had 24 points, 12 rebounds, and 5 blocks. This lineup is too monstrous. Honestly, can Curry really shoot from that three-point range? Amidst all the shocked posts, the most upvoted and hottest comment was a mere few words. Chris Paul angrily exited the group chat and downvoted. Fans below were laughing madly. Huh. A tribute to Paul, huh? 58 City sends congratulations. Paul, you can win, but why do you need to score 58 points? Note: Paul lost by 58 points in the 2009 playoffs. That was brutal. When the Cavaliers' small ball lineup came on in the second half, I could feel the Wizards players nearly suffocating through the screen. That night, sports media across America went completely wild. If in the past 2 years Sue Young was seen as a miracle for making the playoffs with a group of minimum wage players, then tonight this Cavaliers team that won by 58 points in the season opener, showcasing extreme spacing, unlimited switching, and a terrifying three-point barrage, sent a chilling sensation through all championship contending teams in the league. Miami. LeBron James, who had just finished training, looked at the replay of the 58-point massacre on the locker room TV. His face darkened. Meanwhile, at the Marvel film set in Beverly Hills, Sue Young comfortably lounged in a chair, enjoying Reba's shoulder massage, a smirk of confidence tugging at the corners of his mouth. What does 58 points matter? The era of the death small ball has only just begun. The crazy night of the opening game belonged not only to the Cleveland Cavaliers, who won by a staggering 58 points, but also to the Miami Heat, aiming for a championship repeat. In another nationally broadcast game that same evening, the Miami Heat faced their Eastern Conference rivals, the Boston Celtics, at home. This was also a showdown of epic proportions. The match was fiercely contested, with both teams pushing their physical limits. Ultimately, the Heat, playing on their home court, secured a hard-fought victory of 120-107, thanks to Dwayne Wade's crucial, audacious breakthroughs in the fourth quarter, marking a triumphant start to the new season. Throughout the game, Dwayne Wade remained the most trustworthy flash in high-stakes situations, efficiently scoring a team-high 29 points. LeBron James also put up impressive numbers, achieving a double-double with 26 points and 10 rebounds. However, in a rather awkward moment during the critical fourth quarter, as the game reached its most intense and tight phase, James collapsed in pain on the floor due to severe cramping and was assisted off the court by two teammates, missing the final minutes that would decide the outcome. In the post-game press conference, James, who had just dealt with his cramping issue, sat down at the podium with a slightly unsteady gait. The reporters below, besides being concerned about his injury, were eager to discuss the day's biggest news story. LeBron, tonight you defeated the formidable Boston Celtics. But at the same time, the Cleveland Cavaliers achieved an incredible 58-point victory over the Washington Wizards in their opening game. A reporter from ESPN raised his microphone, his gaze sharp. The Cavaliers displayed terrifying three-point shooting and a new defensive system. What are your thoughts on the performance of this young team? Have they become the greatest threat to the Heat's championship run? Upon hearing the words Cavaliers and 58 points, Jameis' expression darkened instantly, and the smile that had been on his face from the victory vanished without a trace. Clearing his throat, he launched into a classic rebuttal with an air of disdain. Listen, buddy. You can't compare these two games. You know there's simply no basis for comparison. James spread his hands, looking self-assured. What we defeated tonight was the Boston Celtics. This is a team with championship pedigree, boasting superstars, and fighting for the title. We just went through and what about them? They only defeated the Washington Wizards, a weak team that is in a rebuilding phase and can't even touch the playoffs. Winning against a weak team by making a few lucky three-pointers and creating a ridiculous score difference doesn't prove anything. Championships are never won by defeating weak teams. If they face a real powerhouse defense, that flashy three-point strategy will surely be exposed. And as for my cramping, that's simply because I exerted too much energy and sweat against the Celtics. That's the intensity a defending champion should have, not some 58-point playground game. His comments, filled with and a hint of condescension, quickly spread across the internet throughout America. Jameis fans echoed his sentiments, claiming the Wizards were too weak and that the Cavaliers were merely picking on us. The next day, in the office of the Cavaliers headquarters, Soo Young sat in a large leather chair, watching Jameis' sour interview from last night on his tablet. Soo Young couldn't help but laugh, turning off the video with a flick of his hand. Cramping in the final quarter and relying on Wade to win the game, yet after the match, he's throwing punches at the microphone. What a royal demeanor. Soo Young couldn't be bothered to respond to Jameis' disparagement in the media. Engaging in a war of words is pointless. When the playoffs come and they truly face off, he will let James know whether that flashy three-pointer can really kill. At this moment, Soo Young's attention was fully on the papers scattered across his desk, which included the salary structure chart for the season just delivered by General Manager Grant, along with future salary cap projections. Boss, our total salary is currently far below the luxury tax threshold of $70 million. Grant stood by the desk, reporting on the team's financial status. Apart from the 5-year, $83 million contract extension you offered Stephen Curry this summer, and Marc Gasol's contract worth millions, the core framework of our team consists entirely of rookie contracts. Grant himself found this somewhat astonishing. Kawhi Leonard, Klay Thompson, Anthony Davis, Middleton, Beverly. These players who shone in the opening game and struck fear across the league are all still under rookie contracts. They are earning only a few million or even hundreds of thousands, yet are delivering all-star caliber performance. This is what we call the rookie contract benefit period. Based on their respective contract lengths, we can reliably enjoy this extremely cheap benefit period until at least 2016 or even 2017. However, there is one thing we need to plan for in advance. Soo Young's gaze fixed on the name on the list with a salary in the millions, Marc Gasol. Marc's contract is set to expire next summer. Boss, do you think we should offer him a max extension? Grant voiced his concerns. In Soo Young's Death 5 system, when there's a need to speed up and create extreme spacing, the slow-footed heavy center Gasol would be replaced and Davis would take the 5 spot. In the small ball era, the role of traditional heavy centers is gradually being marginalized. Spending big to extend a player who might not even see the court in critical moments doesn't seem to align with the Cavaliers' future-building strategy. But Soo Young shook his head without hesitation. Extend. Not only should we extend, but we should also offer him a respectable big contract. Seeing Grant's puzzled expression, Soo Young stood up and walked to the tactical board. In the regular season, we can destroy opponents with the Death 5, but to build a dynasty, we must always consider those few hypothetical enemies, and the Miami Heat is the biggest obstacle in our way. To completely lock down LeBron James in a 7-game series relying solely on a small ball lineup is not enough. We need to tailor a 3-iron chain strategy for him. Soo Young drew 3 circles on the tactical board. Look at how the Dallas Mavericks and the San Antonio Spurs limited him back then. The first iron chain is a strong, low center of gravity defender who won't get faked out, just like Sean Marion Kidd or even Barry back in the day. And here Kawhi Leonard is the perfect lock for that role in the entire league. The second iron chain is an agile defender with a large defensive area, someone who can frequently vacate themselves to sweep and assist defensively. Our Anthony Davis can fulfill this role. Soo Young tapped the paint area on the tactical board. And the most crucial third iron chain is the last line of rim protection. A top-heavy center like Tim Duncan or Tyson Chandler who doesn't need to jump and can just use size and weight to pull LeBron down from the air. Marc Gasol is our Chandler. As long as all three iron chains are on the court, even if LeBron has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will still suffer some damage when attacking the paint. Listening to the boss' incisive tactical breakdown, Grant suddenly understood. While Gasol may not have explosive stats in the regular season, he will be the crucial trump card for defending against James in the meat-grinder matchups of the playoffs against the Heat. I understand, boss. I will fully push for the extension negotiations with Mark next year. As for Meta World Peace, whom we traded for from the Lakers using Jeremy Lin, although he still has some defensive skills, his temper is too volatile and he is getting old. If a suitable opportunity arises mid-season, or if a contending team needs a veteran, we can clear him out for some draft picks. Patrick Beverley, on the other hand, can be retained. Sometimes Curry needs this kind of wild dog substitute to shake things up and change the pace of the game. Having sorted out the team's future salary structure and player rotations, Soo Young stretched out and yawned. In competitive sports, in the end, it's not just about tactics on the court, but also about the management's strategic maneuvering and capital warfare behind the scenes. The reason it is considered strange is that the pattern of the Eastern Conference this season has surprised all experts. As the reigning champions, the Miami Heat, led by LeBron James and Dwayne Wade, started the season with an impressive record of 10 wins and 2 losses, showcasing the dominance expected of a championship team. However, this luxurious record of 10 wins and 2 losses only placed them begrudgingly in second place in the East. Ahead of them is the Cleveland Cavaliers, who, after crushing the Wizards by 58 points in the season opener, completely entered a rampage mode. 12 wins and 0 losses. A perfect start with 12 consecutive victories. Not a single defeat. Leading by a wide margin. The revitalized Stephen Curry is averaging an astonishing 45 shooting from beyond the arc, sinking 5.2 3-pointers per game, scoring 31. 5 points along with 7.8 assists. The shooting prowess of the Splash Brothers combined with Anthony Davis's defensive presence has turned the Cavaliers' death lineup and spacing 5 into a nightmare for all defensive coaches in the league. In the official announcements of various awards in mid-November, the Cavaliers were clearly the big winners. On the MVP leaderboard, Stephen Curry surpassed LeBron James, who was averaging 27 points to take the top spot. In the Eastern Conference's Player of the Month selection, Curry was undoubtedly chosen, forcing James into the camp. This feeling of being completely suppressed by his former team left James far away in Miami, feeling a sharp discomfort. Finally, the date came to November 24th. The Miami Heat traveled north to play at the Cleveland Quicken Loans Arena. 10 wins and 2 losses face off against 12 wins and 0 losses. This is not only a battle for the top of the East, but is also recognized by all sports media in America as a preview of this season's Eastern Conference Finals. Before the game, the atmosphere had already been hyped to its peak. In the visiting locker room, LeBron James, who had just lost the Player of the Month award, faced reporters' questions about the Cavaliers' 12-game winning streak, showing no concealment of his disdain. 12 wins and 0 losses. That sounds really good, but I've looked at their schedule. James said, tying his shoelaces while smirking at the camera. Who have they played in their first 12 games? Bobcats, Magic, Wizards. All teams struggling in the lottery zone. If they can't achieve a winning streak against such a sweet schedule, they should feel ashamed. The reason they can remain undefeated is simply that they haven't encountered real defense. They haven't faced the Miami. James stood up, patted his chest, and declared, but this self-deceiving winning streak will come to an end tonight. We will personally end their winning streak and let those shooting specialists see what true championship-level competition is. Jameis' remarks about the schedule advantage quickly reached the Cavaliers. In response to media inquiries, Soo Young, who was in the corridor outside the locker room, merely scoffed. Is it really that difficult to acknowledge someone else's excellence? Soo Young looked at the camera, his tone calm, but with an icy chill. Since he says our winning streak is against soft opponents tonight, it'll show him what kind of fruit he really is. As the clock struck 8, the Quicken Loans Arena was packed to capacity. 20,000 Cleveland fans dressed in maroon t-shirts greeted the trader wearing jersey number 6 with deafening boos. Buzzer. The referee's whistle signaled the start of this highly anticipated preview of the Eastern Conference Finals. The Cavaliers' starting lineup: Curry, Clay, Leonard, Davis, Gasol. The Heat's starting lineup: Chalmers, Wade, James, Battier, Bosh. From the very start of the game, the Heat displayed. James held the ball at the top of the arc, facing the defense of Kawhi Leonard, ready to use his physical advantage to overpower the second-year rookie. However, as James prepared to initiate his move beyond the three-point line, he froze. Not only did he freeze, but the commentators and fans in the arena were also left dumbfounded. Kawhi Leonard, who was responsible for guarding James, surprisingly did not stick to him as usual, but instead took a step back. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Leonard retreated to near the free-throw line. In front of James, a vast space of 3 meters opened up like a gigantic Pacific Ocean. What kind of defensive strategy is this? exclaimed the ESPN commentator astonished. Kawhi Leonard is giving LeBron James a full 3 meters of space. Is the Cavaliers humiliating him? In the VIP box, Su Yang held a glass of red wine watching this ridiculous scene unfold on the court. This is the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty specifically prepared for James. It perfectly replicated the give up the shot, defend the drive extreme strategy used by San Antonio Spurs coach Greg Popovich against James in the 2013 finals. In 2012, James, despite being in peak physical condition and possessing incredible explosiveness, still had a shooting ability that remained an unpredictable flaw. Shoot. LeBron, there's no one in front of you, shoot. The Cleveland fans on the sidelines started cheering frantically. James held the ball, his expression alternating between gray and pale. 3 meters of open space is a tremendous temptation for any NBA perimeter player. But he hesitated. He had no confidence to sink that damn three-pointer in this nationally televised spotlight. He was too concerned about his shooting percentage. Bang, bang. After hesitating for 2 seconds, James still chose to drive his forte. He suddenly lowered his head and charged like a tank towards Leonard, who was retreating to the free throw line. But this was exactly what Su Yang wanted. As James charged within the free throw line, the Cavaliers' 3 iron chains instantly closed in. Leonard, with a low center of gravity, used his long arms and strong core to firmly withstand James' first wave of impact. Meanwhile, Anthony Davis, who had been lurking on the perimeter, rapidly closed in like a lightning bolt, blocking James' passing lane. And Marc Gasol, stationed under the basket, raised his arms high, creating an impenetrable wall of size. The 3 converged. The interior turned into a meat grinder in an instant. James lost all vision and shooting angle in midair and could only awkwardly toss the ball towards the basket. Clang! It hit the backboard and missed. Anthony Davis grabbed the rebound, and the Cavaliers quickly launched a counterattack. Curry received a pass in the front court, launching a trailing three-pointer, a quick and decisive shot. 3-0. This possession became a microcosm of the Heat's offensive constipation throughout the entire first half. Not only James, but Dwayne Wade also faced the same predicament. Wade's driving ability is unmatched in the league, but his three-point shooting is even worse than James's. The Cavaliers employed the same tactics, with perimeter defenders desperately switching, while Davis and Gasol tightly clogged up the paint. The Heat, a team heavily reliant on penetrating and tearing apart defenses, was left completely clueless against the Cavaliers' tailored defense of squat and switch. As the first quarter came to an end, the score on the court was 32-15. The Cavaliers led by a full 17 points. And halfway through the second quarter, or in the first 1.5 periods of play, the broadcast camera focused on LeBron James' statistics, and in that moment, all Heat fans felt a suffocating sensation. Playing for 16 minutes. 1 for 7 shooting. 0 for 3 from three-point range. 0 for 0 from the free throw line. He scored a pathetic 2 points, plus 3 turnovers. Incredible. LeBron is lost. Under Kawhi Leonard's defense, he looked like a player who couldn't shoot. The commentator's voice was filled with shock. The Cavaliers' defensive strategy is simply ruthless. They gave LeBron 3 meters of space, and he even lost the courage to shoot. Faced with such a targeted and even insulting defense, James' mentality visibly collapsed. He started to raise his hands in frustration on the court, complaining to the referee about being hit while driving, and frequently made basic defensive errors with lackluster effort. Meanwhile, on the Cavaliers' side, the Splash Brothers, under the constraint of Kawhi and Davis, shot with ease. Every three-pointer made was like a loud slap in the face of the pregame, trash-talking James. Beep. The whistle signaling the end of the first half sounded. The score displayed a glaring 64-46. The Cleveland Cavaliers at home crushed the reigning champions Miami Heat with a massive 18-point advantage, rubbing them into the floor. 15 minutes of halftime passed in the blink of an eye, and the second half of the game officially commenced. LeBron James, emerging from the players' tunnel, wore a terrifyingly grim expression. Scoring only 2 points in the first half and being left wide open 3 meters away without daring to shoot was an absolute humiliation for this number 1 in the league, who had just achieved a grand slam. Since he couldn't make the shots, he had no choice but to overpower them with his body. He received the ball beyond the three-point line, facing Kawhi Leonard, who was still 2 steps away from him. This time he did not hesitate, lowering his head like a frenzied bull charging into the paint. Leonard swiftly slid into position, firmly establishing his defensive stance. But just as the two were about to make contact, James, in a high-speed drive, concealed and viciously lowered his shoulder, raising his left arm to deliver a brutal elbow strike into Leonard's ribs. A dull thud of muscle colliding echoed, and even someone as strong as Leonard gasped in surprise from the sudden elbow strike, stumbling slightly. Taking advantage of this momentum, James made a layup. Beep. The baseline referee's whistle rang out, but astonishingly the referee's signal pointed to Leonard, who had just been elbowed. defensive foul with an addition. On Leonard's perpetually expressionless face, a rare look of astonishment emerged as he spread his hands towards the referee, but the official remained cold and unresponsive. In the following possession, James repeated his tactics. After a screen and roll, he switched to face Klay Thompson, forcefully driving into the paint. In midair, James not only had a noticeable shoulder drop to clear his path, but exaggeratedly lifted one leg, his knee resembling a flying kick, crashing hard into Klay's thigh. Klay let out a pained grunt and fell to the ground. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded again, this time for Klay Thompson's defensive blocking foul. With these two controversial and even dirty plays, James scored 4 points from the free throw line, finally breaking his embarrassing scoring drought. However, the broadcast's close-up honestly captured everything. As Leonard lifted his jersey to wipe sweat, a clear bruise appeared on his ribs. Meanwhile, when Klay was pulled up by his teammates, he limped noticeably. Boo. The arena erupted with a chorus of boos and curses. This is a rigged game. It's a body hair and star whistle. How can such elbowing and flying kicks be called defensive fouls? How much did David Stern give the referees? In the VIP luxury box, watching everything unfold on the court, Su Yang felt the temperature in his eyes drop to freezing point. David Stern, it seems you are determined to protect your cash cow's reputation in this Eastern Conference preview. Su Yang sneered. The referees turned a blind eye to Jameis' violent actions, instead enabling his tyranny. It was clear that the league was orchestrating this behind the scenes, ensuring James would not be humiliated with just 2 points in this nationally televised game. If James continued to recklessly charge forward, not only would the Cavaliers' defense be torn apart by fouls, but more dangerously, future cornerstone players like Curry, Kawhi, and Klay could be injured by such brutish actions. Since you want to play rough, he'll play dirty with you. Su Yang picked up the red confidential phone on the table and dialed Coach Byron Scott's headset. Scott, call a timeout immediately. Substitute Stephen, Kawhi, and Klay. They are the future of the team and shouldn't be risking their lives against a furious brute here. Who should I put in instead? Scott was taken aback on the other end of the line. Su Yang's gaze swept over the eager reserves, his voice cold. Bring in Ron Artest and Patrick Beverley. Also put Zaza Pachulia, who just returned from suspension, back in at the 5 position. Hearing these names, even Coach Scott couldn't help but shudder. Artest, the absolute warrior of the Palace of Auburn Hills. Beverley, a mad dog who plays without regard for his safety. Pachulia, the top enforcer who twisted Jameis' ankle last season. This was no longer a game. It was like unleashing a pack of convicts. Beep. The timeout ended, and the Cavaliers made their substitutions. As James stood at the free throw line preparing to take the earlier free throws, he instinctively glanced at the newly substituted Cavaliers players. That glance nearly caused the King to drop the ball on the floor. To his left at the three-point line was Patrick Beverley, grinning menacingly at him. To his right at the elbow was Ron Artest, cracking his knuckles. And standing under the basket ready to grab the rebound was the nightmare from last season, Zaza Pachulia, who had almost ruined his ankle. Gazing at Pachulia's rugged Eastern European features, memories of last season's terrifying, clumsy step flashed in Jameis' mind, and he felt a lingering pain in his left ankle. These maniacs. James swallowed, hard beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. No matter how biased the referees were, if these three went all out against him on the court, could the referee's whistle protect his career? The subsequent flow of the game became utterly absurd. Faced with this pure thug defense, James, who had just been invincible and frequently elbowing and kicking, instantly tamed. He no longer dared to bulldoze his way into the paint like a bulldozer. As soon as Artest got close, he quickly passed the ball as if he had been electrocuted. As soon as he saw Pachulia shift his feet slightly under the basket, he would even rather twist his body to make an outrageous turnover than risk falling. With Jameis' impact gone, the Heat's offense completely stagnated. On the Cavaliers' side, even with Curry substituted out, rookies Middleton and Danny Green still maintained impressive firepower from the perimeter, while Artest was unleashing his youthful vigor, continuously overpowering Battier in the low post. The score kept widening. The Knights have taken a lead of 30 points. The game has completely turned into garbage time. At this moment, the Heat's head coach Spoelstra let out a helpless sigh, preparing to substitute all the main players and announce their surrender. However, when Spoel looked at James, James stubbornly shook his head, refusing to leave the court. The commentators were stunned. The game has lost all suspense. Oh, why does LeBron still want to stay on the court? He has only scored 6 points so far. Wait, could it be that he is aiming for that record? Yes, the record. LeBron James has a career achievement he values greatly: consecutive games scoring in double digits. At this moment, he is just 4 points away from reaching double digits. If he doesn't score those 4 points during this garbage time, that proud historical record of his will be completely ended by the Knights tonight. Seeing James eager to stay on the court to score, Su Yang in the luxury box sneered and immediately remote-controlled Scott. Leave Beverley, Danny Green, Middleton, Artest, and Pachulia all on the court. Keep a close eye on that number 6. He wants to score 10 points. No way. The next 5 minutes of garbage time became one of the most bizarre scenes in NBA history. A team leading by 30 points used the fiercest defensive formation guarding against the opposing star player, as if defending against a game-winning shot in the finals to prevent him from padding his stats. James was anxious. He held the ball trying to score with a shot, but after being repeatedly disturbed by Danny Green and Middleton, he kept missing. He gritted his teeth and charged towards the paint only to collide head-on with Artest's iron-like chest. Get out of here, softy. This is a no-flee zone. Artest ruthlessly spewed trash talk, swatting James down with one handball and all. Once, twice, 3 times his attempts ended in failure. James' score remained at 6 points. With only 2 minutes left in the game, his eyes turned red, completely disregarding his image. In one possession, he finally shook off Artest with the help of his teammate's fierce screen, breaking into the open paint like it was a lifeline, completing a poorly executed layup. 8 points. In the next possession, he directly received the ball just outside the 3-point line, disregarding everything, and with Beverly's closeout defense, he forced a 3-point shot. Perhaps even fate did not want to humiliate him too much. Clang clang swoosh. The basketball bounced twice on the rim, and by sheer luck fell into the net. 11 points. Double digits. Just as that 3-pointer went in, the big screen displayed James' personal score reaching 11 points. Without any hesitation, James turned to the Heat's bench, crossed his arms, and made an urgent substitution gesture. Mission accomplished, the record was preserved. Staying on the court for another second facing Pachulia and Artest, a group of watchful beasts, made him feel a chill down his spine. The dead ball, James left the court. Beep. The game ended 112-82. The Knights achieved a resounding 30-point victory at home, winning this highly anticipated Eastern Conference preview. At the moment the final buzzer sounded, James did not communicate with any teammates nor shake hands with opponents. He grabbed a towel from the bench to cover his face and dashed into the players' tunnel without looking back, his back fleeing like that of a deserter. Half an hour later, in the post-game press conference, all the reporters were eagerly awaiting the king, who had talked big before the game to explain this 30-point defeat and that arduous 11 points. But the Heat's press officer awkwardly announced LeBron James has refused to attend the post-game interview due to severe physical discomfort. The crowd erupted in uproar, boos echoed. Winning means throwing punches, but losing means disappearing. Is this the responsibility of the league's top player? At this moment, Su Young walked onto the podium accompanied by Artest and Leonard, looking refreshed. A reporter stood up eagerly. LeBron said before the game that he would end your winning streak and make you realize what true defensive strength is. But tonight, not only did the Knights win by 30 points, but they also made LeBron struggle in the fourth quarter garbage time to score double digits. What do you have to say about that? He said before the game that he would make us recognize reality. Su Young paused, a glimmer of contempt in his eyes. I believe that tonight in Cleveland, with a 30-point margin and a defensive lineup capable of giving him nightmares, has made him fully recognize what true reality is. Time flies as the NBA schedule crosses the end of 2012, ushering in New Year's Day, 2013, amidst a polarized atmosphere. On January 1st, when the league's mid-season standings were freshly released, basketball experts across America fell silent as they gazed at the team sitting atop the rankings. The Cleveland Cavaliers. After their explosive 12-game winning streak was halted, this young team not only did not hit the so-called rookie wall as predicted, but instead polished their Death 5 system to a brighter shine. As of New Year's Day, the Cavaliers' record was a staggering 28 wins and 3 losses. They had only lost 3 games, leading the entire league with absolute dominance. In contrast, while the defending champions Miami Heat were also surging forward, they stumbled with 8 or 9 losses, far less dramatic than the Cavaliers. Meanwhile, in the Wild West, the seasoned San Antonio Spurs were steadily holding the top spot. However, in this season of mixed fortunes, the Los Angeles Lakers, boasting immense visibility and the highest broadcasting contract in the country, were sinking into a complete disaster. The star-studded F-4 battleship, Kobe, Howard, Nash, and Gasol, along with Lin Shaheo, failed to display the expected dominance and instead struggled at the edge of the 8th spot in the West due to injuries and extreme tactical incompatibility. To make matters worse, the locker room in Los Angeles had completely exploded. Kobe Bryant's obsessive and near-manic desire to win clashed violently with Dwayne Howard's carefree attitude towards basketball, creating an irreconcilable conflict. News of Kobe furious at Howard for being soft and the Beast complaining about lack of ball time dominated the front pages of Los Angeles media almost daily. The Lakers management was as anxious as ants on a hot stove. They painfully analyzed the reasons for the decline in performance and ultimately reached a conclusion: the team had lost the defensive toughness on the perimeter, and the locker room lacked a seasoned veteran who could hold the fort and act as a lubricant between Kobe and Howard. Thus, they deeply missed the player who had been sent to Cleveland as a trade chip during the offseason, Ron Artest. January 2nd, Cleveland Cavaliers General Manager's Office. Soo Young leaned back in the boss chair listening to the slightly flattering voice of Los Angeles Lakers General Manager Mitch Kupchak on the speakerphone. Mr. So let's get straight to the point. The Lakers really need Ron back to stabilize the team. I know his playing time with you hasn't been much as the Cavaliers are mainly developing Kawhi Leonard. Kupchak tentatively tossed out his plan, but the Lakers are currently in a salary cap mess, and we have to pay a huge luxury tax making it impossible to take on Ron's contract. So we hope to replicate the process where your Cavaliers acquired Jameson for free using Big Z Ilgauskas. The Big Z clause is a famous loophole in NBA history. Back then the Cavaliers traded Big Z to the Wizards for Jameson, and the Wizards subsequently bought out Big Z. After a 30-day waiver period, Big Z signed back with his old team the Cavaliers for the minimum salary. You want me to buy out Artest, and then have the Cavaliers fully cover his remaining salary. In the end you Lakers would sign him back with a minimal contract that wouldn't hurt at all. Soo Young sneered, piercing through the other party's scheme. Mitch, your plans from Los Angeles are crystal clear to me, even here by Lake Erie. You want me to be the fool who pays to support your defensive wall. Mr. Soo, we certainly wouldn't let you suffer a loss without compensation. Kupchak quickly added, due to the trade involving Lin Shaheo, we've already overdrawn our first-round picks for 2016 and 2018. We really can't offer you any decent draft picks. However, the Buss family is willing to provide you a generous cash compensation privately, which would absolutely cover the buyout costs for Artest and even leave you with a surplus. Cash compensation. Soo Young was nearly laughing out loud at this. He glanced at the ByteDance equity confirmation document that his father Soo Jinchuan had just faxed over, his tone filled with mockery. Mitch, do you have some misunderstanding about my wealth? Do you think I, Soo Young, am someone in need of money? Cash compensation for me. You might as well ask Jim Buss if he's willing to share a bit of Lakers equity with me. This. Kupchak was instantly choked into silence. Indeed, this person across from him was the sole heir of a multinational conglomerate with an asset worth hundreds of billions. Throwing cash at him was simply humiliating. All right, put away your thoughts of freeloading. Even if Artest shows me the water cooler in the locker room, I want just... Soo Young hung up the phone without hesitation. However, what Soo Young did not expect was that just the next day the red confidential phone on his desk rang again. This time the call was not from the Lakers management, but from the NBA commissioner in New York, David Stern. Good morning, Soo. The Cavaliers' performance in the first half of the season has been impressive. Stern started unusually with a friendly tone. No call without purpose. Mr. Commissioner, you're not here as a lobbyist for Los Angeles, are you? Soo Young immediately guessed the other party's intentions. Los Angeles cannot sink this season, Soo. Stern said straightforwardly, the Lakers have just signed a $3 billion broadcasting contract. If a team with Kobe and Howard fails to make the playoffs, the ratings will collapse and the broadcasters will go mad, which would severely harm the commercial interests of the entire league. They need Artest to reshape the defensive system. The development of the league cannot do without the prosperity of Los Angeles as a major market. I hope you can do us a favor and buy out Artest. Hearing Stern personally stepping in to tip the scales, Soo Young secretly chuckled. Indeed, the Lakers were the league's favorite child. Throughout the history of the NBA, whenever someone plays the role of a good Samaritan to warm up the Lakers or teams the league wants to promote, they inevitably end up receiving substantial compensation through the league's behind-the-scenes operations. For instance, in later years, the Mavericks gifted Luka Doncic to the Lakers in exchange for Anthony Davis and draft pick compensation for the chosen 1-2. 0 Cooper flag. The essence of this league is a game of capital and human relationships sitting in rows to eat fruit. Mr. Commissioner, since you've personally made a request, I certainly have to oblige. I know that teams cooperating with the league's big picture usually receive some favorable treatment in future draft positions and lotteries. But this year, Soo Young's gaze sharpened. I not only want the preferential draft position belonging to Cleveland, but also an additional condition. What condition? Stern furrowed his brow. I want fair officiating. Soo Young said word for word, especially when the Cleveland Cavaliers face the Miami Heat and LeBron James in the playoffs. I do not want to see him barreling through the lane like a bulldozer with his elbows out, while the baseline referees call defensive fouls against us as if they were blind. I want all physical confrontations to return to the pure essence of basketball. The other end of the line fell into a prolonged silence. Stern clearly did not expect that Soo Young would use the buyout of an aging veteran as a bargaining chip to exchange for the removal of protection against James in the playoffs. Mr. Soo, your request is somewhat overstepping boundaries, Stern said in an official and stern tone. The NBA's officiating system has always been fair and just. There has never been any so-called corrupt officiating or privileged officiating in the league. LeBron James faces significant defensive intensity, and the referees' calls are based on the rules. For this kind of deafening official rhetoric, Soo Young merely sneered, and did not argue, quietly waiting for the next words. Sure enough, after a grandiloquent denial, Stern's tone softened slightly, leaving a final hint. Of course, the league will also strengthen the assessment of referees' capabilities in the playoffs. We will ensure that all calls maintain consistency and will not tolerate any additional actions that could cause injury. Pleasure cooperating, Mr. Commissioner. Su-young hung up the phone with satisfaction. He understood the art of speaking among these politicians. On the surface, they deny the existence of corrupt officiating, but the remark about ensuring consistency in officiating and not tolerating injurious actions already implicitly agreed to Su-young's conditions. Without the league's backing, without the star whistles that allow you to charge in as if others are fouling come playoff time, LeBron James' already enigmatic shooting flaws would be magnified infinitely. On the third day, an official statement regarding the buyout of a veteran was quietly released by the league. The Cleveland Cavaliers officially bought out Ron Artest's remaining contract. After the 48-hour waiver period, the Los Angeles Lakers welcomed this defensive powerhouse back to Staples Center with a veteran minimum contract. The media and fans outside reacted lukewarmly. Su-young is still too young, giving up money to buy out a veteran for the Lakers. It is estimated that he disliked Artest's poor temperament in the locker room, affecting the team atmosphere. The entire internet mocked Su-young for being a fool, but no one knew that behind this seemingly disadvantageous buyout transaction, Su-young not only secured a high draft pick for the Cavaliers' future, but also wove a death net devoid of corrupt officiating for the King far away in Miami 6 months in advance. The controversy surrounding Ron Artest's buyout gradually subsided after the Los Angeles Lakers welcomed back the iron-willed veteran. As David Stern had anticipated, Artest's return indeed injected a much-needed boost to the Lakers' defense, which had been as stagnant as a morning road. Moreover, Jeremy Lin, who had been dubbed Linsanity during the offseason, was at the absolute peak of his career. Lin alleviated a significant amount of playmaking and ball-handling pressure from Kobe, making the Lakers' offense appear less constipated. On the surface, the Lakers' performance seemed to improve, with their winning percentage gradually rising, securing their spot in the Western Conference playoffs, preventing a complete collapse like in their historical trajectory. However, far away in Cleveland, Su-young was painfully aware that the root of the Lakers' problems had not been Kobe's obsessive Mamba mentality clashed violently with Howard's carefree approach to basketball, creating an irreconcilable tension in the locker room. This false prosperity, built on the accumulation of star talent and veteran grit, would inevitably collapse under the high-intensity targeted series of the playoffs due to incompatible tactics. Let it be. As long as the conflict between Kobe and Howard remains unresolved, this F4 battleship will eventually disband. Those 2 first-round picks are as good as mine. Su-young tossed the Lakers briefing into a drawer, focusing all his attention on an upcoming marquee match. In mid-February at the American Airlines Arena in Miami, the Cleveland Cavaliers faced off against the reigning champions, the Miami Heat. This was their second match of the season. In their last encounter in Cleveland, James scored only 2 points in the first half, leading to a devastating 30-point loss for his team. Tonight, the Heat, playing at home, were poised to avenge that humiliation in this nationally televised showdown. Toot. The game officially began. Right from the start, a furious LeBron James showcased his intense offensive desire. He didn't hesitate on the perimeter like in the previous match. Instead, after receiving the ball at the top of the arc, he lowered his shoulder and barreled towards the paint like a freight truck facing Kawhi Leonard's defense. In James' subconscious, this was his home court, and he was the league MVP. As long as he charged forth, even if he knocked over the defender, the referee's whistle would surely favor him. Bang! The two collided fiercely near the free throw line. James instinctively used his left hand to discreetly set an elbow, attempting to push past Leonard's defensive stance. This move, the opening fist of God, had worked effectively in previous games, with referees often turning a blind eye. However, just as he powered through Leonard and prepared to leap for a layup, beep! The baseline referee's whistle sounded abruptly and sharply. James felt a flicker of joy, instinctively preparing to step to the free throw line. But when he turned to look at the referee's gesture, his entire body froze in place. The referee's fists collided heavily in front of his chest, and then pointed decisively towards the Heat's half. Offensive foul. What? James' eyes widened, his hands upturned in disbelief as he approached the referee. What kind of joke is? I didn't even exert force. He blocked my path. But the head referee remained impassive, ignoring his complaints and coldly upholding the original call. In the VIP box, Su-young watched this unfold, sipping red wine contentedly, the curve of his lips growing colder. David Stern was indeed a man of his word. Having secured Artest's buyout, favor the officiating in tonight's game finally returned to its purest form of fairness. Without the star whistle protection, James' good times had come to an end. The game continued. Unwilling to be discouraged, James charged again in the next possession. This time he learned his lesson, avoiding obvious extra movements and relying solely on his physical prowess to overpower Leonard. However, as he struggled to penetrate the paint, the Cavaliers' 3 iron chains quickly closed in. Anthony Davis descended like a divine warrior, his long arms effectively blocking James' passing lane. Meanwhile, Marc Gasol, stationed under the basket, stood immovable like a mountain, raising both arms in readiness. James engaged in a fierce physical confrontation with Little Gasol in midair. Smack! No whistle. Little Gasol cleanly pinned the basketball that James held against the backboard. An indisputable rejection. James crashed heavily to the floor, furiously yelling at the referee, "Foul. He hit my hand. Isn't that a—" But the referee remained unmoved, arms raised, signaling a valid play, and the game continued. After 2 failed attempts to penetrate the paint without even receiving a consolation foul, James' mindset visibly crumbled. He suddenly realized that the officiating tonight was unusually consistent and strict. In the past, merely shouting and exaggeratedly falling would earn him free throws, but today all those strategies had failed. Without the protection of favorable calls facing the 3 locks defense of Leonard Davis and Little Gasol, James' shooting weaknesses were magnified infinitely. Unable to drive in and too afraid to shoot threes. Throughout the first half, James struggled mightily, shooting only 3 of 11, managing to score 10 points through fast breaks and free throws. On the other hand, the Cavaliers were thriving. The Splash Brothers were showcasing their offensive talents on the court. Curry repeatedly utilized Davis' screens, effortlessly launching 3-pointers. Klay Thompson executed exquisite off-ball tactics, sinking 4 3-pointers in the half. As the first half concluded, the Cavaliers led the Heat by 17 points, 65-48. The second half began. James suddenly slowed his pace after a botched pass attempt. His brow furrowed, one hand clutching his groin in pain, and he began to walk with a noticeable limp. "Coach, I can't go on like this." James gestured for a substitution towards Coach Spoelstra on the sidelines, shaking his head with a face full of pain. Coach Spoelstra of the Heat helplessly called a timeout to substitute James. Subsequently, with the assistance of the team physician, James walked back to the locker room without looking back. LeBron James has left the game due to injury. "It seems that his old groin issue has flared up again," lamented the commentator. However, countless fans who had watched the previous press conference with Soo Young burst into laughter in front of the broadcast cameras. "What the hell, the old groin issue? This injury is ridiculous. Is it that when he can't win, he just pulls a muscle? Does his groin have a smart chip installed or something?" Without the body hair whistle, His Majesty the King chose to escape illness directly. Feeling for Wade. Yes, feeling for Wade. With Jameis' injury withdrawal, the immense pressure of the score deficit fell squarely on Dwayne Wade's knee, which was already tormented by water retention. He repeatedly threw himself into the air, struggling to score amidst the pressure from the stout defender, and the Little Gasol attempting to single-handedly pull this team on the brink of collapse out of the quagmire. However, 2 fists cannot match 4 hands. In the face of the relentless onslaught of 3-pointers from the Cavaliers, Wade's personal heroism appeared utterly feeble. As the clock ticked down to the final minute of the third quarter, Stephen Curry, near the logo area, launched a devastating long-range 3-pointer against Chalmers' defense. The score reached 98-65. The gap had broken through the 30-point barrier. Looking at the despairing numbers on the scoreboard, Heat head coach Spoelstra's side waved his hand and substituted the visibly tired Wade, whose knees had begun to stiffen. At this point, all the main players of the Heat had surrendered. On the main bench of the Knights, Curry, Klay, Leonard Davis, and Pau Gasol had already donned their long-sleeve training uniforms, sitting on the sidelines laughing and sipping Gatorade. Clocking out after 3 quarters. The ESPN commentator looked at this scene and exclaimed in genuine amazement, "In the NBA, it is only when there is an absolute disparity in strength between the teams that you would witness the main players finishing the battle by the third quarter." But tonight, the Cleveland Cavaliers are facing the defending champions, the Miami Heat. Even with the Heat's big 3, they couldn't break the Cavaliers' terrifying third-quarter law this season. The final buzzer sounded. 121-92. The Cavaliers secured a decisive victory by 29 points without breaking a sweat. After the game, although the Heat's official statement still claimed that James had suffered a minor groin strain, fans around the world already had their own scale of judgment. Without preferential treatment from the referees, facing a truly perfect defensive system, the one who proclaimed himself the king was in fact just average. In Miami, inside a luxurious seaside villa on the South Coast. Bang! A costly custom crystal glass was smashed against the wall, shattering into countless pieces with shards of glass scattering all over the floor. That referee. This is definitely the league targeting me. How much did that damn Chinese nouveau riche pay David Stern? LeBron James paced back and forth in the spacious living room like an enraged lion, the veins on his recalling the humiliating 29-point loss he suffered a few hours ago at the American Airlines Center, and the scenes of Leonard and Gasol brazenly bullying the referees in the paint. While going unseen, James felt a profound sense of helplessness and shame. What infuriated him even more was that during the third quarter, when he had no choice but to use the smart groin to escape, even the home fans of the Heat let out some suppressed boos. "Rich, I've had enough. I don't want to stay in this damn system for another second." James abruptly turned his head, his eyes red, as he stared at his close friend and agent Rich Paul sitting on the sofa. Wade's knee is completely ruined and Bosch is as soft as a noodle in the paint. This team's potential has been completely drained. Find a way to contact other teams immediately. "Oh, I want to request a trade. I want to leave Miami." Faced with his best friend's emotional outburst, Rich Paul remained unusually calm. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, stood up, walked to the bar, poured a glass of whiskey, and handed it to James. "Calm down, LeBron. Have a drink to cool off." Rich Paul said seriously, "I know you're furious right now, but saying something as foolish as requesting a trade in this room is one thing. You absolutely cannot leak a word outside." "Why, am I supposed to stay here and accompany Wade to his grave?" James pushed the glass away. "Because we can't leave right now." Rich Paul pointed out the harsh reality. That damn decision in 2010 has already burdened you with the label of traitor across America. If you actively request a trade again while still under contract, your commercial image will suffer a devastating blow. Nike will kill us. More importantly, that old fox Pat Riley is no saint. If you push him at this critical moment, he will definitely sell you to the highest bidder. To acquire you, your new team will have to bleed Riley dry, giving up most of their immediate assets and draft. Rich Paul sneered. By then, when you join a new team, all you'll see are a bunch of minimum salary scrubs from the development league. Who's going to help you win? Who will back you up? How is that any different from your first 7 years in Cleveland? This meticulous analysis of pros and cons doused the flames of anger atop Jameis' head like a bucket of ice water. Indeed, trades require leverage. What could his new team offer to compete against the currently strong Cavaliers? Are we just going to sit here and do nothing, watching that kid Soo Young exert his dominance in the East? James gritted his teeth and collapsed onto the sofa. Of course not. Rich Paul's eyes sparkled with a shrewd glint. The Cavaliers are indeed strong right now, and Soo Yang's small ball death lineup and three-point system are indeed ahead of their time. But don't forget that extreme pace and shooting have never been truly tested under the high pressure of the playoffs. As for today's game, you really did not need to be this pessimistic. Your fouls suddenly disappearing may have been orchestrated by Soo Young behind the scenes, but I feel this is more like a warning from the league's capital circle for your recent nonconformity. A warning to me. James was taken aback. Rich Paul lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. "LeBron, think about it carefully. How long has it been since you attended those private gatherings of Hollywood's capital tycoons? How long has it been since you went to Los Angeles to build relationships with Diddy? In this league, the referees' calls essentially reflect the bias of capital. You've been so focused on training and winning championships lately that you've distanced yourself from those powerful figures who can sway the league's direction. They stripped you of your superstar calls today, just to give you a little warning." Hearing Diddy and those wild Hollywood parties, Jameis' expression changed and a hint of realization flickered in his eyes. So it turns out the depths of competitive sports are so profound. As long as you rebuild those relationships and get your calls back when the playoffs come around, if the Cavaliers shooters who rely on luck suddenly go cold, they will still not be your match. Rich Paul patted Jameis' shoulder and then threw out his real core strategy for today. "Let's take a step back. Even if the Heat can't beat the Cavaliers this year, we absolutely cannot leave now. We need to wait." "Wait for what?" James asked in confusion. "Wait for 2014. Rich Paul's tone suddenly became fervent. "In the summer of 2014, your 42 contract will reach the player option year. By then you can directly opt out of the contract and become a completely free agent. Only by leaving as a free agent can your new team avoid giving up any trade assets. You can retain all of your new team's immediate assets and directly form the perfect championship lineup." James frowned. "But opting out of my contract in 2014 means I'll lose the bird rights I have with the Heat, and my salary will take a big hit." "Don't worry about that salary. What we want is absolute power and initiative." Rich Paul sneered. "By 2014, you'll still be under 30, still in your prime. At that time, not only will we opt out of the contract, but from then on we will never sign any long-term deals again. We will only sign 11 contracts. 11 contracts. Jameis' eyes widened. This was a type of contract that very few superstars were willing to sign in the league due to the lack of long-term injury protection. Exactly. This will be our ultimate weapon for the future. Rich Paul became more and more excited. "We can market this to the media, saying only LeBron dares to sign such a gamble of a contract. It's to pressure management and maintain the team's championship competitiveness. The outside world will surely praise your selflessness and dominance. But in reality, this 11 contract is your get-out-of-jail-free card that you can use anytime. As soon as the potential of your new team is drained and your teammates age, get injured, or fade, you can immediately opt out of the contract and leave the next year. No need to worry about management's opinions. LeBron, remember this truth. Rich Paul locked eyes with James, speaking each word with conviction. The Cleveland Cavaliers cannot remain strong forever. But as long as you leverage the 11 contract to maintain the ability to swap for younger, stronger teammates than you, will always be able to stay strong. Boom. This statement was like a revelation, unlocking a new world for James. Yes, as long as I am always on the same team with peak players, I will always be a top contender for the championship. Can't beat the Cavaliers. Then I'll just replace them with stronger teammates and keep fighting. Where should I go in 2014? James asked eagerly. Looking across the league, there are many young talents struggling in terrible teams. Rich Paul had already done his homework. For example, Kyrie Irving, the first overall pick of the Utah Jazz. He is not happy in Salt Lake City, but he possesses historically elite isolation skills. And Kevin Love of the Minnesota Timberwolves, a super interior player averaging a double-double. By 2014, we can secretly contact them, seek out a team with salary space, and assemble a new, younger, and more compatible Big Three. After hearing this grand future plan, James' previously gloomy mood lifted. His only regret now was signing that $42 long-term deal in Miami that locked him in for bird rights. If he had understood the essence of the 11 contract sooner, he could have left any time he wanted. I get it, Rich. Your plan is simply perfect. James stood up, let out a long breath, and the sense of control over his future reignited in his eyes. However, the current troubles still needed to be addressed. He still had to find a way to overcome the mountain of the Cavaliers this season. You were right earlier, Rich. Basketball is not just about fighting, it's also about interpersonal relationships. James stroked his chin, his gaze becoming meaningful. Help me contact Diddy. Next weekend, I want to go to Los Angeles to attend his party and get my fair calls back. No problem, Rich Paul replied with a smile and nodded. Just as he was about to turn to grab his phone, James suddenly called out to him. All right, Rich. James cleared his throat a couple of times, his expression revealing a hint of determination and a tragic sense of purpose, lowering his voice to instruct, before going to Hollywood, help me buy a few boxes of baby oil. This time for my privileged calls. I need to prepare this baby oil myself. The Cleveland Cavaliers continue to maintain their unstoppable momentum, charging ahead and firmly securing the top position in the league. Meanwhile, the defending champions, the Miami Heat, have rediscovered their winning touch after a brief injury spell and adjustment period, closely trailing behind. As time swiftly moved to early March, the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse hosted the third and final regular season clash between the Cavaliers and the Heat. Prior to the match, expectations from the outside world remained heavily one-sided. After all, during their last encounter in Miami, the Cavaliers had effectively held LeBron James to just 2 points in the first half, finishing the third quarter with ease. However, as the game commenced, Soo Young, seated in the luxury box, began to furrow his brow. Tonight's game did not unfold with the overwhelming dominance seen in the previous 2 encounters. Instead, it became exceptionally tense, even giving an odd feeling. Halfway through the first quarter, Kawhi Leonard, positioned to defend James's drive, had clearly established his stance with both hands raised, showing no intention to lower them. Yet the baseline referee decisively blew the whistle. Foul for defensive blocking. Then, in a subsequent possession during the second quarter, James, holding the ball outside the three-point line, faced the help defense from Paul Millsap. He first dribbled, then seemingly leapt into a tap dance, clearly taking 3 steps before launching for a layup. Beep. The whistle sounded, but it was not for traveling. Instead, it was a foul on Millsap for hitting the arm. 21. This was not the end. Throughout the first half, whenever James charged into the paint with the ball, even the slightest contact, even a mere brush, prompted the referee's whistle. Thanks to these frequent free throws and the smooth driving space, James scored 18 points by halftime. Although the Cavaliers still held a slight lead due to the incredible three-point shooting of the Splash Brothers, achieving an easy win like the last game was evidently out of reach. Boss, this officiating is clearly off. General Manager Grant wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Wasn't it agreed that David Stern promised us fair officiating? Why is it back to those absurd calls? And that traveling was too obvious. Soo Young, observing the situation on the court, chose to remain silent. The calls were indeed biased, but to say they were absurd enough to determine the outcome of the game would be an exaggeration. It felt more like a subtle form of protection, easing the defensive pressure on James during crucial moments. The game continued to be fiercely contested until the last 5 minutes of the fourth quarter. With the referee's assistance, the Heat clung tightly to the score. However, in competitive sports, raw strength ultimately prevails. At the decisive moment of the match, the Cavaliers' death 5 struck again. Kawhi's off-ball movement stretched the defense, while Anthony Davis facilitated from the high post, and Klay Thompson nailed 2 deadly corner threes in quick succession. On the Heat side, James, under the high-pressure defense of the fourth quarter, habitually turned the ball over. He attempted to pass to Wade for backup, but Wade's knee was clearly in severe discomfort tonight, with several forced drives ending in misses. Ultimately, as Curry sank a floater with 30 seconds left on the clock, the game lost all suspense. 105-97. The Cavaliers narrowly secured this series at home. The day after the game, Soo Young sat at his desk, his expression far from pleasant. He picked up the red leather secure phone and dialed the direct line to league headquarters, reaching David Stern. Mr. Commissioner, I think we need to discuss last night's game. There was a hint of coldness in Soo Yang's voice. On the other end, Stern seemed to have anticipated Soo Yang's call, his tone carrying a barely perceptible awkwardness. "So congratulations on winning the game. The Cavaliers' performance was still impressive." "Don't patronize me, Mr. Stern." Soo Young interrupted him without hesitation. "I won't even mention those inexplicable fouls from last night. Let's just talk about LeBron James's traveling. Last night, he clearly took at least 3 steps after gathering the ball. Was the baseline referee blind? I remember Zen Master Phil Jackson publicly criticized this, saying that every time LeBron catches the ball, he travels once in 2 catches. The league even went so far as to modify the gather step rule for his so-called crab dribble. But those plays last night didn't even count as gathering steps. They were just him running with the ball like he was in a Is this your idea of fair officiating?" Faced with Soo Yang's relentless questioning, the usually tough NBA tyrant fell into an unusual silence. After a long pause, Stern sighed helplessly and took on an official tone. "Soo, the league is a massive commercial entity, and we need to consider various factors. The Heat are the defending champions, ensuring viewership. We need to maintain a certain league balance and game appeal within the bounds of the rules. As the commissioner, I can't just have my own way with everything. There are some external pressures that I must weigh and compromise on." Upon hearing this, Soo Young, who initially wanted to press further, suddenly found his words caught at the tip of his tongue. Stern's helplessness. In this world, how many forces could make David Stern, who held the fate of the NBA in his hands, feel troubled enough to make compromises? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Soo Young as he recalled the shocking scandal that rocked the world in 2024, along with the recent reports of James frequently attending certain private parties in Los Angeles. "No way." Soo Young gasped inwardly. Could it be that Big Papi and Jay's crew were exerting pressure? In America, those top figures in the hip-hop industry and Hollywood capital were not merely part of the entertainment world. They held terrifying networks of dark money and connections, especially at those nauseating white parties and baby oil parties. Who knows how many political and business elites and sports league executives they had dirt on and scandalous videos. As a frequent guest and core brother in this circle, if James were to hint to these capital tycoons to pressure the league from behind, even David Stern, faced with such unpredictable threats or coercion from capital, would likely have to bow his head and concede. Using baby oil, he's quite the ruthless one, Soo Young thought to himself. Understanding this aspect, the anger in Soo Yang's heart subsided considerably. It has always been said that civilians should not challenge authority. Although Soo Young is worth billions, this is still America. Faced with the deeply rooted gang-like capital circles, it is not wise for a sensible businessman to clash Heaton. "I understand, Mr. Commissioner." Soo Yang's tone softened. In this position, there are indeed many areas where one feels powerless. Being a commissioner isn't easy either. Stern, on the other end of the line, clearly sighed with relief. He had initially thought Soo Young would cling to this issue, stirring it up in the media. "So it's good that you understand. Rest assured, the league's bottom line still stands. Such truly game-altering, shady officiating will never occur again. At most, it will only be on some inconsequential calls, providing some stars the treatment they deserve." Stern offered his final assurance. "Just don't go too far. I don't want to see my players maliciously taken out on the court." Hanging up the phone, Soo Young leaned back in his chair, exhaling a long breath. Biting his tongue is for the greater good. What of giving James a little leniency on minor fouls and traveling privileges? Didn't the Cavaliers still win last night? Basketball, after all, is a sport of 5 players. Even if he runs a marathon with the ball, even if the referee swallows his whistle. Soo Young recalled Wade's visibly labored drives and his knee, which was iced for an extended period on the sidelines after the game. Wade's knee is barely holding up. His reckless style of throwing himself into the air is rapidly depleting him. With the absence of the lightning-fast player who used to save the day in high-pressure situations, how could they rely on soft Bosch in the paint combined with a king who only dared to pass in crucial moments? In the face of the true death 5 and a barrage of threes, any privilege is a paper tiger. Soo Young snuffed out the cigar he held in the ashtray with a cold smile. "I want to see just how much splash the Heat can make come playoff time." As the dramatic clash in March came to a close, the NBA regular season officially entered its final sprint towards the finish line. However, in the following month, fans across the country eagerly anticipating a showdown between the Cavaliers and the Heat were left severely disappointed. In their last regular season encounter with the Cleveland Cavaliers, the player labeled as having an intelligent groin by Soo Young, LeBron James surprisingly fully embraced the ostrich strategy. Whenever facing the Cavaliers, the injury report for the Heat 2 hours before the game would inevitably feature that familiar phrase, "LeBron James is resting due to groin soreness." Faced with a wave of ridicule from the internet, and the banner reading "Coward" held up by Cavaliers fans in the Quicken Loans Arena, James, sitting on the bench in a tailored suit, gritted his teeth and pretended not to see. "As long as I don't clash Heaton with these crazies in the regular season, my stats and shooting percentage won't suffer. When the playoffs come, let's see how long you can revel." James continuously comforted himself in his mind. Without his direct confrontation, the Heat faced a grim fate against the Cavaliers, suffering a clean sweep in the regular season. However, setting aside their avoidance of the Cavaliers, the Heat still demonstrated the dominance expected of the defending champions against other teams in the league. Under the leadership of James and Wade, the Miami Heat unleashed a whirlwind in the latter half of the season, achieving a shocking 27-game winning streak. This historic super winning streak propelled the Heat's record to an impressive 66 wins and 16 losses, allowing them to stand proudly above the rest. In previous years, a record of 66 wins combined with a miraculous 27-game streak would have been more than enough to secure the top spot in the league, and LeBron James would have undoubtedly claimed the regular season MVP title. Unfortunately, this year they encountered an unreasonable monster, the Cleveland Cavaliers. Amidst Stephen Curry's three-point frenzy and the overwhelming impact of the death lineup, the Cavaliers' record could only be described as insane. By early April, the Cavaliers' record had skyrocketed to an exaggerated 66 wins and 8 losses. All sports media broadcasters, and even League Commissioner David Stern, were frantically stirring the pot behind the scenes, trying to propel the Cavaliers towards a long-forgotten pedestal, breaking the historic best record of 72 wins and 10 losses set by Michael Jordan's Chicago Bulls. The Cavaliers are just 7 wins away from the historic first place. They will surpass the Bulls. Faced with such a vanity trap capable of driving any team coach or player insane, Cavaliers head coach Byron Scott was also completely blinded by ambition. "Boss, let's go for it. If we have all our starters for the last 10 games, we can definitely achieve 73 wins. This will be an unprecedented record, and your name will forever be inscribed on the Mount Rushmore of the NBA." Scott excitedly urged Sue Young in his office. However, Sue Young poured cold water on Scott's dreams, ruthlessly extinguishing his fantasies. "Put away your ridiculous vanity, Byron. To chase a meaningless regular season record, risking our star players in the final stretch. Are you suggesting Steven's ankle is too strong, or that Anthony Davis' knees won't wear out?" As a time traveler, Sue Young understood better than anyone the painful lessons from the 2016 Golden State Warriors. In pursuit of that elusive 73 wins, the Warriors faced relentless targeting from every team in the final stretch of the regular season. Their star players were worn out, and Curry suffered an MCL sprain in the first round of the playoffs, indirectly leading to a stunning collapse in the finals. Of course, the biggest contributors were the removal of Bogut to unlock the third lock and the shocking suspension and refereeing controversies. 73 wins, and still being the runner-up, is the biggest joke in NBA history. Sue Young's voice was unwavering. "Starting today, we will implement full rest. Stephen, Anthony Davis, Kawhi, and Marc Gasol can each play a maximum of 20 minutes in the last 8 games. Playoff health is above all else." Faced with the boss' iron-fisted authority, Scott could only obediently execute the rest of the starters. Even with a full bench relying on Middleton, Danny Green, Beverly, and others' relentless hustle, the Cavaliers still managed to secure 4 wins in the final stretch. Ultimately, the regular season of the 2012-2013 season came to a close. The Cleveland Cavaliers' record was firmly set at 70 wins and 12 losses. While they did not break the Bulls' 72-win myth, this ultimate 70-win intimidation still secured them the first place in the East and the overall league, with a definitive advantage of 4 wins over the Heat. With the conclusion of the regular season, the league's various awards were also revealed. There were no more uncertainties, nor were there any dark clouds obstructing. Averaging 5 three-pointers made per game, and scoring an astonishing 31 points with 7.5 assists, Stephen Curry, who led the team to a historic 70-win record, was unanimously elected as the regular season MVP. When Curry lifted that heavy MVP trophy, and Cleveland tears flowed freely throughout the Quicken Loans Arena. From being an overlooked glass player with serious ankle issues to now standing at the pinnacle of the league as a superstar, Curry choked up and deeply bowed to Sue Young, who smiled at him from the audience. Without the young owner's gamble and absolute trust, there would be no King Curry today. Meanwhile, far away in Miami, LeBron James watched as Curry lifted the MVP trophy on television, feeling jealousy to the point of nearly grinding his back teeth. His proud 27-game winning streak now seemed so dim and unremarkable in the shadow of the 70 wins and MVP crown. The scene shifted to the Wild West. The seasoned San Antonio Spurs and the immensely talented Oklahoma City Thunder were far ahead, occupying the top 2 spots in the West. However, at this moment, the focus of the national media and fans was not on these two Western powerhouses. Everyone's attention was instead centered on the sixth-ranked team in the West, the Los Angeles Lakers. This luxurious F-4 battleship composed of Kobe, Howard, Gasol, Nash, and the Linsanity Jeremy Lin had started to find its groove in the last 20 games of the regular season after facing locker room conflicts and injury waves in the first half of the season. With Lin shouldering a significant part of the organizational pressure, Kobe was able to channel all his energy into offense during the closing stretch, consistently posting 40-point games. Meanwhile, Howard, under Kobe's death stare and Arteta's tough love, corrected his attitude and delivered several dominant defensive performances. The Lakers surged with a winning streak in the final phase, pulling themselves back from the brink and securing the sixth playoff spot in the West. In an instant, the media in Los Angeles and Lakers fans nationwide reached a fever pitch. Never underestimate a champion's heart. Magic Johnson excitedly quoted the legendary phrase from former Houston Rockets coach Rudy Tomjanovich on a television program. In 1995, the Houston Rockets, led by Olajuwon, similarly rose from sixth in the West to ultimately claim the championship. This Lakers team, having endured the pains of adjustment, now possessed all the conditions to replicate the Rockets' miracle. Kobe remains the coldest killer on this planet. Howard is the king of the paint. And with Jeremy Lin's magical playmaking, no team would want to face this deep-rooted Lakers squad in the first round of the playoffs. Under the frenzied hype from the national media, this sixth-ranked Lakers team surprisingly overshadowed the Spurs and Thunder, becoming the dark horse with the highest championship aspirations in the West. Cleveland Cavaliers headquarters boss office. Watching the TV screen filled with pundits lavishing praise on the Lakers, Soo Young couldn't help but laugh and casually turned off the television. Champion's heart. Reproducing miracles. Soo Young shook his head, his gaze reflecting a kind of pity that seemed to see through it all. It's nothing more than a false prosperity of fading glory. With Kobe draining his life force in isolation plays and Arteta holding it together, do they really think the intensity of the playoffs is the same as the regular season? The Lakers' locker room issues and tactical deformities have not been resolved come the playoffs, with full defensive targeting their slow transition defense, and Howard's free throws will surely be exploited by opponents. However, this drama in Los Angeles does add a touch of excitement to the otherwise dull playoffs. Soo Young stood up, walked to the giant floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the windward sea of Cleveland's. The battle drums of the playoffs have officially sounded this April. In mid-April, the NBA playoffs for the 2001-2013 season officially. The Cleveland Cavaliers, boasting a terrifying record of 70 wins and 12 losses, faced off against the Eastern Conference's 8th seed, the Milwaukee Bucks, in the first round of the playoffs. As the announcers across America put it, this series was not a competition, but rather a one-sided public execution. The newly crowned regular season MVP Stephen Curry unleashed his full firepower in the high-stakes playoff. Against the Bucks' virtually non-existent perimeter defense, Curry easily sank 5 or 6 three-pointers per game, often playing just 3 quarters. Meanwhile, the defensive prowess of Anthony Davis and Kawhi Leonard left the Bucks' backcourt duo Brandon Knight and Monta Ellis utterly lost. 4-0. There was no suspense, no drama whatsoever. The Cavaliers averaged a 22-point victory over the Bucks across 4 games, completing a swift sweep while barely breaking a sweat, sitting at home sipping Gatorade and leisurely awaiting their semifinal opponent. On the other side, the defending champions, the Miami Heat, were equally unyielding. Facing the 7-seeded New York Knicks, LeBron James and Dwayne Wade effortlessly swept their opponents with a 4-0 score, advancing strongly to the Eastern Conference semifinals. While the disparity in strength was abundantly clear in the East, the Wild West put on a shocking and tragic spectacle this April. The Los Angeles Lakers, a luxurious F-4 battleship that squeezed into the playoffs thanks to Kobe Bryant's relentless efforts at the end of the regular season, met the formidable Denver Nuggets in the first round. Even with Jeremy Lin, sent by Soo Young, sharing the pressure on the backcourt, and Meta World Peace fighting hard, the head coach Mike D'Antoni's energy-draining, fast-paced system combined with Dwight Howard's lackadaisical attitude in the paint continued to place all the burdens on the already 34-year-old Kobe. In the 6th game of the series at the Staples Center, Kobe Bryant played the entire match without resting a minute, determined to win this life-or-death playoff battle. As the game reached its final moments in the 4th quarter, Kobe suddenly fell to the ground without warning during a drive from the left side. He clutched his left Achilles tendon in pain, his eyes filled with disbelief and despair. He even glanced back, thinking someone might have kicked him, but there was no one behind him. Bang! When Soo Young, far away in Cleveland, saw Kobe with red-rimmed eyes gritting his teeth and dragging his ruptured Achilles to the free throw line to confidently sink 2 shots, he let out a long sigh. The inertia of history is truly terrifying. Soo Young shook his head, a flicker of respect for this obstinate warrior flashing in his eyes. He had thought that sending Lin and Meta would slightly change the Lakers' twisted ecosystem, preventing Kobe from having to play full 48 minutes like in his past life. But Soo Young underestimated Kobe's almost pathological desire for victory, as well as the irreconcilable conflicts within the Lakers' locker room. As long as Howard was still joking around, and as long as the Lakers were trailing the man known as the Black Mamba, would surely use his body as fuel to forcibly ignite this sinking ship. Though the Lakers managed to narrowly advance past the first round thanks to Kobe's final push, the cost was Kobe's fully ruptured Achilles, ending his season. With Kobe down, the Lakers' doom has arrived. Respect aside, this was business. Soo Young quickly pulled his gaze from the tragic scene, turning to the trade documents on his desk related to the Lakers. Without Kobe, Dwight Howard, that giant baby, will definitely choose to flee Los Angeles this summer. The aging Nash and Gasol simply can't hold up this team. The Los Angeles Lakers are about to face the longest abyss of futility in franchise history. And Mitch Kupchak's decision to trade for Lin cost me those 2 unprotected first-round picks in 2016 and 2018. This is a priceless treasure that could yield a Brandon Ingram, or even snatch Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown. At this thought, Soo Young couldn't help but chuckle. Trading a capped-out Lin for 2 top-tier lottery picks after the Lakers' inevitable collapse was even more profitable than robbing a bank. The flames of the playoffs continued to spread. As May arrived, the Eastern Conference semifinals officially commenced. The Cleveland Cavaliers faced their opponents in the semifinals, the Chicago Bulls. However, without Derrick Rose, the Bulls were like heavy targets in front of the Cavaliers' Death 5. The Cavaliers swept through without shedding blood, maintaining their terrifying rhythm of starters, playing just 3 quarters. 4-0. Another clean sweep. With an undefeated streak of 8 playoff victories, the Cavaliers stood confidently on the Eastern Conference Finals stage, calmly awaiting their final opponent. However, just when everyone in America thought the Miami Heat would also easily resolve their conflicts meeting the Cavaliers in the Eastern Conference Finals, the Heat, however, collided head-on with an incredibly formidable opponent in the semifinals, the Indiana Pacers. This iron-willed team, composed of Paul George, Danny Granger, David West, and towering center Roy Hibbert, was tailor-made to counter the Heat. Hibbert stood like a pillar in the paint, blocking James and Wade's driving lanes. Meanwhile, Paul George and Granger on the perimeter used physicality and muscle to render the Heat's outside shooting completely ineffective. The two teams fought brutally in the semifinals, akin to a boxing match. After the first 4 games, the Miami Heat surprisingly found themselves tied 2-2 with the Indiana Pacers. The defending champions were pushed to the brink of a do-or-die battle. This sent shockwaves through the media across America. The Heat are facing an unprecedented crisis. LeBron James was lost under the Pacers' iron-fisted defense. Is the script for the Eastern Conference Finals about to be rewritten? Just before the crucial game between the Heat and Pacers began, outside the Cavaliers training facility, aboard Soo Young, after completing the team's shooting drills, was surrounded by a group of anxious sports reporters. Mr. Soo, the Cavaliers have already advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals without breaking a sweat. Which team do you hope to face in the Eastern Conference Finals? ESPN's reporter asked loudly. Of course, the Miami Heat, Soo Young answered without hesitation, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The reporter's eyes lit up, thinking Soo Young was acknowledging the strength of the defending champions, and quickly followed up. Do you think the Heat can better inspire the Cavaliers' fighting spirit? Given the current tied 2-2 situation, do you think the Heat can secure victory in tomorrow's pivotal game? Of course they can win. Soo Young shrugged, a tone of unfathomable certainty in his voice. If I guess correctly, LeBron James will likely be forced to unleash his ultimate technique in tomorrow's life-and-death match. With this move, the Pacers will definitely not be able to stop him. Hearing this, the reporters nodded in agreement. Mr. Soo, when you refer to his ultimate technique, do you mean LeBron's unstoppable tomahawk dunk, or his signature chase-down block? Or is it his explosive power in critical moments? A Miami reporter excitedly asked. Tomahawk dunk. Chase-down block. Soo Young looked at the reporter as if he were an idiot, then leaned closer to the microphone, a glint of coldness and mockery in his eyes. No, I mean, just like that uncontrollable foot move he made against Stephen Curry at a critical moment last year. Upon hearing this, the air outside the training facility instantly froze. All the reporters widened their eyes, but Soo Young showed no signs of stopping. He looked at the camera and made a gesture of prayer, his tone dripping with a malicious curse. The Indiana Pacers are pushing him too hard. He is the chosen one, and he absolutely cannot accept the humiliation of falling in the second round of the playoffs. Therefore, in order to win, I guess he will stop at nothing. Here I must extend my deepest condolences to Danny Granger or Paul George, ankles and knees. I hope they can fend for themselves in tomorrow's game. After saying this, Soo Young turned and walked back into the training facility, leaving behind a group of reporters whose scalps were tingling from his words. In just half an hour, Soo Young's premature morning interview video spread like wildfire across major online platforms in America. The entire sports world was instantly thrown into an unprecedented uproar. Malicious. So malicious. Su Yang actually publicly cursed before the game that LeBron would maliciously injure someone. Big mouth. This is an utterly unscrupulous psychological warfare. He is slandering a great Nike's PR team, and Heat fans went completely berserk, furiously attacking Su Yang online, deeming it an insult to the sport of basketball, demanding that the league impose severe penalties on him. Meanwhile, in Miami, inside the Heat's locker room, LeBron James, preparing for the video analysis before the pivotal game, stared intently at the iPad screen in his hand. On the screen, Su Yang's mocking and cursed interview played on loop. Bang! James slammed the iPad against the locker, shattering the screen instantly. That damned yellow monkey. How dare he describe me as a filthy butcher in front of the entire world? James gritted his teeth, the fury in his eyes nearly igniting the locker room. However, as his anger subsided slightly, James sat on the bench, head bowed, staring at his massive hands, yet his mind involuntarily drifted to the suffocating defense of the Pacers. Danny Granger's relentless pressure, Paul George's steadfastness, and Roy Hibbert's insurmountable mountain, tied 2-2. The pivotal game. If they lose and truly get eliminated in the second round, will I not become the laughingstock of the world? What face do I have left to confront that arrogant owner in Cleveland? I am the chosen one. I am the king destined to chase Michael Jordan. I absolutely cannot fall in the second round of the playoffs. Jameis' gaze flickered violently in the dim locker room. Though Su Yang's words were malicious, though they were an attack on him, they planted a sinister seed that quietly took root in the depths of Jameis' anxious and victory-hungry heart. That's right. Basketball is a sport filled with physical confrontation. In high-intensity playoffs, experiencing a little accident is quite normal. James took a deep breath, the hesitation in his eyes gradually replaced by coldness and ruthlessness. If the Pacers insist on standing in front of my throne, then don't blame me for turning up the intensity. Miami American Airlines Arena. The Eastern Conference semifinals pivotal battle was as brutal as a wrestling match in the mud. The Indiana Pacers pushed their ironclad defense to the limit, with Danny Granger and Paul George front line suffocating the Heat, making it incredibly difficult for them to score. As the game progressed into the latter part of the third quarter, the score remained tightly contested. LeBron James was sweating profusely while handling the ball on the perimeter. His stamina was being severely depleted, while the Pacers' defense felt like an impenetrable net tightly constricting around his neck. We cannot lose. Absolutely cannot lose. A flicker of irritation and determination flashed in Jameis' eyes as that cursed interview with Su Yang replayed incessantly in his mind. Facing the tenacious defense of Danny Granger, James called for a screen, then suddenly accelerated, forcing his way into the paint. Granger's defense was exceptionally tough. He quickly shifted laterally, arms raised high, attempting to use his body to block Jameis' advance. Just as they were about to clash in midair, Jameis' massive body suddenly made a seemingly unbalanced move. Instead of performing a normal jump during his forward sprint, that big foot clad in number 23 shoes appeared to not be able to stop, as he clumsily took a fatal half-step forward, just like he had against Stephen Curry. That half-step landed precisely beneath the cylinder where Granger was about to come down after his jump. Boom. In midair, James launched the ball high. Meanwhile, as Granger landed, his left foot landed squarely on Jameis' foot. A piercing scream cut through the noise of the American Airlines Arena. Granger clutched his left knee in the joint with his ankle in agony, crashing heavily onto the floor, his face contorted with pain, cold sweat instantly soaking his jersey. As the instigator, James rolled on the floor for 2 rounds after landing, then stood up, raising his hands innocently to signal to the referee that he had made no additional movements. This scene was strikingly similar to the moment when Stephen Curry fell a year ago. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, but it was for Granger's defensive foul. The entire Pacers bench went wild. Head coach Frank Vogel rushed to the technical table, shouting furiously, while Paul George and Roy Hibbert angrily surrounded the referee, seeking an explanation. But the die was cast. Without their absolute core, Granger, the Pacers lost their composure in the ensuing game. The Heat seized the opportunity to unleash a surge, narrowly winning this critically important pivotal battle. The day after the game, public opinion across the United States erupted. Su Yang's premature morning interview video topped the trending searches online. Divine prophecy. Su Yang is nothing short of a prophet. This isn't prophecy, this is seeing through someone's filthy essence behind a facade of false righteousness. He really did step on him. The uncontrollable steps are back. The same formula, the same flavor. Angry neutral fans and Pacers fans ignited a storm of denunciation against LeBron James online. However, in the NBA's world of fame and fortune, the power of capital will always override public. Just half a day later, Nike's public relations machine and Rich Paul's marketing team launched a frenzied damage control operation. Headlines from major sports media outlets were suddenly flooded with uniform statements. In-depth analysis. Danny Granger had a pre-existing knee injury. Patellar tendonitis was the real culprit behind his fall. ESPN experts slowed down the footage frame by frame. LeBron's drive was a normal physical instinct, and Granger's injury was purely an unfortunate accident unrelated to LeBron. Do not let conspiracy theories ruin a great game. Please stop the malicious slandering of the MVP. Under the overwhelming tide of public relations and hired commentators brainwashing, Granger's injury was categorized as a recurrence of a past injury, while James remained the league's #1 player with a clean record on the court. Cleveland Cavaliers owner's office. Su Yang looked at the distorted news on his tablet, unable to suppress a call. Pointing at a deer and calling it a horse. The power of capital is truly eye-opening. Su Yang shook his head just as he was about to open his Twitter account to add fuel to the fire of this public opinion storm. Ding, ding, ding. The red confidential phone on the desk rang urgently, as if it was on a timer. Picking up the phone, David Stern's deep voice laden with strong warnings came through. Su, put down your phone. Do not post any comments about last night's game on social media anymore. Stern's tone was resolute. Your pre-game interview has already put the league on the edge of a cliff. If you jump in now to fan the flames, the NBA's image will suffer irreparable damage. Image? Does your league still have an image left? Su Yang's tone was full of mockery. I am merely stating a fact. Someone gets anxious and resorts to foul play. Isn't that a fact? Granger is currently lying in a hospital bed. That was an accident. The medical report has confirmed it was Granger's old injury. Stern interrupted Su Yang forcefully. We are all old foxes, so don't play tricks with me, Mr. Commissioner. Su Yang chuckled coldly. If you want me to keep quiet, you can. But you should know I never make a losing deal. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, then Stern took a deep breath, seemingly making a significant concession. Su, as long as you remain silent on this matter, I guarantee. Stern lowered his voice. The upcoming Eastern Conference Finals will provide the Cavaliers with an absolutely fair competitive environment. I will personally warn LeBron and the Heat to rein in their excessive antics. At the same time, I will assign the league's most impartial referees to officiate the Eastern Conference Finals. No touch fouls, no star privileges. The referees will not favor either side. Hearing this promise, Su Yang's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted. In a playoff-level meat grinder, as long as there was no referee's protection, the threat of Jameis drives would be greatly diminished, allowing the Cavaliers' defensive system to unleash its full power. In the heat of the moment, what is more tangible than a ticket to the finals and a championship trophy? Deal, Mr. Commissioner. Su Yang readily agreed. My Twitter account will officially go silent starting today. Looking forward to our fair showdown in the Eastern Conference Finals. After hanging up the phone, Su Yang was in high spirits. He casually tossed his phone into the drawer, cutting off contact with the external public opinion. A few days later, in Game 6 of the Eastern Conference semifinals, the Miami Heat, leading 32, visited Indianapolis. Just as Su Yang recalled from history's inertia, Danny Granger, who had been patted by James and was playing through immense pain, completely lost himself in this do-or-die battle. Not only slow in his steps, but his shooting was also frequently off the mark. The Pacers, having lost their strongest firepower and defensive bulwark, ultimately could not withstand the relentless attacks of James and Wade, exiting with a score of 42. Watching the broadcast on TV, seeing the limping figure of Danny Granger walking towards the players' tunnel, Su Yang stood at the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, his gaze calm, without a single ripple. He clearly remembered that in his past life, Granger was a typical tragic hardman. After being injured this season in pursuit of so-called hardman spirit and team honor, Granger chose not to undergo systematic surgery and treatment immediately, but attempted to drag it out until the new season to recover slowly. As a result, this delay led to irreversible and catastrophic damage to his knee. Once a general of Indianapolis and Eastern Conference All-Star forward, Granger was utterly reduced to an outcast due to this one instance of stubbornness and misdiagnosis, ultimately retiring in obscurity. Meanwhile, the rookie Paul George behind him naturally took over the Pacers' leadership. Should I remind him? This thought flashed through Su Yang's mind for just a second before he ruthlessly extinguished it. What's the point? He's not my employee. Why should I interfere with someone else's fate? Su Yang smiled coldly. In this capitalistic league of the survival of the fittest, sympathy is the cheapest. The Pacers' elimination meant that the Cavaliers' opponent in the Eastern Conference Finals was officially determined. Cleveland Cavaliers versus Miami Heat. New grievances and old grudges were set to be settled on the stage of the Eastern Conference Finals. However, there were still a full 4 days of rest before the Eastern Conference Finals kicked off. As the top team in the league, the Cavaliers not only enjoyed absolute home court advantage throughout the playoffs, but also had the most abundant physical reserves. Leave the preparations to Scott and Grant. As the owner, it's also necessary to relax a bit before the battle. Su Yang stretched lazily and exited the office. A few hours later by the shores of Lake Erie aboard a luxurious private yacht worth tens of millions of dollars. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle sea breeze blew. On the top deck of the yacht by the open-air swimming pool, Soo-young lounged comfortably in a pure white leather sunbed, wearing loose beach shorts and sunglasses holding a glass of iced Romanicani. Beside him in sexy bikinis Reba and Naza were like two stunning mermaids frolicking and playing in the girls' silver bell-like laughter and their breathtaking wet silhouettes formed a stunning and thrilling picture against the backdrop of the azure lake. "Boss, the water is so cool, won't you come down and play with us?" Reba rested her hands on the edge of the pool, unabashedly showcasing her impressive curves to Soo-young, her shimmering peach blossom eyes filled with alluring charm. Naza swam over as well, gracefully climbing up the edge of the pool like a water snake, her long, straight jade legs lightly splashing water, sweetly chiming in, "Exactly. Thinking about those stinky basketball men all day is so boring today, you should have fun with us." Looking at these two beautiful women before him, Soo-young drained his glass of red wine and tossed it onto the... He took off his sunglasses and ripped off his shirt. "Since you invite me so passionately today, the boss will personally jump in to give you some physical training." Splash. Water splashed everywhere. The yacht gently swayed on the shimmering lake. 2 days later, this young Cavaliers team would face a coronation battle that could change the entire NBA historical landscape. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. After enjoying the double stamina training with Reba and Naza on the luxurious yacht by Lake Erie, Soo-young returned to the Quicken Loans Arena feeling refreshed. Tonight, the venue will host Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals for the 2012-2013 season. Cleveland Cavaliers vs. Miami Heat. The Quicken Loans Arena that night resembled a boiling sea of wynard, with over 20,000 Cleveland fans holding banners reading "Sweep the Traitors" and "Crush Miami," unleashing a deafening roar that echoed in every corner of the arena. In the VIP box, Soo-young held a tall glass overlooking the players warming up below. David Stern's promise must be fulfilled tonight. "Let me see, without the league's patrons' protection, how will you, the weary defending champions, withstand my steel beep?" The referee's long whistle signaled the official start of Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Cavaliers starting lineup: Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Kawhi Leonard, Anthony Davis, Marc Gasol. Heat starting lineup: Chalmers, Wade, James, Badier, Bosh. At center court, with his impressive wingspan and bounce brow, easily tipped the ball to Curry. The Cavaliers' first defensive play saw Curry using Gasol's screen, and without pausing even a moment against Chalmers' defense, he launched a shot from 2 steps outside the three-point line. Swish. The three-pointer swished through the net. The familiar rain of three-pointers set the tone for the game from the outset. It was now the Heat's turn to attack. Dwayne Wade held the ball outside the arc, watching Klay Thompson defend him. Taking a deep breath, Wade lowered his center of gravity, preparing to use his signature hesitation dribble to break through. However, when he suddenly burst into action, a sharp pain like needles shot through his knee, causing his first step to lack the explosive speed of the past, instead appearing heavy and stumbling. In the recent 6-game bloodbath with the Pacers, Wade's knee, already plagued by fluid buildup, had reached its... Without that insane explosiveness, Klay Thompson easily moved 1 step sideways to block Wade's driving lane with his chest. Wade, helpless, could only awkwardly toss the ball towards the basket in the midst of the confrontation. Clang. The shot clanked off the rim. The battle for the rebound immediately ensued. Chris Bosh attempted to establish position in the paint, but found that he couldn't even stand his ground tonight. Soo-young had given strict orders pre-game to push Bosh out to the perimeter. Bosh, who relied on rebounding sense and positioning, saw his offensive threat diminished by more than half when he was pushed out of the sweet spot by the Brow's exaggerated wingspan and Gasol's bulk. Ironically, within the Heat's tactical system, in order to provide LeBron James with a lavish statistical panel for various accolades, Bosh was often required to box out for boards in the backcourt. But today, Bosh, far from the basket, couldn't box out anyone at all. Watching Bosh futilely reaching for the ball within the three-point line without touching anything, Soo-young couldn't help but laugh. This guy's height is all in his neck. He has no lower body strength. Once pushed out of the paint, how can he compete with the Brow for rebounds? Sure enough, with a loud smack, Anthony Davis easily snatched the rebound over Bosh's head and made a long pass to the fast-breaking Kawhi Leonard. Leonard slammed down a two-handed dunk. 5-0. The Rockies start tightened LeBron James' brow as he raised his hand for the ball, ready to take control of the game himself. Facing Leonard, who was still giving him 2 steps of space, James gritted his teeth and bulldozed into the paint like a heavy bulldozer. Bang! Leonard was pushed back half a step, but his hands remained raised high, his defensive posture impeccable. James felt a surge of hope in his heart, knowing that such contact would have drawn a defensive foul in the past. But he waited a full second in midair. The referee's whistle remained silent, as if glued shut. No preferential whistles. David Stern had kept his promise. James panicked in the air, for at the moment he lost the protection of the whistle, the Cavaliers' 3 iron chains had formed an inescapable net. In front was the unyielding Leonard, on the side was the Brow coming to help like Spider-Man, and directly in front of him was Marc Gasol's massive frame blocking his path. Smack! Anthony Davis came crashing in from the side and slapped the basketball out of James' hands. A volleyball-style rejection. The 2,000 fans in the Quicken Loans Arena erupted in a thunderous roar. A clean and decisive block. LeBron is like trapped in a quagmire in the Cavaliers' paint. The ESPN commentator bellowed. This was merely a microcosm of the entire game. Without the touch fouls and star privileges, James' penetrating threat plummeted. His once proud physical dominance under the joint assault of Leonard, the Brow, and Gasol turned into painful iron clangs and turnovers. Wade's knee robbed him of the ability to tear through defenses, while Bosh was completely reduced to a cash machine in the paint against the Brow. This Game 1, originally expected to be a clash of titans, unfolded even more easily than a regular season game. And even more brutally. At halftime, the Cavaliers led the Heat by 26 points, 68-42. In the second half, the Cavaliers' three-point shooting went completely haywire. Curry, Clay, Middleton. Whenever there was even a hint of space, the basketball would soar into the Heat's basket like a precision-guided cruise missile. 41 points. Head coach Erik Spoelstra of the Heat looked ashen on the sidelines, knowing the game was lost. As the fourth quarter began, he decisively pulled out Wade and Bosh, whose knees were overwhelmed, preparing to call it a day. However, when he glanced at the team's leader signaling for LeBron James to take a break, James remained immobile on the bench, his face darkened. Spoelstra was stunned, and so were the commentators. The game is trailing by over 40 points fully entering. Wade and Bosh were resting, so why was LeBron still on the court? The commentator incredulously flipped through the stats, then suddenly realized, my God. LeBron has only scored 8 points so far tonight. Yes, only a mere 8 points. Against the Cavaliers, without the protection of referee favoritism, James played as if in a daze, hitting only 3 out of 12 shots in the first 3 quarters, barely scraping together 8 points from free throws. Yet in his heart, he was desperately fixated on the record he viewed as a symbol of honor: consecutive games scoring in double digits. If he were to be stuck at 8 points tonight, not only would he lose the game, but he would also be stripped of the last shred of dignity by Su Yang. I'm not getting off the court. Give me the ball. In the fourth quarter, trailing by 41 points, LeBron charged back onto the court like a frenzied beast, accompanied by 4 substitute players. Su Yang watched this scene unfold from the box, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Trying to pad your stats in garbage time. Final accommodate you. Su Yang picked up a secure phone and instructed Byron Scott, pull the starters. Let Beverly, Danny Green, and Middleton come in. Tell them not to collapse the defense, let him drive. Leave him a path to the basket, but make sure to suffocate the other 4 Heat substitutes on the perimeter. Su Yang's strategy was clear: let you LeBron score alone. But as a price, you must watch your team nailed to the historical pillar of disgrace. The fourth quarter bore witness to one of the most absurd scenes in NBA playoff history. The Cavaliers' bench acted like a pack of hungry wolves, wildly tearing apart the Heat substitutes on the perimeter, every offensive play striking like a torrential downpour. Whenever James drove to the basket, the Cavaliers' interior defense would conveniently open a small gap, allowing him to struggle to score. Swish. In the 3rd minute of the fourth quarter, James hit a mid-range jumper over Middleton's token defense. 10 points. Finally, he reached double digits. Immediately afterward, he secured his 11th point from a free throw in the next possession. However, just as James was desperately trying to pad his laughable record during garbage time, he completely disregarded the team's defensive structure, focusing solely on personal offense, while the Heat's defense was shredded to pieces by the Cavaliers' substitutes. When the big screen displayed James' personal score at 11 points, he jerked, as if electrocuted, signaling to the bench for a substitution, then turning away, without looking back toward the sidelines. He could finally exit the game with a clear conscience, as his record was preserved. But it seemed he forgot to glance at the enormous scoreboard hanging in the air at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Beep. When the final buzzer sounded, the entire world fell into silence. 152-60 points. The Miami Heat, a team aiming for back-to-back championships, was brutally slaughtered by the Cleveland Cavaliers by a record-breaking 60 points in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. For the sake of a pathetic few points of dignity, he watched helplessly as his team fell behind by 60 points. The ESPN commentator looked at the number 6, sitting on the bench, desperately covering his head with a towel, his voice filled with disdain and shock. 11 points plus a 60-point humiliation. Tonight, LeBron James not only lost the dignity of the game, but also the most basic bottom line as a team leader. Miami American Airlines Arena. With only 3 minutes left in the game, the stands of the arena, once dubbed the Devil's home court, were now empty, scattered with popcorn remnants and a few die-hard fans left in sorrow. Beep. As the final buzzer sounded emotionlessly, the red numbers on the scoreboard finally settled. 118-85. The Cleveland Cavaliers decisively clinched the fourth game of the Eastern Conference Finals with a massive 33-point advantage. The overall score 4-0. No miracles, no comebacks. The defending champions Miami Heat were ruthlessly swept by the Cleveland Cavaliers in what was once viewed as a collision of titans in the Eastern Conference Finals. Not just a sweep, but a complete slaughter. It's over. An unbelievable series, an unbelievable Cleveland. At the broadcasting booth, the ESPN commentator looked at the series statistics freshly printed in his hand, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just witnessed the most brutal series in NBA history. In 4 games, the Cavaliers won by margins of 60 points, 22 points, 25 points, and today's 33 points. The average margin of victory in this series, 35 points. The Cleveland Cavaliers have broken the record for the largest margin in a playoff series in NBA history. They treated the defending champions with their 3 superstars as helpless punching bags. The camera cut to the Cavaliers players having won the Eastern Championship were celebrating wildly, with Stephen Curry and Anthony Davis embracing tightly. This Death 5 system finally proved its revolutionary dominance on the playoff stage. In stark contrast to the Cavaliers' revelry was the silence from the Heat's bench. Dwayne Wade's eyes were red, his hands covering his swollen knees, which looked like dough rising under pressure as he painfully hung his head. Chris Bosh sat nearby with a vacant expression as if his soul had been drained. And what of LeBron James? He had already walked back to the player tunnel silently 2 seconds before the game ended, just like in Game 1. Let's take a look at LeBron James' stats for this series. Another commentator adjusted his glasses, his tone laced with barely concealed sarcasm. In Game 1, he scored 11 points. In Game 2, he scored 14 points. In Game 3, he scored 12 points. And in tonight's Game 4, he scored 15 points. He has very consistently maintained his proud streak of double-digit scoring. But everyone who watched the games knows that these points came mostly during garbage time at the end of the third quarter or in the fourth quarter when they were trailing by more than 30 points against the Cavaliers' relaxed second-string defense achieved through forced drives and free throws. For this pathetic double-digit scoring, he completely gave up on defense, relinquished the dignity of a leader, and watched his team lose by an average of over 30 points. This makeshift cover for his shame seems so ridiculous in the face of such a staggering average margin. Half an hour later, in the news conference room at American Airlines Arena, Suyong, who had just popped champagne in the locker room, walked up to the podium wearing a commemorative t-shirt emblazoned with Eastern champions, beaming with delight. All the cameras instantly focused on him, the flashlights bright as day. Mr. Suyong, congratulations on the Cavaliers sweeping the Heat with a dominant 40 victory to advance to the finals. A reporter stood up eagerly. Winning by an average of 35 points in the series has broken an NBA historical record. How are you feeling right now? The Heat were just a stepping stone. Surpassing them was within our expectations. After all, without certain external factors interfering, everyone has seen the true pressure resistance of this team. Suyong paused, his eyes shimmering with aspirations for the highest stage. Winning the Eastern Championship is not our endpoint. My eyes have long been set on the O'Brien Trophy in the finals. That is the ultimate battlefield to test the caliber of this Cleveland Cavaliers team. Mr. Suyong. Another reporter immediately threw out the most provocative question of the night. The Heat have faced the most humiliating sweep in franchise history. Although LeBron James scored in double digits in every game, he was completely invisible in high-stakes situations. What do you think of the future of this Heat team? Do they have a chance to come back? The future of the Heat. Come back. Suyong shook his head, glancing at the camera, as if speaking directly to James, who was far away in the locker room. No, the era of the Miami Heat has completely ended tonight. Dwayne's knees have been completely worn out. He doesn't have much of his prime left. And Bosh has been marginalized to the role of a tall shooter within this distorted system. Suyong brutally dissected the current state of the Heat, then threw out a shocking prediction for the entire nation. As for the so-called king you all speak of, from what I know of him, he is an extremely shrewd businessman who would never linger on a sinking ship. Watch closely, gentlemen. This Heat team has run out of gas. His good friend Wade will soon go from being a crutch to a burden. And our king absolutely cannot stand being tethered to veterans without championship competitiveness. He will soon look for the next excuse, just as he did when he betrayed Cleveland. Next summer, he will definitely opt out of his contract. Then he will take his talent to the next team that has more young stars, more draft picks, and can help him win again. Loyalty. Brotherhood in basketball. Suyong laughed mockingly in his eyes. That's just wrapping paper for something he can tear up at any moment. Miami fans, get ready for the day you will be abandoned. The entire press room erupted. Suyong actually predicted on the night the defending champions were eliminated that LeBron James would flee again, and he even exposed James' mercenary nature of partnering with whoever is strong. This remark not only insulted James' character, but also shattered the last shred of trust in the Heat's locker room. Meanwhile, in the Heat's locker room, a deathly silence. Dwayne Wade sat in front of his locker, thick ice bags strapped to his knees. In the center of the locker room, the TV was broadcasting Suyang's press conference live. Upon hearing Suyang say he is a businessman who never lingers on a sinking ship, and he will soon look for the next crutch to flee again, Wade's previously expressionless eyes flickered intensely. He instinctively looked up at LeBron James, who was sitting in the corner, head down and silent. James' body stiffened suddenly as he felt Wade's gaze, which seemed to pierce through his soul. "Dwayne, don't listen to that madman. That's just a scheme." James quickly raised his head, wanting to explain, but his voice came out dry from guilt. Because just days before, he and Rich Paul had indeed been plotting their way out of the contract to join forces with Irving in 2014. Suyang's words felt like a worm in his gut, exposing his trump card in front of the whole world. Wade said nothing. He simply stared at James for a long time. Recalling the sacrifices he made for power, remembering the scenes of James racking up points in garbage time while directing his teammates to clean up defensively, Wade suddenly felt that the brother before him was so unfamiliar. "I'm tired, LeBron." Wade withdrew his gaze, uttering a simple line, then leaned on his crutch and limped out of the locker room. Watching Wade's departing figure, James knew that the thin veil called brotherhood in basketball had been torn apart. Meanwhile, out west, the day after the Cavaliers swept the Heat, the San Antonio Spurs, with their seasoned team basketball, decisively defeated the young Memphis Grizzlies to win the Western Championship. When Spurs head coach Greg Popovich was interviewed post-game and asked about facing the Cavaliers, who had averaged a 30-point victory over the Heat, the silver-haired veteran, usually hot-tempered, calmed down his gaze, becoming profoundly deep. "Cleveland is playing a revolutionary brand of basketball. Suyang has brought a revolution to this league. The system formed by Stephen Curry and Anthony Davis is almost perfect." Popovich paused, then revealed a determined smile. "But this is the finals." On June 6, 2013, in Cleveland at the Quicken Loans Arena, the curtain officially rose on the finals, representing the highest stage of the NBA this season, in this city engulfed in a maroon frenzy. Cleveland Cavaliers versus San Antonio Spurs. This is not only the ultimate showdown between the new kings of the East and the hegemon of the West, but in the eyes of many old-school basketball experts across America, it resembles a battle for the truth of basketball. The Spurs represent rigor, synergy, ball sharing, and the ultimate traditional team basketball system. In contrast, the Cavaliers wave the banner of the three-point shot and the small ball lineup, employing a revolutionary fast-paced style that crushes all in its path. With a long whistle from the head referee, the finals game 1 officially commenced. In this timeline, Kawhi Leonard was acquired early by Suyang in the draft, leaving the Spurs, who should have had the strongest defensive forward in this period, with a fatal vacuum on the defensive wing. As the game began, the Cavaliers showcased their era-defining small ball strategy to perfection. Stephen Curry held the ball at the top of the arc, while Anthony Davis set a screen. Faced with this pick-and-roll, Spurs coach Greg Popovich adopted the most traditional defensive strategy. Duncan dropped back to guard the paint, while the guards navigated through the screens to provide support. In traditional basketball philosophy, the closer one is to the hoop, the higher the shooting percentage, allowing a three-pointer while staunchly guarding the paint is the iron law of defense. However, as Duncan habitually took a half step back to prepare for Kyrie's drive, Curry, just having used the screen, was still a good meter and a half away from the three-point line, standing on the edge of the court's logo. Without any hesitation, he rose up to shoot. What is he doing? How can he take a shot from that position? The Spurs assistant coach was left dumbfounded. Swish! The crisp sound of the net rippling rang out like the death knell in the Spurs half-court. Tim Duncan, retreating near the free-throw line, displayed an unusual flicker of disbelief on his typically placid face. Turning back, the Spurs exhibited their meticulous tactical movement. Parker drove and distributed the ball, while Duncan utilized solid bank shot techniques to score 2 points in the paint. Yet the classical beauty of the Spurs appeared so pale and powerless in the face of the Cavaliers' relentless downpour of three-pointers. Without Kawhi Leonard, the lockdown defender, the Spurs perimeter had no means to restrict the Cavaliers' fluid off-ball movement. When the Spurs attempted to double-team Curry, the ball was transferred in an instant. Klay Thompson hit a shot from the corner, while the brow pulled up beyond the three-point line, easily scoring against the slow-footed Duncan. Even Kawhi Leonard himself could punish the Spurs' collapsing defense with a pinpoint three-pointer from the corner. By the end of the first quarter, the Cavaliers had already sunk an astonishing 8 three-pointers, leading the Spurs by 12 points. Sitting in the VIP box, Suyang quietly observed the unfolding situation on the court, devoid of the hostility he had faced against the Heat, replaced instead by a sense of reflection on the relentless march of history. Tim Duncan has really aged Suyang's side. The greatest power forward in NBA history had lost the mobility of his prime since suffering from severe plantar fasciitis in 2005. He lost weight, adjusted his playing style, and through an unprecedented basketball IQ and fundamental skills, he managed to extend the peak of his career by nearly a decade. However, today against the small ball lineup crafted by Su Yang, which emphasized endless switching and extreme spacing, Duncan's slow footwork became a targeted weakness for the Cavaliers. Unable to defend, he was easily toyed with like a wooden stake when faced with Kawhi's small versus big. On the offensive end against Marc Gasol's physical play and the Browns' exaggerated help defense coverage, the aging big fundamental could no longer dominate as he had in his youth. This had nothing to do with determination or basketball IQ. It was purely the unrelenting passage of time and the cruel evolution of tactical approaches. Throughout the game, the Spurs fought valiantly. The GDP trio gave their all, while Popovich roared from the sidelines, altering strategies, yet the disparity in capabilities and tactical mismatches rendered all struggles futile. Beep. As the final buzzer sounded, the scoreboard settled at 115-95. The Cleveland Cavaliers effortlessly claimed victory in Game 1 of the Finals with a massive 20-point lead. Though it wasn't the exaggerated slaughter of 3 or 4 dozen points like against the Heat, this 20-point triumph left every knowledgeable expert and commentator in the arena gasping for breath. A tactical domination devoid of any hope for a comeback. In the post-game press room, the atmosphere felt somewhat heavy. Tim Duncan, the core of the Spurs, dressed in a simple plaid shirt, sat down at the microphone with a noticeably heavy gait. There was neither anger nor complaints on his face, only a candidness and remorse characteristic of old-school players. Tim, the Spurs seemed to struggle defensively tonight. The Cavaliers made 18 three-pointers. Where do you think the team lost tonight? A reporter asked softly. Duncan lowered his head, looking at his hands that had battled in the paint for 16 years, his voice deep and calm. That is my issue. I must take responsibility for this. I am too old. My foot speed is too slow. I can't get out to the three-point line. I can't chase after Steven after the screens, and I can't keep up with Anthony Davis perimeter shooting. On the defensive end, I have become a huge liability, dragging down the entire team's defensive rotations. This legendary power forward did not seek any excuses, did not complain about teammates or referees like some kings do, but instead took the blame for a tactical rout fully upon his aging shoulders. I will go back and watch the tape, trying to do better in the next game. But I must admit they played exceptionally well. Next, it was Spurs head coach Greg Popovich's turn at the press conference. The coach, known for his fiery temperament and confrontations with reporters, was surprisingly quiet tonight. His eyes reflected a complex emotion born from witnessing the passage of history. Coach Popovich, how do you evaluate the Cavaliers' style of play tonight? It is different from any opponent you've faced before. Popovich took a deep breath, shook his head, and spoke with a rare hint of reverence. We are not playing against a team tonight. We are facing something entirely new. They are playing a style of basketball that has never been seen in this league. The old coach's gaze was profound. Did you see how Stephen Curry plays? He had just crossed half court, still outside our traditional defensive line, and he threw the ball. And that shooting percentage. It was an outrageous sight I have never witnessed in all my years coaching. This has already overturned our generation's understanding of basketball. I have a feeling. Popovich sighed deeply. Stephen Curry and that young owner. They are using three-pointers to usher in a brand new era. The honesty and magnanimity of the Spurs leadership earned the respect of the entire American media. Then when Cavaliers owner Su Yang walked into the press room with Stephen Curry, all the reporters instinctively straightened their posture. Given Su Yang's arrogant character of taunting after every win throughout this season, it was uncertain what shocking statements he would make to belittle the Spurs after such a 20-point victory. Mr. Su, a reporter eager to stir up trouble, stood up. The Cavaliers won by 20 points tonight. Tim Duncan took responsibility after the game, saying he is too old and slow. Do you think the Spurs are past their prime and unworthy of being the Cavaliers' opponents? Hearing this provocative question, Su Yang's smile faded. He did not respond as the reporter had anticipated with grandiose remarks. Instead, he rarely straightened his posture, revealing a serious demeanor. Put away your divisive antics, Mr. Reporter. Su Yang coldly glanced at the reporter and then solemnly addressed all the microphones in the room. I must clarify one point. The reason the Cavaliers won tonight is not because we are greater than the Spurs. We simply won because we are younger. Upon hearing this, the entire room was taken aback. The man who had mercilessly berated LeBron James and belittled the Heat's Big Three had shown such humility and respect when facing a defeated opponent. I and my team hold the highest respect for the San Antonio Spurs, for Coach Greg Popovich, and especially for Tim. Tim Duncan is the greatest small-market basketball star in NBA history, bar none. He has been with San Antonio for 16 years, bringing 4 championship titles. He never complains about his teammates. He has witnessed the Spurs' peaks and valleys, and he never sought to team up during his prime. Even tonight, after losing, he took all the responsibility upon himself. That pure love for basketball he embodies, that calm yet resilient focus, is the most precious asset in this restless commercial league. At this point, Su Yang turned to look at Stephen Curry beside him. The outside world has always been curious why upon buying the team, I was willing to send away a significant part of the team's foundation to gamble on a player with ankle concerns like Stephen Curry. It's because I saw Tim Duncan's shadow in Stephen. They share the same humility, the same selflessness, the same willingness to sacrifice personal stats for the team's victory, and they both possess the perfect leadership qualities that can unify the entire team. Soo-young took a deep breath and offered his evaluation of Tim Duncan's career, if time could be reversed, and all the first overall picks in NBA history, including Shaquille O'Neal, Hakeem Olajuwon, and any genius dubbed the Chosen One, were to be placed in the same draft class. If I held the first overall pick, I would choose Tim Duncan with my eyes closed. Because he not only brings you championships, but also instills a culture of greatness that lasts for 20 years. So do not mock an old veteran's slow foot speed. Soo-young concluded, we merely took advantage of the passage of time today. This championship ring, we need to traverse this great mountain to seize it. It is Cleveland's honor. The day after the G1 finals concluded, the entire sports community in North America was not discussing tactics following the Cavaliers' 20-point victory, but instead was thrown off balance by Soo-young's astonishing remarks at the press conference. If all the number 1 picks were in the draft together, I would choose Tim Duncan with my eyes closed. This headline, bolded and highlighted by major sports media, stirred up a tremendous uproar. Who is the greatest number 1 pick in NBA history? This ultimate question ignited a firestorm across American online forums. Among the numerous candidates, the one most directly compared to Tim Duncan was undoubtedly the towering behemoth who once dominated the paint, the big shark Shaquille O'Neal. Soo-young is definitely riding high after winning. Tim is great, but he is too ordinary. He has never shown the kind of earth-shattering dominance that Shaquille has. O'Neal is a monster who has won 3 consecutive championships and 3 finals MVPs. In terms of destructive power at his peak, the Shark is undoubtedly the greatest number 1 pick in history. That's right. Duncan's playing style is too boring. How could he possibly compare to O'Neal, who shatters rims? With the media fanning the flames, public opinion clearly tilted in favor of O'Neal. After all, in this league that glorifies the aesthetics of violence and personal heroism, O'Neal's flamboyant personality and visually striking style still boast a massive fan base even after retirement. In contrast, Duncan's consistent clock-in and clock-out style over the years lacks any sensationalism. 2 days later, on the eve of G2 of the finals, in the corridor of the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, Soo-young had just finished inspecting the team's pre-game warm-up when he was cornered by a group of prepared ESPN reporters. Mr. Soo, your remarks after G1 have sparked heated discussions across America. A reporter eagerly handed over a voice recorder asking, the vast majority of fans and legends believe that Shaquille O'Neal is the most dominant number 1 pick in history. In light of this overwhelming public opinion, do you wish to retract or modify your stance? Soo-young paused, looking at the eager media. Retract? Why would I retract a statement of fact? I mean, no offense to Shaquille O'Neal, he is indeed, but since you insist on comparing him to Tim Duncan, let's discuss the real head-to-head records. You keep saying that the Sharks' dominance is the best in history. But have you forgotten that before Kobe Bryant fully matured, O'Neal was completely crushed in his matchups against Duncan? Upon hearing this, the reporters exchanged glances. Let's rewind to the 1999 Western Conference semifinals. Soo-young confidently cited historical data. In that series, the second-year Tim Duncan led the Spurs to a humiliating sweep of the peak O'Neal's Los Angeles Lakers with a score of 40. What was the biggest difference between that swept Lakers team and the later three-peat Dynasty Lakers? It wasn't that O'Neal suddenly transformed, it was that Kobe was still a year away from becoming that Black Mamba. As for the subsequent three-peat, yes, the Lakers did beat the Spurs. But if you go back and watch the tapes of those series, you'll find that it was the perimeter Kobe Bryant who truly solved the Spurs' defense and took over the game in high-stakes situations. Kobe's stats against the Spurs were clearly those of the true Spurs killer. Of course, O'Neal did earn Finals MVP in those 3 years. But that was because the Eastern Conference was simply too weak. Who were the big men they faced in the finals? Against the likes of Mutombo from Philadelphia, Rick Smits from the Pacers, or the Nets' interior, O'Neal, as a heavy tank, could indeed run rampant. But when it came to the Wild West, did Shaquille O'Neal ever have the upper hand against Tim Duncan? Soo-young looked directly at the camera, making his final summation. Crushing weak teams does not equate to dominance. What about Tim Duncan? In 2003, when David Robinson was facing retirement, Tony Parker was still a sophomore and Manu Ginobili was just a rookie. That year, Duncan swept both the regular season MVP and the Finals MVP, leading the team to a championship without any strong teammates, overcoming the Lakers. From the regular season to the playoffs and then to the finals, this is undoubtedly a rare feat in NBA history of winning a championship as the sole leader. Has Shaquille O'Neal ever accomplished such extreme bottom-line capabilities and team-leading potential in his lifetime? with the explosive interview swiftly aired half an hour later in Atlanta at the TNT studio for Inside the NBA. On the enormous screen in the center of the studio, Su Yang's earlier interview, where he dismantled O'Neal's dominance, was just played. Seated at the commentary desk was the big shark Shaquille O'Neal, whose large dark face had turned a deep shade of. He angrily slammed the tactical pen he held onto the table, almost roaring at the camera, "Bullshit. This Chinese kid named Su Yang doesn't know anything about basketball. He's just talking nonsense." O'Neal was so agitated that he was spitting. "What do you mean I dominate weak teams? What do you mean I never won a championship as the sole leader?" "Ernie." O'Neal turned to the host, Ernie Johnson, pounding his chest and shouting, "In 2000, I won the regular season MVP, the All-Star MVP, and the Finals MVP. That year Kobe was injured in the finals due to a foot injury from Jalen Rose, and I dominated with 40 points and 20 rebounds in the paint. I single-handedly crushed the Indiana Pacers. How could that not be me winning a championship as the sole leader? How dare he say I'm not as good as Tim? I am the most dominant MD. My grandma could win a championship with Jordan, but I genuinely led the team with Kobe to 3 consecutive championships." O'Neal relentlessly defended himself. However, before he could finish his thought, the round mound of rebound Charles Barkley sitting next to him could no longer hold back his laughter. "Huh. Come on, Shaq. Don't flatter yourself." Barkley laughed so hard he nearly fell over, starting to rub salt into O'Neal's wounds. "What did Su Yang say that was wrong? Is that what you call winning a championship as the sole leader? Did you conveniently forget who you faced in the Western Conference Finals in 2000? It was the Portland Trail Blazers. That luxury team featuring Scottie Pippen, Rasheed Wallace, and Arvydas Sabonis. What kind of garbage did you play in that series? You were so double-teamed in the paint that you couldn't even catch the ball. In Game 7's fourth quarter, you were down by a full 15 points. Who was it that scored continuously at the critical moment and passed you that alley-oop that saved your career?" Barkley pointed at O'Neal's nose, leaning in close. "It was that young Kobe Bryant. Without Kobe solving the problems for you in the Western Conference Finals, you wouldn't even have touched the finals floor. You were already being called a softie by fans in Los Angeles." After being interrupted by Barkley, O'Neal was sweating profusely, but in the finals, Kobe was injured. "Shut up. Who was your opponent in the finals?" "It was the Indiana Pacers." Barkley mercilessly cut him off, his tone filled with mockery. "The Pacers' big men were Rick Smits and Dale Davis. Those were nothing but 2 feeble, old white men and blue-collar workers. Against such a weak interior, don't even say you, a 300-pound heavyweight, could dominate. If I went up there and had 24 donuts before the game, I could average 30 points over them and win a championship." Barkley shrugged, laughing arrogantly. "Su Yang is completely right. When facing top-tier teams, you always need a perimeter star to bail you out. When facing soft teams, you can just dominate inside to earn a Finals MVP. You really can't compare to Tim Duncan." "Charles, I'm going to kill you." O'Neal, his pride wounded, stood up from his chair, ready to leap over the table to grab Barkley by the throat. "Come on, you fat ass who can't even make free throws." Barkley stood up defiantly, and the two began to wrestle in the studio. Hosts Ernie and Kenny Smith were laughing so hard they were in tears, quickly stepping in to separate them. TNT's ratings skyrocketed at that moment due to Su Yang's explosive interview and the antics of the two characters. As the comical brawl between Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley in the TNT studio went viral online, the entire basketball community in North America was immersed in a joyous atmosphere of gossip. On Twitter, the scene of O'Neal angrily grabbing Barkley's neck was turned into countless humorous memes by netizens. Meanwhile, Su Yang's sharp commentary that O'Neal only shines against weak teams and struggles against strong ones became a classic quote revered by many old fans. Amidst laughter and heated debates over who is the greatest rookie of all time, the time quietly slipped to the following evening. Cleveland Quicken Loans Arena. The drums of the finals game 2 resounded once more amidst the cheers of over 20,000 home fans. In the luxurious VIP box, Su Yang leaned back on the sofa watching the replay of the TNT studio highlights, with a smile shaking his head. O'Neal is still so easy to provoke. However, while the excitement outside is lively, tonight's game will not be as easy as Game 1. On the sideline, San Antonio Spurs head coach Greg Popovich stood with his arms crossed, his expression grave. As one of the greatest tactical masterminds in NBA history, Popovich would not allow himself to be humiliated in the same way by a young team twice in a row. Beep. The referee's whistle marked the official start of the game. From the very beginning, everyone noticed the drastic changes in the Spurs defense. Stephen Curry held the ball at the top of the arc with Anthony Davis setting a screen. According to the script from Game 1, the Spurs' interior defense would likely retreat, giving Curry ample space to shoot. But this time there was no retreat. The Spurs defenders surged through the screen like wild dogs, sticking tightly. The interior defenders even stepped out beyond the three-point line, aggressively delaying and double-teaming Curry. Defend the perimeter. Force them inside. I would rather give them 2 points than allow them any chance for a three-pointer. Popovich roared on the sidelines. To implement this perimeter defense strategy, Popovich made a decision that could be deemed tragic. He significantly reduced the playing time of Tim Duncan, the team's anchor, and the recently exalted player praised by Su Yang. As long as Duncan was on the court, his aging slow movements would inevitably be targeted by the Cavaliers' small ball strategy. Thus Popovich brought in Boris Diaw, Splitter, and even Matt Bonner. He opted for a more agile interior rotation to match the Cavaliers' fast-paced offensive and defensive transitions. The Spurs veterans displayed remarkable resilience. They tirelessly ran desperately, trying to disrupt Klay Thompson's catches and block Kawhi's off-ball movement. On the offensive end, Popovich boldly abandoned the margin for error in defensive possessions and waved his hand. Let's trade baskets. Since we can't stop those damn three-pointers, we will claw our way back with supreme teamwork and two-point shots. Tony Parker transformed into a tireless French sports car, repeatedly slicing into the Cavaliers' paint using screens, tearing apart defenses with spin moves and floaters. Manu Ginobili became a crafty blade, using various elusive behind-the-back passes and contorted layups to carve a bloody path through the Cavaliers' defensive wall. Both sides were locked in high-pressure confrontation. With a score of 28, the Knights were merely leading by 4 points. At halftime, the score stood at 62-56, with the Cavaliers' lead constrained to within 10 points. Throughout the third quarter, the pace of the game devolved into a tug-of-war. Whenever Curry or Klay sank a three-pointer, extending the lead to 12 or 13 points. The Spurs always had someone step up. Perhaps it was a sharp strike from Manu or a breakthrough by Parker, quickly narrowing the gap back to around 10 points. So resilient. This is the essence of the San Antonio Spurs. The ESPN commentator shouted excitedly from the sidelines. Coach Popovich's adjustments have proven remarkably effective. They weathered the Cavaliers' three-point tsunami, managing to keep the deficit within a reachable range. 10 points. At the end of the third quarter, this gap seemed to have become an insurmountable boundary for the Spurs. However, sitting in the suite, Su Yang glanced at the tense numbers on the scoreboard and merely chuckled in indifference. The efficiency of tactical execution and admirable discipline. Popovich has indeed squeezed every last bit of potential from this Spurs team. It's a pity that in competitive sports, when tactical adjustments reach their peak, what remains is merely a simple. The veteran players of the Spurs continue to grit their teeth and persevere, functioning like intricate gears within the complex dynamic offense. After a series of 6 or 7 passes, Dior finally managed to score 2 hard-earned points under the basket. The point difference has returned to 8. The Spurs bench erupted with excitement. But turning back around, the Cavaliers began their offense. Stephen Curry dribbled past half-court, facing a double team from Tony Parker and Manu. Instead of forcing a shot, he drew the defense and executed a deft behind-the-back pass. The basketball found its way into the hands of Marc Gasol, who was positioned at the top of the arc for a play. Meanwhile, Klay Thompson used a screen from Anthony Davis to shake off the Spurs defender and circled to the right corner. He was there, the ball was there. Klay received the pass, needing no adjustment at all, and launched his shot. Swish! A clean three-pointer went through the net. The point difference has once again returned to 11. The 2 points that the Spurs painstakingly earned through countless precise passes were negated by the Cavaliers' simple screen and movement three-pointer, not only equalizing, but even gaining a point. This is the cruelest mathematical problem. 3 is always greater than 2. Popovich closed his eyes in anguish on the sidelines. He knew that this was not just a difference between 3 points and 2 points. It was also a chasm between two basketball philosophies, two eras. The Spurs, in an effort to defend against the Cavaliers' perimeter shots, ran tirelessly and expanded their defense, but the veterans' stamina finally reached its limits in the middle of the fourth quarter. Meanwhile, the young Cavaliers ran faster and shot more accurately. In the last 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, as the Spurs' stamina waned, their defensive rotations finally showed cracks. Swish! Curry, near the logo area, hit a devastatingly deep three-pointer while being contested by Swish! Kawhi Leonard received a kick-out pass from Anthony Davis in the corner, and with a swift motion sank another three-pointer. The Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse erupted. What was once a tightly held 10-point gap expanded like an avalanche to 18 points in just 2 minutes. The veteran players of the Spurs stood on the court, gasping for breath, their sweat soaking through their black and white jerseys. They looked up at the number 30 celebrating wildly beyond the three-point line, their eyes filled with a sense of powerlessness. It wasn't that they weren't trying hard enough, nor that their tactics were lacking. It was that their years of practicing classical techniques felt utterly meaningless against the overwhelming modern firepower of their opponents. Beep. The final buzzer sounded, marking the end of this fierce shootout. 116-1. The Cleveland Cavaliers defeated the San Antonio Spurs at home by a margin of 15 points, taking a 20 lead in the series. Although the Spurs displayed remarkable resilience and tactical prowess in this game, keeping the suspense alive until the latter half of the fourth quarter. Ultimately, that glaring 15-point deficit felt like a heavy tombstone mercilessly crashing down on the hearts of all traditional basketball fans. The vast disparity in three-point shooting ability was like a chasm. The veterans do not die, they simply fade away in this new era, completely submerged in a rain of three-pointers, while carrying the last pride of classical basketball. With an absolute advantage of 2-0, the Cleveland Cavaliers boarded their charter flight to Texas. The substantial lead inevitably gave rise to a hint of pride and restlessness within this young team. On the flight to San Antonio, many young players began discussing where to celebrate their championship parade after. Su Young, accompanying the team, sat in first class, observing everything quietly, without reprimanding anyone. The spirit of the young is forged through competition, but to truly transform into an invincible dynasty, simply having the upper hand is not enough. Su Young gazed out at the clouds, murmuring to himself, they still need a profound loss to temper their arrogance. And the ATT Center in San Antonio is the perfect place in the league to give young players a lesson. On June 10th, the finals Game 3 reignited the battle. The Spurs, returning home, found themselves pushed to the brink. In the long history of the NBA, no team has ever come back from a 0-3 deficit in the finals. With no retreat left, Popovich made a back-to-basics decision tonight, abandoning a speed battle with the Cavaliers and dragging the game into a gritty half-court brawl reminiscent of the 90s. Beep. As the game began, commentators and fans across America immediately sensed something unusual about the Cavaliers tonight. Perhaps it was their first experience facing the deafening boos of the finals crowd, or perhaps the law of conservation of feel finally took effect. This Cavaliers team, which had been sharp in the first two games, found their shooting touch vanish tonight. At the start of the first quarter, Klay Thompson found himself wide open in the right corner, but his three-point shot clanged off the back rim. Then Kawhi Leonard's mid-range shot missed, and even Stephen Curry's long-range three-pointer after a screen ended with an extraordinary airball. The Cavaliers' shooting is ice cold. The basket at ATT Center seems to have a lid on it, exclaimed the ESPN commentator. Missed shots meant an increase in long rebounds, which in turn prevented the Cavaliers from quickly transitioning back on defense. The seasoned Spurs, like wolves smelling blood, seized this fatal opportunity. Since they couldn't win from the outside, they decided to give the ball to the player closest to the basket. The ball was handed to the veteran wearing number 21, who carried countless honors. 37-year-old Tim Duncan had sacrificed for the team's rotation speed in the previous game. But tonight, facing the Cavaliers' new rookie center Anthony Davis, this historically great power forward opened his eternally calm eyes. Bang! Duncan received the ball in the left low post. Defending him was the remarkably long-armed Anthony Davis, dubbed the future answer in the paint. Faced with this exceptionally gifted young player, Duncan chose not to confront him directly. He knew his explosiveness was no longer what it used to be, but the basketball IQ honed over 16 years shone brightly in this moment. Duncan dropped his left shoulder and faked a jump shot toward the baseline. The young and fiery brow bit on the fake, his weight inevitably shifting to one side as his long arms shot up to block. But just as Davis was shifting his weight, Duncan, with what appeared to be a slow motion, anchored his pivot foot to the ground and smoothly executed a step in the opposite direction. Slipping past the out-off position Davis, he easily tipped the ball into the basket with one hand. Welcome to the finals, rookie. The Spurs fans erupted into deafening cheers. This was just the beginning. The ensuing game transformed into a post-play masterclass, prepared by Tim Duncan for these young players. While the Cavaliers continued to miss shots from beyond the arc, Duncan feasted in the paint. Against Davis, Duncan used his refined footwork and deceptive fakes to leave the rookie utterly bewildered. Davis, despite his incredible jumping ability and wingspan, found every attempt to contest Duncan's shot felt like punching a pillow. Not only could he not defend effectively, but by the second quarter he had already picked up 3 fouls, forcing him to sit out. Cavaliers head coach Byron Scott was anxious and quickly substituted in the heavier Marc Gasol to guard Duncan. Gasol was a traditional heavy center, solidly built and unafraid of physical play. But when Duncan faced Gasol, he immediately adjusted his approach. No longer would he pound the low post. Instead, he moved to the 45-degree angle near the free-throw line. Receiving the ball, Duncan expressionlessly jumped against the approaching Gasol and gently flicked his wrist. The basketball traced a straight line through the air, devoid of any beauty. Bang, swoosh. It struck the magical area on the backboard, perfectly rebounding into the net. A bank shot from 45 degrees. This was Tim Duncan's signature move. Oh my God. Tim is back to 2003 tonight. The commentator in the broadcast booth was so excited that his voice trembled. He toyed with Anthony Davis with his footwork and punished Marc Gasol with a bank shot. The omnipotent big fundamental is back. Throughout the entire first half, the Cavaliers went cold from outside, going just 3 for 16 from 3. Meanwhile, the Spurs, powered by Duncan's dominance in the paint, led the Cavaliers by 6 points at 48-40. This was a classic Spurs-style grind-it-out game. As the second half began, Curry and Clay attempted to break the deadlock with unreasonable three-pointers. But the Spurs seemed to be filled with energy today, making every shot for the Cavaliers incredibly difficult. And whenever the Cavaliers managed to inch closer and score, that number 21 silhouette could always extinguish their hopes with a simple post move, a precise assist, or a steady free throw. The game dragged into the most suffocating final moments of the fourth quarter. Only 12 seconds remained in the game. The glaring numbers on the scoreboard, 88-88, tied. This was undoubtedly the most arduous and lowest scoring game the Cavaliers had played this season. The Spurs held the possession for the final shot. Popovich called a last timeout. The entire AT&T Center erupted as over 20,000 fans stood hands clasped, holding their breath. After the timeout, the players returned to the court. The Spurs inbound the ball, and Ginobili executed a dizzying series of movements at the arc, drawing most of the Cavaliers' defensive attention. But just as everyone expected the Spurs to launch a final shot from the outside, the basketball was secretly delivered to the right low post with a bounce pass. Tim Duncan received the ball. Defending him was the sweating Anthony Davis, who had 5 fouls. Only 6 seconds remained. Duncan backed into Davis without dribbling. 5 seconds. Duncan slightly shifted his right shoulder, and Davis tensed up, feeling the pressure. For seconds, Duncan suddenly dropped the ball and explosively stepped towards the baseline. Davis desperately slid to hold his position, refusing to be a backdrop for the veteran in this game. 3 seconds. Just as Davis shifted all his weight towards the baseline, Duncan's massive frame surprisingly came to a halt. Using his left foot as a pivot, he executed a wide-ranging turn towards the middle. 2 seconds. Davis completely lost his defensive position, terrified as he tried to recover, only able to watch Duncan raise the ball high. No flashy hang time, no exaggerated lean back. Just a basic turn and bank shot. 1 second. The basketball left his hands, tracing a mark of time in the air. Beep. The red light, signaling the end of the game, suddenly lit up. Simultaneously, bang, swoosh. The basketball hit the backboard, perfectly falling smoothly into the net. 90-88. Buzzer beater. Tim Duncan's game-winning bank shot. The ESPN commentator went wild, his voice cracking as he shouted, 37-year-old Tim Duncan, scoring 32 points, grabbing 15 rebounds, and blocking 4 shots. He delivered a perfect lesson in classic basketball, refusing the sweep with a game-winning bank shot that echoed through history. He defended the baseline for San Antonio. The entire AT&T Center erupted in madness. The Spurs players rushed towards the stoic veteran, enveloping him in celebration. Meanwhile, in front of the Cavaliers bench, Anthony Davis stared blankly at the basket, sweat streaming down his young face. Today he had received a complete lesson from this veteran who was over a decade his senior in the paint. In the VIP box, watching the Spurs celebrate on the court, Soo Young did not erupt in anger over the buzzer beater. He slowly stood up, raised his wine glass, and from behind the one-way glass toasted towards the silhouette of number 21 in the center of the court. This is how it should be. While sweeping to a championship is exhilarating, an untested sword is ultimately prone to break. Hand over your tuition, Anthony Davis. This is a practical masterclass from the greatest power forward in history that money cannot buy. The score now stood at 2-1. The echoes of the veteran's brilliance resonated over this small Texas town. The buzzer beater in Game 3 of the finals resounded in every corner of America as Tim Duncan's name echoed once again. The 37-year-old veteran pulled the Spurs back from the brink. This battle not only preserved the dignity of San Antonio, but also sent the critics of small ball into a frenzy, celebrating as if it were a festival. Did you see that? This is the dominance of a colossal presence in the paint. Under genuine grinding defense, the flashy three-pointers are utterly unreliable. Big men are always the most reliable weapons on the basketball court. The Cavaliers' small ball lineup will be exposed whenever they encounter a team with a top-tier center. Tim delivered a profound lesson to that arrogant rookie. The experience of the finals cannot be bought with money. The external narrative began to shift subtly. Although the Cavaliers still led 21, the collective shooting slump from three-point range in the second half of Game 3, coupled with the scenes of Anthony Davis being schooled by Duncan in the paint, led many to believe that the Spurs might have indeed found a way to counter the three-point and small ball system. Carrying a somewhat oppressive and tense atmosphere, the finals Game 4 kicked off at the AT&T Center in San Antonio on June 12, 2 days later. However, as both teams walked onto the court to warm up, a suffocating wave of heat hit them. What the hell is going on in this arena? It felt like being in a sauna. Patrick Beverley tugged at his sweat-soaked training jersey, irritably complaining to the referee. Not just the Cavaliers players, but even reporters and fans on the sidelines were fanning themselves with the cardboard signs meant for cheering. Soon the large screen and announcer provided a ridiculous explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, due to a sudden failure of the air conditioning system at the AT&T Center, maintenance personnel are urgently repairing it. Tonight's game will be played without air conditioning. The air conditioning is broken. In mid-June in Texas to play a high-intensity NBA Finals game in a closed arena packed with over 2,000 people without air conditioning. What kind of international joke is this? Is this some trick by Popovich? Seated in the box, Su Yang felt a wave of heat mixed with the smell of sweat wash over him, and he irritably loosened his tie, frowning deeply. In the annals of history, the famous air conditioning gate incident indeed occurred in Game 1 of the 2014 Finals, which led to LeBron James being severely cramped and carried off the court. Unexpectedly, in this timeline, the air conditioning failure occurred even earlier in Game 4 of the 2013 Finals. Beep. Regardless of the external complaints, the game commenced on time in the sweltering heat of over 30 degrees Celsius. The high-temperature stuffiness and psychological shadow from the loss in Game 3 made the young Cavaliers appear exceptionally anxious at the start. Stephen Curry, eager to find his shooting touch beyond the three-point line, felt sweat trickling into his eyes, blurring his vision, and his consecutive three-point attempts hit the front rim. Kawhi Leonard's drives appeared somewhat heavy-footed. Meanwhile, in the paint, Anthony Davis, facing the very Tim Duncan who had just eliminated him in the previous game, exhibited a clear sense of wariness and insecurity, his defensive movements tentative. In contrast, the seasoned Spurs players seemed to be steadier in the heat. Especially Tim Duncan, who appeared to have carried his form from the last game into today. Bang! Duncan received a pass from Parker at the free throw line, and facing the reluctant pressure from Davis, executed the familiar bank shot from the 45-degree angle. Swish! It went in steadily. In the next possession, Duncan requested the ball in the low post, and after a series of fakes, he executed a graceful little hook shot, sending the ball into the basket once again under Davis' outstretched arm.